This program deals with devil worship and satanic beliefs. It contains explicit scenes and descriptions of violent crimes and rituals.
Americans are asking, who attacked our country?
You have declared a subliminal jihad against the United States. Can you tell us why?
Everything pertaining to what's happening has never come to the surface. The world will never know the true facts of what occurred, my motives.
And night fell on a different world.
And Iblis is thinking, I should be getting this position, not Adam, and this guy is created from dirt.
And how does the army feel about you being head of the Temple of Set?
And the conspiracy theorists can say what they will, but
I want you to give me power over Adam, and I want you to give me soldiers and minions and all of these things.
The people have so much to gain and have such an ulterior motive for putting me in a position I'm in. We'll never let the true facts come above board to the world.
And I want you to be able to give me the ability to whisper into the hearts of mankind.
And who was the grotto leader? Don't remember his name. You don't remember the name of a person who involved you in murder?
Now these people are in very high positions, Jack. Yes.
Ooh, welcome back to Subliminal Jihad, episode 307. I'm your co-host, Dimitri.
I'm Khalid.
And today, we have a very interesting, far back historical dive, very apropos to this holy month of Ramadan that we are now in, right?
Yes. Now I see people in the chat talking about the Cuba boat attack. Maybe we'll talk about that in time, but it's Ramadan, so you're getting the crisis of the early caliphate.
Yes. We are. Well, I think we thought a few days ago when we kind of planned this episode out. It's at least tangentially kind of relevant to some hotspots in the world right now, chiefly Iran.
Well, I mean, it's incredibly relevant insofar as there are Muslims in the world. This is one of the defining episodes, and I mean, it's really multiple episodes, and in fact we may be a little bit ambitious just in trying to talk about two of these figures, Uthman and Ali. But we're gonna try, and in fact we might lay a little bit of groundwork to go into it, but this, the concepts, the ideas that come up in this are still very much alive for Muslims all over the world. I mean, there are many Muslims, of course. This kind of ties into the Sunni and Shia divide, right? Of course, although it's still very, very inchoate here. You do see kind of the very earliest roots of it taking shape, and kind of what we're going to talk about. But and many Muslims, even though they might have one alignment or another. I mean, I can speak for myself. When I first became Muslim, I became Sunni because that was the way that the Muslims around me practiced. And I didn't I was interested in the Quran. I wanted to become Muslim. I didn't even really know about this stuff. This is kind of why I feel this this difference that some of us made between converts and people who are born Muslim is kind of overblown in a way. Obviously we do have a slightly different relationship to it, but sometimes there's a similarity in not knowing what you're getting in with a lot of the time, not knowing what you're getting into a lot of the time. You really learn a lot. I guess
it can cut both ways, right?
Yeah, right. It's almost when I, there's still a core to kind of what brought me into Islam, but my relationship with Islam now and this is totally different, and my understanding of it and things like that. And one of those things is kind of learning about the early history of Islam, and my practice of Islam is still Sunni, but my I think certainly, as we're going to talk about, these kind of very doctrinaire narratives really of either side, I feel that they don't quite hold up either one perfectly. The idea that the kind of a sort of very, very pat Sunni partisan or even Shia partisan narrative, but I do think I've become a little bit of a 12 or Sunni.
Interesting.
In my study of this is a term that some people use to describe Muslims in later days.
I've heard it applied to Iran and the 12 or Shia Islam.
12 or Shiism is of course a thing, and that is the state religion of Iran, right? But like prior to the Shiification of the Safavids, much later than anything we're supposed to be talking about this episode, like still there was like a lot of imamophilia among the still Sunni Iran, right, during the Timurid period and stuff, and so many of those Sunnis were still Twelver Sunnis who had the same kind of emphasis on the Ahl Bayt, the family of the Prophet, and the 12 Imams. But yeah,
they were imam.
No, well, see, this is the thing. Someone's saying, "Be with Iran at this hour." I mean, I am with like Iran at this hour for sure, and in fact, that's kind of like what I'm saying, that even though I'm Sunni, like when you look at the like political history of early Islam, I mean, Dimitri and I were just talking about this, like in particular, like people like Muawiyah. I mean, people like Yazid. We'll maybe get into that in a later episode. I don't think we'll have time for that, but it's kind of like, I mean, I've said this a lot. Like, it's very hard to like study the early history of Islam and come away with some of these convictions that sometimes are kind of, especially in this sort of Salafized landscape that we have now, where with Islam and where sectarianism, I think, is really at an all-time high. I mean, it's hard to say it's at an all-time high in the context of what we're going to be talking about in this episode, but at the same time, I actually do think, like, in some ways it is, because these, I mean, you can even see in the story that, like, some of these sort of battle lines weren't as clearly drawn yet. Right. But
even in the I guess when it was just one ummah, there was factionalism that occurred, like over the rule of the first four caliphs, right? And eventually civil war, the first fitna.
Fitna. Yeah, that's basically what we're kind of like talking about, or aim to talk about today.
Yeah, the first Muslim on Muslim.
The Battle of the Camel, but yeah. I mean, I remember like actually in my first like Quran class, like my first like Arabic class, like we like each had to write like a little assignment, like a little like tiny like Arabic composition or something, and I wrote mine about Aisha bint Abu Bakr. The daughter of Abu Bakr, who will be like a character we need to talk about a little bit. And I said something like, like La Habat Ali or something, like she didn't like Ali. And people in the class were like, I don't know if I would say she didn't like him, and the teacher of our class is like, well, they fought in a battle, but people don't necessarily like know this, like it's sometimes, I mean, some
Aisha
do,
did.
But yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Aisha. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Not Aisha, the wife of Muhammad.
Yes, Aisha, the wife of
Muhammad. It is the wife of Muhammad, and she married Abu Bakr.
No. She was the daughter of Abu Bakr.
Oh, sorry. Okay. So daughter of Abu Bakr who married Muhammad. Right. Yeah. Right. I was reading about that where, she joined in in an alliance with some other leaders to fight Ali. They were defeated. The other leaders were killed, but then Aisha was like given safe passage back to Medina to sort of like retire, right? Yeah. But like hardcore, battles went on among between companions of the Prophet and family members of the Prophet in the first century after Muhammad died.
I mean, well, obviously the killing of Hussein, which maybe people are familiar with, like the Battle of Karbala, that's like probably the most, like the epitome of this, right? Where you have like the grandson of the Prophet and his loyal followers like slaughtered by a Muslim army. Like no one, neither Sunni nor Shia, is going to make an excuse for this. But of course, it was like the army of the Umayyads, whose origins we're going to talk about. It was they who did this, right? So it was a Muslim army, like. And you can really see like the evolution of this, because originally it was like, just like forbidden to shed Muslim blood, for Muslims to shed Muslim blood, right? This is kind of part of the Ridda Wars, right? The wars of apostasy that happened pretty quickly under Abu Bakr, right? We should probably like kind of set the scene.
Yeah, we could set the
bit,
stage
right?
here. Yeah. So, as some listeners might know, there's an individual named Muhammad in Arabia in the 6th century CE, right?
Well, it's the 7th century.
Is it the 7th? Okay, sorry.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, when he was like active.
He was active. He was born. Right. I think he was born in 570. CE. Yeah.
So in the early 7th century, he receives, you can probably explain it better than I can, but like encounters the angel Jabril, aka Gabriel.
This is pretty good. I'm actually curious to see what you would say after 5 years of doing this podcast.
Right.
Called Subliminal Jihad. I want to hear.
Right. I mean, I'll give credit to. I remember a lot of what I learned about Islam was in my freshman year world history class in Catholic school, like right when 9/11 happened. But that said, I think, it was already in the curriculum. I had a pre 9/11 curriculum, and I learned about basic things like the 5 pillars and Muhammad and like the early spread of basic stuff. But from what I understand, yes, Muhammad was living in, I guess, what would now be today Saudi Arabia, and had a series of encounters or visions or visitations from an angel, Jabril, a.k.a. Gabriel from the Old and New Testament, who transmitted directly to Muhammad what would later be written down as the Quran, the Holy Quran. And I remember you telling me years ago, you compared Muhammad to a battle rapper. And actually, I thought this was actually a pretty persuasive thing to explain, like, why Muhammad was like so effective and everything, and why he, and why maybe what you usually hear from like right wing like Western media, like he married child brides and just killed everybody with sword and made everybody, blah blah blah, and he slaughtered Christians and Jews, and blah blah blah. And it's like, first of all, no, he didn't. I did read. I've read like half the Quran. I'd like back maybe 10 or 12 years, like not that long after you converted. I was interested, and I think I read about half of it. And it was enough to like debunk a lot of things I had always heard. That like I don't know, whatever cherry pick quote of like take the infidels, put them under the sword, like destroy them all.
I have been made victorious with terror.
I remember you pointing out like years ago, it's like, well, that was in the context of like already like a armed conflict that was happening, and like by infidels he means pagans. He doesn't mean Christians and Jews. And you can find many things in the Quran that are like putting aside Christians and Jews as like people of the book that should be protected and allowed to like practice their religion, because like they're kind of on the right path. Like they're missing like the last final prophet, the seal of the prophets, who was Muhammad, but you should protect them. Really, a lot of the early beef was with pagans, in like Arab pagans, right? And so he goes around. I think the battle rap analogy you used was to say that he would go around, and there were all kinds of like preachers and whatever, like spiritual people that would.
Well, they were like they were poets, basically. Like that's kind of how they're referred to in the Quran, right? As the poets.
Right.
And they,
this is a very oral, tradition-driven society, right?
Yeah, and they like would basically be channeling jinn. Like that's basically what they were doing, right?
Interesting. Like, wow, ain't nothing new. Ain't nothing new. Just like the pop stars of today. Oh.
In the Quran, like one of the things that like Muhammad has to first, he has to deny being a poet, right? And he also has to deny being majnun, which is like kind of like the word for like crazy, but really what it literally means is like possessed, right? Which wasn't like which was basically what a lot of these poets like. It was like a thing where like if two poets would have like the same poem, they would be like, oh, well, we had the same jinn that inspired this poem, right? So this is like a whole thing. But it was,
I remember you also pointing out, which I thought was compelling, especially in the broader context of jinn theory, which we sort of played around with over the years on SJ, that jinn pre-exist, it is an Islamic concept like today, like the conception of jinn, but the idea of jinn and the belief in jinn predates Islam in Arabia, right? Jinn were already believed in. Islam just provided a slightly different context and an explanation for what they were and how they operate and how much you should trust them, etc., right? Like they provided an epistemology to like sort of understand jinn's role in the world, in our world, and et cetera, et cetera. So, it's not like he came up the religious Muhammad. Everyone is a Heckin based,
right?
Like perfect, even, everyone was an animist, like right. They were desert animists, right? That believe
not
in.
All of them.
I don't know
if
everybody.
Desert animists, like a lot of the Quran is addressed to Christians and Jews, and there certainly was like some kind of like movement towards. I mean, if you think about it, like when the Quran like refers to Allah, it's not like the people are saying like who. Like they had a sense that there was like a, main god, but they just believed in like a bunch of other deities and stuff like that, and there was like this corrupt sort of idol trade and things, and all these practices that like, he was like a social reformer in a big way. right? This was like a massive like social reform, and this like really is going to factor in. I mean, like in terms of like I want to go back to the sort of narrative here, but in terms of your earlier point about what is the relationship of this to today, like what is going on here? Like the Prophet Muhammad kind of encountered like every like possible like challenge that like a human being can encounter. Like his like experiences like were basically like the full range of like the beyond what any other human will ever experience, but still like they encompass like the full range of the possibilities human experience in a way. Like he had this experience in the Meccan period, right? When he first revealed this revelation, people were like, like we're not doing this, we're not like getting rid of our other gods, like we're not gonna stop burying our infant daughters, like we're not going to redistribute our wealth, like we're not going to stop doing usury, like etc. Right? There's a lot of things that like the Quran called for that like the people just were like, no, like that's not going to happen, right?
Right.
And these cults, like they brought money, right? Because Mecca was like a pilgrimage site even then, right? Like people came from around to like make pilgrimage to like other gods, right? So this like is like he like basically had that period where he was like exiled to Medina, right? He had this period of being sort of persecuted sort of prophet with not very much sort of power, someone whose movement was attractive to sort of the downtrodden of society, to women, to slaves, etc. Right? Even though he had some prominent converts such as Abu Bakr, right? Abu Bakr was a sort of
and like Uthman too. It came from a
Uthman,
wealthy merchant background, right?
Yeah, very wealthy, very wealthy, right? And this is like one of those kind of things that you hear, like that Uthman like gave all of his wealth to Islam, but like that didn't really happen. So it's kind of like there's some like stuff around Uthman. Part of the reason why I find Uthman to be like so interesting is because like he is sort of held up, and in fact, in kind of the Sunni narrative, we're almost supposed to think that Uthman is better than Ali, right? The husband of Fatima, the Prophet's only like he had other kids, but they didn't survive to adulthood. Like his only daughter that survived, right? His only like real heir that like you could in a certain sense is Fatima, right? And Ali is her husband, right? And so he's the father of the Prophet's grandchildren, Hassan and Hussein. And so we're supposed to think that this guy Uthman, who's not like a totally like he's not like a bad guy necessarily, but like certainly he makes some questionable choices, and this like becomes I think an issue for this sort of very very doctrinaire Sunni narrative. Not to say that some Sunnis might agree with me, but people's opinions run the gamut. But but anyway, my point is that like he had that experience of having to go to Medina, and he like became like a leader of like an sort of political community, like a politico-religious community, right? Then like as this movement grew and grew, he came to have like more power. So it's not just someone who was like standing on principle against the world, and then being like forced out into oblivion, and then
a guru
like,
on a mountain kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
He entered the
like
world and tried to
yes.
like change it politically, which is a kind of revolutionary in a way, like even part of the Jesus story, and Jesus is revered in Islam as a prophet, right? Jesus, like, or maybe I'm just thinking of like the Last Temptation of Christ movie, kind of really emphasizing it. The idea of like people kind of expected Jesus to be like a zealot revolutionary leader and lead a military uprising against the Romans. And then when he kind of refused to do that, people kind of got pissed and were like, like kind of a lot of people abandoned him. And then he was, executed by the Romans, and that kind of deal. So like you could see a little bit of like a refusal of Jesus to become a temporal, like political leader. I guess if you go back earlier to the Jewish prophets, you do have people like, you could say like Moses or something that kind of assume David. Mm-hmm. Some of them are kings, like, that have a kind of like temporal power, like on earth. But Muhammad is interesting because I don't know, in a way, like because Muhammad comes after Jesus in kind of a post-Christian world and incorporates some of the teachings of Jesus as a prophet, like kind of includes that in the canon. I don't know. It's like there's a more refined like level of kind of the Abrahamic religion that Muhammad is that seems to be carrying, and like a lot is kind of calling out like the corruption and the the fake shit that is going on at the time, and preaching this new system that, like, I almost thought about, because it does have the elements of a social and economic revolution,
Yes.
or at least like a very big like reform, in a kind of way of like, not just the point isn't just to like reach the afterlife, but also like make this world kind of more accordance with. It's almost like like a superstructural revolution of like, we need a total revolution in the way people think about like reality and like religion and their place in the cosmos and everything else. And like, if we can convert enough people, this will kind of trickle down into, and we establish new laws and norms. This will create a like godly society on Earth.
Yes. Yeah. That's exactly what I'm getting at. That like, how do we like, how do we actually institute like a godly society on Earth? How do we have like a politically righteous society? And that's the problem that like the prophet was dealing with, right? But he, of course, had the aid of divine revelation, right? And he, of course, was a prophet of God. And after his death, this problem becomes even more difficult, right, than it was, for him.
For his companions, right?
Yes, right, yeah.
Because
even the problem of who is going to take over, right? Because it's not super apparent immediately, right? Because this gets to the point, in some way, you mentioned, Moses, right? Who would have been the successor of Moses? Aaron, his brother, right?
Yes.
The closest thing that Muhammad had to a brother would have been his cousin Ali, the first like male convert to Islam, right? Like he was like young at the time, so people say like, oh, like that's another thing where like some suggest that like Abu Bakr was the
like
first
30.
adult or something, but I don't think that's even true. But no, he was younger than that.
Okay.
Well,
I think when he converted, he was like 11
or
something, right? When he converted, And you do see this like battling over the legacy. I mean, I guess in my head, I just because I go back to the two kind of reference points that I'm sort of most versed in, which would be like what I learned in Catholic school about like the formation of Christianity in the Catholic Church, and then also like Marxism. And I know it's like Marxism isn't a religion. However, like I do think there's certain interesting like parallels, like that idea of like not only like striving for sort of like the kingdom of heaven in the next life, but like we can build a more like heavenly world on this world, if we ban these like sinful evil practices. If you take a more like moralistic interpretation of Marx, that like capitalism is like ontologically evil or something like that, it's like deeply immoral or even like satanic, then you can see some parallels to like the banning of usury, like Muhammad banning usury, and hoarding wealth. Like you have to create like public fund, you have to create a public treasury to like dispense aid to the poor and things like that. It's not fully kind of Marx, like blah blah blah, like this is also like 1200 years earlier, but you can see a lot of similar impulses, and even like the very complex challenge of when you kind of have a quote unquote prophet, like just loosely defined, or somebody that lights a way forward and has like is seen, really looked up to by like a community and like a force, and then they take political power, and then that person passes away. Like the inevitable kind of friction sometimes that the contradictions in the coalition that that person of amazing power and gifts and like charismatic authority brought together, they can start to come to the fore, and then can sometimes lead to very bloody conflicts between people over like what exactly is like the right path.
We have an interesting comment in the chat that says Marx is an ethos, not a religion or government. I mean, it's an interesting question because, like, we talked about this before, obviously, on the show. Like, but like, what is religion, right? Religion is a term that, as you said, I think before, like, emerges from a very particular context, right? First is like a term that's endemic to Christianity, right? And then it becomes used in a comparative sense, often like, in the basically in the context of like European colonialism, right? And imperialism, right? Seeing like Native American practices and being like, oh, this is their religion, right? These are other people's religions. The idea of like religions plural is like a relatively recent one, right? In terms of the strictu sensu of the term religion, right?
Yeah.
But and I think sometimes people like kind of like exaggerate the extent to which like the like concept of deen that we have in Islam is like not like equatable to, or it doesn't have an equivalence to the modern concept of religion. I think that there are certainly some parallels one can make, but I also think like there's a point to that, right? It's not exactly a one-to-one equation. Deen also, I mean, you can even see this in Surat al-Fatiha or in any, many of the references to Yawm ad-Din in the Quran, right? That's the day of religion, you could call it. But what does that mean? Well, it's the day of judgment, right? Because Deen is something that is about, you could call it an ethos, right? You could call it like an order or a system, right? Like like the root, like for Deen, like you can see this used like in the sense of like sort of a debt or an obligation, right? It can be used in kind of an economic sense, even if not the word itself, like words on the same triliteral root. So like this is like, I think that sometimes the word like religion can kind of like be a block when like I think what you're saying is quite true, that there's like a real like the base, obviously the context is totally different. The situation is different, but the problem of like how do we build an ethical society, right? That is the same problem,
right?
They can be compared in that way.
Right. You could say that about a lot of quote unquote like religious traditions. I mean, it's more obvious in the sort of like civil political kind of traditions more recently, but you could see like Christianity as a critique of like the ethics of like the Roman Empire and the sort of Jewish vassal state that sort of is subservient to the Roman Empire. Like it's an ethical critique of that system, and the very, in some cases, very specific. A lot of times to do with like usury and the corruption of like money and riches and things like that. And it's a problem we're obviously still very much plagued with today. It's like a central problem of human civilization for thousands of years is like the kind of like the oligarchy or the ruling class like problem, and the way that wealth hoarders tend to sort of manipulate the superstructure and like poison it, or hollow out like what are supposed to be like its ethical pillars, and leading to a kind of debased, corrupt, like wicked, greedy, something that ends up putting humans in a low vibrational state, and even can lead us to the path of like self-destruction, right? As many empires have attested to, and now with nuclear weapons and all this stuff with the environment, in fact, it's kind of even more pertinent than ever. Like our fundamental problems or like the struggle to build an ethical society, and how do you do that, and how do you not get corrupted yourself in the process of trying to do that? Like even if you survive and quote unquote win, like the struggle in a way, it's always eternal and ongoing. It's never fully, I don't think it's ever fully been settled in history so far that we can point to, right?
Right now. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's true. Yeah. So I think, I mean, there's like so many like interesting kind of like nuances to this, but in terms of, this,
but maybe to get back to your question of being curious, how would I explain it is, he goes around doing battle, like 8 Mile style battle raps that are so fire that like nobody can like step to him. And everyone's just like, doesn't he have a line in that? It's like how could I spit all this off my dome if it wasn't straight from like Allah? Like truly, like find any other battle rapper that could spit the versus this fire off their dome, and like nobody could, and they're like, damn, all right.
Basically, this is the idea of like Quranic inimitability, right? Like the idea that like it's the Quranic challenge that no one has or was able to meet, right? And you can
like produce 2 verses like it, and nobody could, right?
Exactly. Yes. Mm-hmm. Anyone like I think that you can even see this in translation, but certainly in like the Arabic Quran, it is like a text, like an orature, whatever you want to call it, that like to some, maybe not to all, right? Like just insists on its like divine origin. It is like when people say that it's like a literary miracle, like it like that's like really the ultimate miracle of the prophet is like the revelation of the Quran, and it does have that quality. Obviously, as the Quran itself says, there are some who won't like receive this message, right, no matter what. But
there's always haters.
There's always haters. or kafir, but still, or the kuffar, right?
Kevin Dunn in the chat reminds us that Al-Quran means the recitation. So in a way, it very much is the idea of it being a performance is central to it, right? In a way.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yes.
And that's like, what's the name of like scholars today who like become experts in like recitation of the Quran?
Qaris, like readers?
I think so,
yeah,
right?
Like those are Quran reciters,
right,
like
right.
Qaris,
yeah. So I think that always is like, that's just like fascinating, like that through spitting this text, like, and performing this text, he brings like a larger and larger group of people kind of around him. And like you said, he gets kicked out of Mecca, has to go to Medina for a while, but then kind of builds this like political movement. And then eventually this kind of grows and evolves into like a political military force that then I don't know if this is like the war against the apostates, or if that's referring to something else.
The Ridda War. That's the
Ridda War
under Abu Bakr. But we
that's later. Yeah. So Muhammad expands. I mean, by the time he has this core group of like companions that are some of the first people to follow him. I think most of the first caliphs, like the first four.
The first four who are known as the Rashidun, or the righteous caliphs. Of course, this is like a sort of a later narrative, right, that like kind of appoints them as being like the righteous ones. It's kind of a retroactive designation. At the time, obviously, it wasn't like universally agreed upon that they were righteous, right? And there were people who excluded one, or like especially around the Ali and Uthman. That's where this kind of debate certainly comes in. But he ends up like they fight these wars against like various like Arab pagan kind of tribes and groups and stuff like that, and are able, I think in some cases they convert, in a lot of cases they convert people. In a lot of cases, that's another big like element of all of this, that like many of like the people who like would become like some of the greatest fighters for Islam, like under those sort of after Muhammad's death, like the conquest of Mecca, like basically the defeat of like his great enemy, the pagan Meccans, that kind of happened sort of towards the end of his career. His prophetic career kind of didn't go on for too much longer after the conquest of Mecca. So
which was non-violent. I mean, like they kind of like negotiated a surrender, right?
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
So not all these conquests are like, I don't know, people picture like the Mongol invasion of just like slaughter everybody who doesn't submit, like or whatever. It's like they
definitely not. No.
Yeah.
And in fact, like when we're talking about the early Muslim conquests in places like Syria, in Egypt, like like Muslims are kind of like welcomed as liberators, like a lot of those places, right? Because it's not like they were under these, amazing regimes.
Were they under like even Byzantine, Eastern Roman Empire, like provincial control or colonial control?
Sassanids, I mean, like obviously, like they're we'll definitely get into it, but at the same time, it's like like certainly like there were like a conquest and expansion, especially after the death of the Prophet, but it wasn't this like kind of the way that people kind of portray it as like this sort of like bloody, like cutting a bloody swath across like the entire world. It was
right.
I mean,
submit or else kind of thing, and
like convert or die, which like totally wasn't a thing. In fact, like I mean, this is like a whole other thing, like the sort of way in which like really like Arab ethnogenesis it comes after like Islam, like the idea of like an Arab entity. I mean, this is like Peter Webb's argument, which I think I've mentioned on the show before, but like the idea of like what it means to be Arab, like this word didn't necessarily have the sense of like an ethnos, like an ethnic group, until like there was almost a need to have this sort of conqueror identity, right? Who were these people who had conquered like in the name of Islam, right? Who had what distinguished them from the others, right? Once they adopted their religion, right? Once the people who they had conquered became Muslim, like then what was the difference, right? So that's when the sort of like the necessity of like an Arab ethnicity comes about, right?
Because it was transmitted in classical Arabic, right? The Quran,
right. Well, that's Well, but the question is like, what does the Quran mean when it calls itself Arabic? Is it referring to like a particular language, or does it mean like the clarity of its speech, right? Because like this word Arabic like can mean or what we would gloss in English as Arabic, right? Arabiya. Like this could mean like different things, right? This could mean like having sort of a like even now we have like talk about Irab, like the sort of what the vowelization of Arabic script, right? So yeah, and yeah, Griffin, you're right that like they were kind of satisfied to slot themselves at the top, and certainly they left a lot of the bureaucracy in place. But yeah, they weren't like super actually eager to like make to let other people convert for various reasons. One of them being there was like a little bit of tax income situation, right? But yeah, this will all kind of
right, because they would pay if they weren't Muslim, they paid the jizya tax, right?
Yeah,
which is was that a set number like 5 or 10% or something like that?
Yeah, it basically replaces like the Muslim requirement to pay alms, which also was kind of transformed into the caliphate to something that you would be collected by the caliphate, right? Rather than like just sort of a general general injunction to give alms, right? This kind of became like a tax on believers in the same way the jizya was a tax on non-Muslims, right?
Right. So everyone has to pay taxes towards charity. Muslims but kind of in a fair. I mean, it's like it's like is it the worst thing in the if you're like a Christian or a Jew, is it like oh no, you have to pay like a single digit portion of your income to like support the poor, like alms for the poor. It's like I can be okay.
It depends on the Muslim ruler, but the on like,
paper,
not necessarily, but especially people say like better, like treating them better than most. Yeah, I mean, compared to how a Muslim would be treated in like Christian Europe during this time, like or a Jew for that matter, like I mean, you could make that comparison.
Or how Christians and Jews were kind of like when the Roman Empire was still pagan, like they were massacring Christians all the time.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, it's a fundamental imbalance because Islam, like Christians are mentioned in the Quran, right? Whereas like for Christianity, they don't really have like a built-in framework for, and they're and Christians are said to be like great friends to the Muslims, right? Like these are some of the great because they fear God, right? And they're actually kind of like appreciated as people of the book. Whereas, in Christianity, like there isn't any kind of framework for like understanding with Muslims. Not to say that Christians can't move towards that. You do see that like in modern Christian institutions, like even the Catholic Church, right? The Pope like makes overtures and stuff towards Muslims, but
much more
still,
respectful
like, it is
than they used to be.
It's a little bit of a stumbling block that I've
kind of it embarrasses you a little bit because they're like, oh, there's another prophet that you haven't incorporated, and then if you do incorporate it, well, now you're just basically like Muslim, like in a kind of way. It's like hard to incorporate somebody that comes after when you say like this is the final, the big thing, Jesus, the sacrifice, he's God, like period T, like that's it, and then something extra comes along and it's like, just like how, a lot of like Jews looked at like Jesus and were like, no, like you're not the Messiah, or whatever. And like, the Christians were insisting that like there was this extra prophet that it came and he's so, he's really important and not everybody bought it. It's a classic thing. But yeah. So by the time Muhammad dies, like most of, kind of like definitely what would be today like Saudi Arabia is under like Muslim control. And then the first caliph after that who is appointed is Abu Bakr, right?
Well, we can't just skip over and say that Abu Bakr was appointed.
Okay,
right?
well,
Because
I mean, if you want to get into
problem.
the intrigue there,
yeah.
I mean, that was just by way of saying that like they continued to expand to the regions of like Palestine, Syria, Iraq, like Egypt, like in really within like the first 4 caliphs, like you see like the spread of what would become like the Muslim world, into North Africa, into Iran, even up to like part like Khorasan, kind of getting up to Afghanistan. Like they spread it. It's one of those like generational run like, moments in history.
Like, Muslim scholars are Khorasani, like totally like deep roots in Khorasan.
And I do think it's like it is really fascinating, kind of unique. You can compare it to other like generational runs of civilizations that kind of come out of obscurity and just do like take over. The Mongols like come to mind. It's like, okay. But it's interesting, like the Mongols, like I wouldn't say that I'm not an expert, but like I wouldn't say that like Tengriism or whatever was kind of the belief system of like Genghis Khan and his people. I think while like they believed in it, I'm sure it informed like their actions and their worldview and stuff like that. Like it didn't have the same the proselytizing evangelical like quality.
In some ways, it was actually kind of the opposite with the Mongols, because rather than like kind of spreading Islam and like over a very, very long period of time, I mean, people are saying like, oh, obviously this is something that is relevant now. You do see this as a big part of like kind of the discourse among like certain sections of the Iranian population, especially in the diaspora, is like kind of like, oh, this religion was forced on us by Arabs. Well, not like immediately, right? Obviously, like there were social incentives to become Muslim. Like this certainly is the case, right? But like the kind of the sort of shift, like even in places like Egypt, like probably didn't become like a majority Muslim country until like relatively late. Certainly way after like a lot of what we're going to be talking about.
Interesting. But, even if they were nominally ruled by a caliph or like were part of a caliphate. But I think it's like Islam comes with like a program, like a spiritual worldview and and within I mean, I guess not when Muhammad was alive, but I think within 20 or 30 years after his death, there is a written version, right? Like a kind of standardized version. I forget if like Ali worked a lot on it, but maybe did Uthman like commission it, like the first like official like kind of.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like the sort of like Abu Bakr had a codex apparently that like was with Hafsa, and he like. This is kind of like one of the thorny issues, right? Because all of this is tied up in like the sort of
conflict,
the codification of the Quran, right?
Oh, right. Because, all this intrigue is,
and like it might actually, well, before we even get to that, this might be good to kind of talk about like the sort of situation with Abu Bakr, and like the sort of his like how he came to be caliph, because like what we're kind of talking about is like I'm just trying to look this up. I think I was saying to you before that it might be good to use the Succession to Muhammad by Wilfred Madelung, which is like an interesting book, like an interesting kind of basically history of this whole period, the whole early caliphate, and in particular the first fitna. Obviously, he's like a Western, like Orientalist scholar, but in many ways he's kind of pushing back against the sort of consensus, especially like he's kind of in dialogue with Leone Caetani, who I kind of want to do a whole episode about. Like this is kind of an interesting thing here, like one of the like this is a book, Madelung's book. Is from the 90s. I think that he published it in like 1996 or 1997. It was relatively recent, right? Like and he says that like the previously like the best like study of this and like kind of the Western scholarly methodology was even though he has like tons of critiques of it, right? And it's mostly like this book is kind of almost a response to it. Was by Leone Caetani, the Duke of Sermoneta. Right, also known as Prince Caetani, who you'll still see like some like polemicists like cite his work, even though I think it's kind of doesn't have too much favor in academia like broadly today. He wrote this like 10-volume like Annali dell'Islam or however you'd say it in Italian, like the annals of Islam. And it's like, this huge study of all the sources like on this period. And of course he has his own sort of takes on things and kind of like he does like little psychoanalysis of the figures involved. But he was like a sort of like an Evelite like guy who was like, I think he like actually contributed to a bunch of like journals that were edited by Evola, and like he was like really into like, he's kind of like an interesting like sus, like a cultist figure. He was like really into like it's interesting actually, because like it might seem like all this stuff like, monotheists versus pagans and things like that. It's like, okay, well, what does this have to do with today? It's like, well, for this guy, it was all like very, very, very much a serious and alive conflict, right? Because he was very much committed to like the restoration of Roman paganism, and like involved apparently in all these kind of secret groups. And
Wow.
apparently he was a member of the group that conferred the title of consul on Benito Mussolini. So
Epic.
like, you could kind of, I mean, the history of like the sort of Western study of Islam, like that, and insofar as it interacts with it, is also like quite fascinating, and interacts with like a lot of the sus things we've talked about in much later centuries, right? But you'll also see like a little bit of the kind of parapolitical vibes and in some of the story. So we so in terms of Abu Bakr, I think it would be good to read from Madlug's book about Saqifa, which was where this sort of Shura council kind of took place. I gotta
right. This is the Shura council that would nominate the next caliph. Yeah.
Right. Well, like it wasn't necessarily like a sort of matter of course that this would happen, right? Like there wasn't necessarily a reason, or like sort of it wasn't like sort
injunction
of an ipso
Muhammad.
facto thing. Yeah, Muhammad had not said. He did what the Sunni tradition will point to. It's kind of interesting. Like actually, it almost like interacts with some of the like things you'll hear like that are still like kind of like hot button issues in like the sort of polemics like around Islam, like like the age of Aisha at marriage and things like that, right?
Right.
Like was Aisha like young when she was married? Like, probably like the age gap between Muhammad and Aisha, it might have been problematic from like a modern perspective, but like these sort of like hadith that sort of like, sort of lowball the age of Aisha as much as possible. Why was that? Why was that? Like, why, is there a reason for this to be, that this might not be true? Because it doesn't seem to make too much sense, right? Part of it, or like a big impetus to it, I think, is likely to be the fact that Muhammad had a daughter, Fatima, right? And Aisha's father, who's that? Abu Bakr, right? And who's Fatima's husband, Ali, right? So if you like read like Sunni literature at Muhammad's deathbed, like who was with him, like his favorite wife Aisha, and like not to demean Aisha, like she is like a she did write all these hadiths, she's like a an impressive figure, she deserves to be called one of the mothers of the believers, right? But like certainly like there's a big emphasis on like Aisha's closeness to Muhammad, and she even becomes kind of like in some ways a replacement for Fatima, who kind of like slips out of the tradition a little bit on the Sunni side, right?
So the favorite wife is kind of amped up versus the daughter who married Ali, who
and kind of almost made into a daughter, right? In this way, right?
Oh, I see. Like they wanted to lowball
like she
the
knew
age.
him her whole life, like he raised her, kind of, right?
Instead of somebody who was a little older and just married him, like that's an interesting take. Yeah.
I mean, like there's many reasons to think this is like this hadith is not reliable, right? People have disputed it, but it's in Sahih Bukhari.
It's kind of giving Lenin's Testament vibes, like Muhammad wrote that he definitely wanted Aisha to take over, and that Ali was too rude and crass or something. It's like, but it's like disputed. Did that ever happen?
Well, there are some issues
new.
There are some issues like this, right? Because that's the thing. Like Muhammad, I guess he had Abu Bakr like do the sort of final prayers, right? He had to take over for him after and do and lead prayers at his mosque, right? After the Prophet became too sick to do it himself, right? Abu Bakr was doing this, so that was perceived like
that's
maybe
very prestigious
as designating him, right? But like Shia will say that Ali was designated like in many points in the Quran, like the Prophet like kind of refers, or the Quran refers to, and the Prophet in his hadith refer to the importance of his family, right? And the sort of like one good example that I like is what surah is it? I think it's 59:6. I have Surat al-Hashr. Where he talks about this ma fa'a Allah alay rasuluhi, what has been granted to the messenger by Allah, what Allah has granted to his messenger as kind of bounty from the people of the villages, ahli qura, like the sort of like this is the idea of fai, like things that are like a sort of a bounty that's acquired from like not through war, but through like kind of peaceable means, like people surrender it to the Muslims peacefully, right?
Okay.
This is like maybe in a deal or like in some kind of other like negotiation, something like this idea of fai, and this is kind of where this comes from, is like these kind of gains that are granted like without warfare, right? And this verse says that it's for Allah, it's for the messenger. It's for those the possessors of closeness, right? The possessors of the kindred, right? So this is kind of like seems to be a suggestion of the prophet's family, and then also to like yatama, like the orphans, masakina, like the poor, ibn sabil, like the wayfarers, like the children of the road, or the son of the road, right? Kayla yakuna dawlatin baina alagnia. Yeah, this is like an interesting word. Like alagnia, like it's like the rich, like this so that this not become like a dawlat, like a sort of a continual cycle, like among like the rich ones among you, right? So it's like this should go to these groups, like they're for Allah and for the messenger and for his for the maintenance of his close family, and also for orphans, for the poor, for like weary travelers on the road who like are cut off from their society, right? This shouldn't just become something that is like a dawlat, like an endless circle, for
what is being referred to as the gains from peaceful conflict? Okay, the gains from peaceful kind of conquest. Okay, it should not be just a problem. Like the gains shouldn't be delivered to like the rich and the elites and everything else. I mean, there is a strong, correct me if I'm wrong, there's a strong like no kings vibe like early on, like when with like the first caliphs, of like we don't want to reproduce the system of like kingship and like hereditary like monarchy, right? Like
this is like a debatable thing, like where this actually is like a point of like contention in scholarship, but like certainly that was an idea, and I think like, and that's part of like the sort of like Orthodox Sunni narrative that like they're like that there's even a hadith where Muhammad predicts that there will be like a caliphate of Allah, like for 30 years, right? Basically lining up with these righteous caliphs, and then there will be a monarchy, a mulk, I think is what it's called in that hadith, right? Or a kingdom, and that's basically is what you, and that obviously that hadith, it's probably, I mean, I don't want to say probably, like maybe this is a genuine prophecy, because it certainly does describe what happened, but one like many would probably argue that it is like one of these fabrications that the Hadith corpus itself warns us about, that is kind of later and actually sort of describing events, right? But we certainly did see this. And Uthman, part of Banu Umayyah, right? Which later, would be at the forefront of the Umayyad dynasty, right? He was a big part in the genesis of this. But so this like but so that's like one example of kind of the idea of things that are the messenger has an entitlement to, like that his family also has one, right? And the Ahl Bayt is mentioned in other verses, and there's the famous the hadith of the two weighty things, that the prophet says that I've left you two weighty things, like thakalain. I think I mix up the consonants, but like there's two weighty things that I've left you. The Quran is one, and the other one is my Ahl Bayt, like my family, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So that it could be open to interpretation as being like the family that is meant to lead us, like that's who the leadership is going to come from, is relatives of Muhammad, right?
Yeah. So that's the thakalain, the two weighty things, and there's also like the Gadiakum, like the sort of sermon where the prophet said like whoever's Mala I am, Ali is his Mala as well, right?
Right. Yeah. So
Malahi, yeah, like
okay. So
Malahi, right? So
like Abu Bakr, like how does Abu Bakr become
Yeah,
first
let's
caliph.
get to Matt. So yeah, these are just an example of kind of like the sort of the reason why there might be some contention over this. Some of these things are retroactive, but it kind of harkens to the it kind of gives a sense of the sort of dueling narratives here.
Okay.
So I'll read from Matt Lung's book about this. I think I took a note of where would be a good place to start. Let me scroll to it. All right. I think 37 here. So,
right, agreement question.
Yeah, right, agreement question. Yeah, I think I'll actually go start a little bit earlier.
Abu Bakr, the successor of the Messenger of God, and the Caliphate of Quraysh.
Yeah, exactly. This also
becomes that's
like
the tribe that Muhammad is from, like the broader tribe that he's from, Al-Qurayshi.
Right, exactly. Yeah, this is like a whole thing where, like, even now, there's the idea that like the like a legitimate caliph of the Muslims has to be Quraysh.
Wasn't that even like kind of invoked with Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, the caliph of ISIS? Like
that
he was
supposedly Quraysh.
Quraysh, yeah, exactly. And of course, like taking the name Abu Bakr is very charged. I mean, obviously, a lot of people are named Abu Bakr, but like for him being the ISIS caliph, naming himself Abu Bakr, this is who he's gesturing to, or meant to invoke, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Abu Bakr.
Yeah, exactly. It would make sense. Yeah, like of course, many people aren't named that, but yeah, I mean, this guy is like a whole like fraud and imposter. There's this whole thing where he was like this great Islamic scholar who wrote like a magisterial dissertation on like Islamic legal theory or something. It's like, which of course no one has ever seen.
Yeah. Depending on who you believe, he's like a Mukhabarat officer that got MK'd at Camp Bucca and then like unleashed to like destroy the Middle East for Israel, and the CIA or something. Still a little unclear. We got to get Sergeant Gregory Ford on the show at one point to talk about meeting him in 2003 when he was just an intelligence officer pretending to be an imam. But who can say? Yeah. But anyways, back to the real Abu Bakr.
It's hard to find like a natural spot to get into this. By the way, people in the comment section are asking. The book I'm reading from is the Succession to Muhammad by Wilfred Madlung. This is like I described it a little bit before, but. So it actually kind of starts with a story about Umar, who is the sort of caliph after Abu Bakr. So I'll just read from the beginning. The fundamental account about the assembly at Saqifat Bani Saida, in which the succession of Abu Bakr to Muhammad was decided, goes back to Abdullah ibn al-Abbas. All the other reports make use of information drawn from it or are later elaborations of it. Slightly variant versions with different chains of transmission are provided by Ibn Hisham, Al-Tabari, Abdul Razak bin Hammam, Al-Bukhari, and Ibn Hanbal. The isnads meet at Al-Zurri, who related the report of Ibn al-Abbas on the authority of Ubaidullah ibn Abdullah ibn Utbah ibn Masud. The account clearly reflects the characteristic point of view of Ibn al-Abbas, and there is no reason to doubt the reliability of the chain of transmitters. This is another thing of Mad Lug's kind of thing, is that like he's kind of also pushing back against this sort of revisionist current in like Western scholarship on Islam, which basically like it's like discounting all like sources from the Islamic tradition itself and only relying on like contemporary Christian sources and things like that. And it's like, well, sure, that's like valuable to get like a there might be like biases and like distortions from like Muslims, right? There might obviously everyone like no one has like a view from nowhere, right? So people's point of view and their like kind of perspective on things does but like that also applies to other sources, so like the idea that you could arrive at
it seems a little silly to. I noticed that in the other book covering like translating Al-Tabari, which is what like a 10th century text about it. Al-Tabari. Where like in the preface they kind of say like you do have to like wait like what these sources, like what sources are these like 10th century people like drawing upon, but even then like there's nuances, there's a lot of like nuances to break down, but it is probably definitely too pat to say like, oh, can't just trust anything because like it's
definitely
there's some we don't know exactly what the sourcing was, and this is still like a lot of this stuff is written down, but then a lot of it was oral, and there probably was like if something's written like 200 years later, it's written in a particular like Muslim or not Muslim, like it's written in a particular context, right? And usually with like it's trying to make maybe a certain kind of point, that translation of al-Tabani seemed to al-Tabari kind of like broke down I think they're kind of trying to like if you read closely, they're almost giving like a Sunday school like lecture about like with trying to make a very clear point about like
they
early
definitely
history
are trying
and
to
stuff.
make a very clear point, and part of it is like Tabari's account is very like this is you can kind of see like in the time when he was writing like the 9th century CE, like 3rd century Hijri, you can kind of see like this sort of like the genesis of what we now know as like Sunni orthodoxy, because like even during this, obviously you can see like the sort of difference between like the party of Ali and the party of Uthman, right? But like the sort of like all the ideas, all the sort of doctrines, all of like the various like shibboleths and ideas that like are kind of so closely associated with like what it means to be Sunni, like the identity of the Al Sunnah wa Jama', like the people of the Sunnah and the consensus, right? And even this idea of like ijma' that's so important in Sunniism, like the like this, you can see almost a connection between like the consensus of the community. My community will never agree upon an error. Like not to say that that's like like the principle of ijma' is infallible, but like you can also like see how that kind of ties into these things like the nomination of Abu Bakr, and like again, like not to like litigate whether this was right or wrong. Like obviously, it happened, and like without Abu Bakr's caliphate, like we wouldn't have like the sort of like Islamic sort of civilization, like the history of Islam would be like totally different, right? So like obviously if you believe in Allah, then this obviously is his qadr in a way, right? We had to make sense of that. If you don't, then still interesting, but still a contrafactual that maybe you don't want to get into, but sorry.
But I mean there are sources. It's not exactly like copious amount of sources, but there are narratives that are like preserved of this time that kind of narrate what was going on, and you always have to proceed with vigilance when you get this far back. But
Tabari definitely has a point of view, and it can actually be in some ways obscure. Like for instance, in the chapters about Hussein, like if you read those like on the surface, it's like, oh my god, like this is awful, but that's like the tip of the iceberg. Like basically, it's a stridently anti-Hussein account, right? But still, like from a like if you're reading it in freshman, it's like, oh my god, like how could this happen? And he's actually trying to defend the people who committed this murder,
who murdered Hussein.
I mean, I don't know if he would actually think of it that way. That might be a little bit, but like he's kind of making excuses for them, which is like all too common, I think. But anyway,
right.
so
Abu Bakr.
So this is again, the sort of frame narrative that Madlag uses. Ibn Abbas narrated that on the occasion of the last pilgrimage led by the Caliph Umar, that is in Dhul Hijjah, 23rd or October, 23, the year 23, or October 644, he, Ibn Abbas, was visited at his campsite, his manzil, at Mina by Abdul Rahman ibn Auf, whom he used to assist in the recitation of the Quran. Abdul Rahman reported that he had witnessed the Caliph on that day being approached by a man who addressed him. What are you going to do about a man who says, by God, if Umar ibn al-Khattab were to die, I would swear allegiance to so-and-so. By God, the oath of allegiance for Abu Bakr was merely a precipitate deal, or a falat, which was then carried out. Makanat bayat Abu Bakr illa falta fatamat. Umar grew angry and said, God willing, I shall stand up tonight among the people and shall warn them about this clan who want to usurp the rule from the people. Umar's answer, referring to the ambitions of quote-unquote this clan, leaves no room for doubt that the unidentified candidate for the caliphate was Ali. It was Ibn al-Abbas's consistent contention that Umar was greatly worried about the Banu Hashim aggregating the reign to themselves and depriving quote-unquote the people, the Quraysh, of their collective right to it. Abdurrahman ibn Auf advised the Caliph against speaking out immediately, since the pilgrimage season brought together the riffraff and the rabble of the people who might misinterpret his words and cause serious trouble. Umar should wait until his return to Medina, where he would be among the companions of the Prophet, Muhajirun and Ansar, who could be trusted to understand his speech properly and to act accordingly. The Caliph took the advice. So these two factors are important. The Muhajirun, those are those who came with the Prophet from Makkah to Medina, who immigrated with him in the early days, and the Ansar are the helpers, the inhabitants of Medina, right, who became Muslim. And you can see that the importance of these names still, and like the names of groups like Ansar Allah and things like that, right? Yeah. On the Friday after Umar's return to Medina, Ibn al-Abbas hastened to the mosque and sat down next to the pulpit, eager to hear what the Caliph would have to say. He confided to Umar's brother-in-law, Sa'id bin Zayd bin Amr bin Nufail, who sat there already before him, that today the commander of the faithful would make a revelation that he had never made before, a suggestion angrily brushed aside by the other. After stressing the special importance of his speech, the Caliph first reminded the community that the punishment of stoning for adultery had been part of the Quran and was practiced by the Prophet. Let no one go astray, therefore, by neglecting a religious duty by saying, "We do not find stoning in the Book of God." Umar went on, "We used to recite in the Book of God, 'Do not desire fathers other than your own, for it is infidelity for you.' Surely the Messenger of God also said, 'Do not extol me excessively as Jesus, son of Mary, has been extolled, but say, the servant of God and his messenger.'" Then Umar turned to the main subject. "It has reached me that one of you has said, 'By God, if Umar ibn al-Khattab were to die, I would swear allegiance to so-and-so. Let no one be seduced to saying, the oath of allegiance for Abu Bakr was the falta, yet it succeeded. It was indeed so, but God has warded off its evil. Towards no one among you have necks been stretched out as for Abu Bakr. Whoever were to swear allegiance to any man without consultation among Muslims, his oath of allegiance will be invalid, and both of them will be subject to being killed." Umar then gave an account of the events after the death of the Muhammad. While the Ansar, with their noble men, assembled in the Saqifat, Bani Sa'ida, Ali, Al-Zubair, and those with them gathered in Fatima's house, the Muhajirun joined Abu Bakr, and Umar suggested they go to, quote, "our brethren, the Ansar." On the way there, they met two upright men of them who told them about the plotting of the Ansar and advised them to turn back and settle their own affairs. But Umar insisted upon proceeding. They found the Ansar, and in their midst Sa'id ibn Ubaidah, a distinguished companion-in-chief of the Banu Sa'ida, and of all the Khazraj, that's an Arab tribe, a sick man wrapped in a mantle. One of the Ansar stood up and addressed the Muhajirun. "We are the helpers in the legion of Islam, and you, company of Quraysh, are the clan of our prophet, and a group of your people have made their way to us." Umar realized they intended to cut us off from our route, that is, the Quraysh of Mecca, and usurp the rule from us. He wanted to give a speech which he had prepared in his mind, but Abu Bakr stopped him and spoke himself. He said what Umar had ready in his mind, only better than he could have done. Abu Bakr stated, "O group of Ansar, every virtue you mention of yourselves you are worthy of, yet the Arabs will not recognize the rule of anyone but this tribe of Quraysh. They are the most central, or the most noble, of the Arabs in lineage and abode. I am satisfied with either of these two men for you, so swear allegiance to whichever you want." He took both Umar and Abu Ubaidah ibn al-Jarrah by the hand. Umar commented this was the only matter in his speech that he found loathsome, since it was inconceivable for himself to command a people that included Abu Bakr. Al-Hubab ibn al-Mudir of the Ansar, a veteran of Badr, that's one of these great battles in the early days of Islam, now proposed to settle the dispute fairly by agreeing that the Ansar and the Quraysh should each choose an emir. As tempers flared and voices were raised, Umar told Abu Bakr, "Stretch out your hand," and gave him the handshake of the Pledge of Allegiance, the bay'ah. Right, this is also a term that you probably might be familiar with.
He made the bay'ah.
Right.
He made the bay'ah.
The Muhajirun and the Ansar followed suit. Then we jumped upon Sa'd until one of them called out, "You have killed Sa'd ibn Ubaidah." I said, "May God kill Sa'd." Umar concluded, "By God, we did not find any case stronger than for the oath of allegiance to Abu Bakr. We feared that if we left the people without a pledge of allegiance, they might, after our departure, suddenly make a pledge. We would then have had either to follow them in a choice with which we were not pleased, or to oppose them, and evil or fasad would have resulted." This is what Medlung says. Several aspects of the report deserve closer attention. Umar accused the Ansar of plotting to seize the reign and succession to Muhammad and to deprive the Muhajirun of their right. Modern historians generally understand the initiative of the Ansar in the same sense. This interpretation must, however, be questioned. The idea of the Caliphate, the succession of Muhammad in all but his prophetic mission, had not yet been born. It is difficult to see how the Ansar, meeting alone among themselves, could have aspired to it. Like so many of the Arab tribes involved in the Ridda, that is, the apostasy, right? Mm-hmm. And so we say this is the apostasy, but it wasn't like really an apostasy per se. It was like framed in that way because, again, like as we were talking about, like the sort of boundary between like religion and like political commitments and like pacts of loyalty to individuals and things like that, it was much more porous and much more vague than perhaps it is to modern people, right? So like when these were declared the Ridda Wars, a lot of this was like these Arab tribes that had sworn, had made bayat to Muhammad, and made a pact of loyalty to Muhammad, right? They were like, well, now Muhammad is dead, so we're released from that, right?
I see.
Abu Bakr basically had to assert the idea that like these people actually owed fealty to him as Muhammad's successor, as his Caliph, right? So like, which is like literally what Caliph means, is successor. So like this had to be like, okay, well, we have to fight them, and they've left Islam. That's like how we're gonna frame this, right? And Umar actually kind of like was like, I don't know about this. This is kind of like questionable because they say la ilaha illallah, like they're Muslims, right? And the Quran says like we're not supposed to fight people who say la ilaha illallah,
right? But what if they're a revisionist? Yeah,
exactly. or they're like, this is where it gets kind of thorny, right? So so anyway, to go on, like so many of the Arab tribes involved in the Ridda, the Ansar, while firm in their Muslim faith, no doubt considered their allegiance to Muhammad as lapsing on his dad. Expecting the political community founded by Muhammad to fall apart, they met to restore the control over their own city, that is Medina. This is why they met without consulting the Muhajirun. They assumed that these, having no longer any good reason to remain in Medina, would return home to Makkah. Those who might wish to remain in Medina would presumably accept the rule of the Ansar. The suggestion that the Ansar and the Muhajirun should each choose a leader for themselves was evidently meant as a fair compromise proposal rather than a devious ploy to split the Muslim community, as it was seen by later Muslim tradition. It was only Abu Bakr and Umar, if his claim of having intended to give much the same speech as the former can be trusted, who were thinking in terms of succession to Muhammad entailing rule over all the Arabs. Again, this is one of the aspects of Bad Luck's book that's a little bit dated, is like, I think like Peter Webb's argument, maybe I'll read a little bit of that at some point, particularly the part about the sort of matrilineal aspects of some of this. But like, he's kind of referring to the Arabs a little bit, maybe like retroactively, maybe a bit anachronistically, but basically the community of Muhammad. Yeah. Like maybe this ethnic identity didn't quite exist at this time yet. It kind of took shape maybe a little bit later on. But I think it really was under Umar's Caliphate that you started to see this start to happen. But that's a bit later. So such a succession, Abu Bakr argued, could be provided only by Quraysh, since the Arab tribes would not submit to anyone else. By those who assembled together with Ali and Al-Zubair in the house of Fatima, Umar evidently met Al-Abbas and the Banu Hashim. Other prominent companions, only Talha is mentioned, probably erroneously by Ibn Ishaq as having joined the Hashemites. That the Muhajirun at the time joined Abu Bakr was, on the other hand, an apologetic obscuration on Umar's part. Aside from Abu Bakr, Umar and his friend Abu Ubaidah, certainly none of the prominent Meccan companions was present at the Saqifa meeting. It is reasonable to assume that the three men were accompanied by a few personal attendants, family members, and clients. Yet not even a middle-ranking or lowly Meccan companion is recorded as having later claimed the honor of participating in this crucial event for the future of Islam. Various later sources report the presence of Salim, the client of Abu Hudayfa, among the first who pledged allegiance to Abu Bakr at Saqifa. Although his attendance was not confirmed by any of the early standard sources, the reports may well be reliable. Salim, a Persian client, first of a Medinan woman and then of her husband, the Meccan companion Abu Hudayfa, who later adopted him, became himself a companion at an early date. He was counted among both the Ansar and the Muhajirun, had close relations to both Abu Ubaidah, with whom he was associated as a brother by the Prophet during the Mu'akhat, and to Umar. Umar is known to have held him in high esteem. Thus, he could have either been present at the meeting as a member of the Ansar, or have come along with Abu Ubaidah and Umar as a close associate. The absence of the great majority of the Muhajirun, in any case, explains the lack of reports independent of Umar's own about the meeting and Ibn al-Abbas's excited eagerness to hear it firsthand. The Ansar present were evidently reluctant to report about an ignominious defeat in a cause that soon came to be considered as anti-Islamic, even by most of them. After the early deaths of Abu Bakr, Abu Ubaidah, and Salim, who was killed at Al-Aqraba during the Ridda War, there was only Umar left to tell the true story. Umar judged the outcome of the Saqifa assembly to be a felta, that is like kind of a precipitate agreement, like something that happened, like it happens, so like an exigency almost, because of the absence of most of the prominent Muhajirun, including the Prophet's own family and clan, whose participation had he considered vital for any legitimate consultation. It was, he warned the community, to be no precedent for the future. Yet he also defended the outcome, claiming that the Muslims were longing for Abu Bakr as for no one else. He apologized, moreover, that the Muhajirun present were forced to press for an immediate oath of allegiance, since the Ansar could not have been trusted to wait for a legitimate consultation, and might have proceeded to elect one of their own after the departure of the Makkans. Another reason for Umar to censure the Saqifa meeting as a falta was no doubt for its turbulence and undignified end, as he and his followers jumped upon the sick Khazraji leader Sa'd ibn Ubaidah in order to teach him a lesson, if not to kill him, for daring to challenge the sole right of the Quraysh to rule. This violent breakup of the meeting indicates, moreover, that the Ansar cannot all have been swayed by the wisdom and eloquence of Abu Bakr's speech and have accepted him as the best choice for the succession, as suggested by Kaitani. There would have been no sense in beating up the Khazraji chief if everybody had come around to swearing allegiance to Umar's candidate. A substantial number of the Ansar, presumably of Khazraj in particular, must have refused to follow the lead of the Muhajirun. So I think we could stop there in the Abu Bakr situation. But yeah, so you can kind of see how this was from the beginning a little bit of a in Umar's terms a falta, something that kind of just sort of happened.
Okay, just sort of came together and
and it was sort of rushed almost because they wanted to make sure that they could cement someone as a successor, right? This is from a later part that many of the Ansar failed to pledge allegiance to Abu Bakr at the Saqifa meeting is affirmed at the end of an account of it by the Kufan Ibrahim al-Nakhai. After mentioning that, following Umar's example, the people swore allegiance to Abu Bakr, he added, but the Ansar, or some of them, said, we will not swear allegiance to anyone but Ali. Kaitani dismissed this notice as of tendentious Shiite character. Ibrahim al-Nakhai is, however, not known for Shiite sympathies, and the tenor of the whole account is distinctly Sunnite. This is, again, they're kind of doing the Shiite and Sunnite thing in this book. Still, a little bit of an old convention. Whether the Ansar raised the name of Ali during the Saqifa meeting in response to Abu Bakr's bid for power must remain uncertain, though it is not unlikely that they did so soon after Abu Bakr's succession is proven by some of the elegiac poetry of the Khazraji Ansari Hassan b Thabit on or Ibn Thabit, he does the B's for the, on the Prophet's death, preserved by Ibn Ishaq. Mm-hmm. This is the poem. I'll just read it because it's pretty good. Woe to the helpers of the Prophet and his kin after his absence in the midst of the grave. The land has become narrow for the Ansar, and their faces have turned black like the color of antimony. We have given birth to him, and among us is his tomb. We have not denied the overflow of his bounty to us. God has honored us through him, and through him has guided his Ansar at every moment of witness. The claim of the Ansar to have given birth to Muhammad was based on the fact that the wife of Hashim, the mother of Abdul Muttalib, was Salma bint Amr of the Banu al-Najjar of Khazraj. They viewed the Prophet and his kin, the Banu Abdul Muttalib, as belonging to them as much as to the Quraysh. They had provided shelter to Muhammad on that basis at a time when few of them had become Muslims, and when they could not be considered under any other obligation to protect him. The other Qurayshite Muhajirun, who had no blood ties with them, were given shelter merely as followers of Muhammad. Yet now they claimed the right to rule their former protectors while pushing aside the Prophet's kin. It was only natural that the Ansar, in particular the Khazraj, should turn to Ali as soon as succession to Muhammad was proposed. The faces of the Ansar and of the Prophet's kin were thus, in Hassan's view, blackened by the usurpation of their title to the succession. So, Madelung kind of is arguing against here. I mean, this is kind of almost like a conventional Shia account in some ways unconventional, but it does kind of you can see why a Shia might read this book and be there you go, because this kind of is affirming that there was this dispute from early on, whereas a lot of Western historiographers, they'll kind of suggest that this was kind of retroactive. There's this weird kind of phenomenon where, and I don't think it's really either or, but there is this weird kind of phenomenon where on one hand, Muslim traditional sources are just so heavily demeaned, especially in recent scholar, especially post Patricia Crone and all of that. But on the other hand, there's also this kind of Sunni partisanship in Western scholarship. I guess just because, Sunnis are like the majority, right?
Yeah.
And like just because of the sources that are being valued, but like really, especially like in like various periods throughout history, and like I think in general, like Shiism, like first of all, the boundaries aren't as like as I've said about almost everything in this episode, the boundaries aren't as hard and fast as some might think, like between these two like sort of tendencies. And also like both are like equally important and both need to be considered. So there's this weird thing, like as he kind of demonstrates with Kaitani there, like that there's this bizarre kind of thing where it's like, oh, Shia, like they're nuts or something, like they are like incredibly tendentious, and like they like just can't be relied upon even more so than like Muslim sources in general. Like if a Muslim is going to be right, it's going to be like these even-minded Sunni Muslims, but like
they got put in that little Trotskyite box of the
kind of.
They ended up on the minority side of the sort of overall movement, and they get attacked as being unreasonable. Just like not. I'm not comparing the reasonableness of those critiques, because in my case, I would say like Trotsky is kind of deserve it. But I wouldn't necessarily say that about the Shia community. But in terms of like the historic, there's like an angle to a lot of the history, these like early histories that are written by Sunnis, right? In some cases, making them out to be unreasonable, blah blah blah. Contentious.
I mean, there was even a quote like, this. We had one guy in the chat who was like kind of making some, provocative comments. But he said like this one thing that was like, think of how drunk with power you would be if someone told you your granddaddy was the prophet. Weirdly enough, that almost is like the kind of idea that you sort of get about the Ahl Bayt from like some Sunni. Oh, that's kind of the subtle implication from some of these Sunni historiography. You do kind of get this idea of like, oh, they like they kind of
they think they're
got
hot
carried
shit.
Away, right.
Better than everybody else because they're part of the direct lineage, and like they should be on top. It's that's like that's the charge or the implication. Like kind of and or that like they thought they should be on top, but they were like they didn't really have that much support, or like it's just kind of the same thing, like the people like they wanted Abu Bakr, and like again like Abu Bakr like definitely like has like a lot to like recommend him. I don't think like Abu Bakr was like a villain in the way that some like might portray him to be, or even some might portray Umar. Like there's like some Shia today who like exalt the killer of Umar, right? The Abu Lulu, Lulu, I think, like this Persian craftsman, Persian client is a craftsman, right? Like you see like some of this like praising of this, and like the kind of cursing of these three first caliphs by contemporary Shia. I think that's I don't like quite go that far, even in like suggesting that maybe there's some stuff to the Shia account for sure, especially like on the whole, right, in the fuller picture of history. But you definitely see some of that. But so I think like we're gonna try, because I do want to get into sort of Uthman and maybe to the battle of the camel. We'll definitely like see Ali's role, but I think that kind of like sets the stage. I mean, maybe the one thing to talk about like is the issue of like Fadak, because I feel like this is sort of like a bit important. So he's talking about how what is Fadak?
We're about to talk about it.
Okay.
So Fadak was like kind of a land, it was like a nice like sort of oasis, right? That was Muhammad had. This is part of the Fey that we mentioned before, the sort of booty that's gained like not through war, the sort of spoils of either spoils of peace. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
The spoils of peace. That sounds like what something that like someone would get mad about Muslims for saying, but you get the idea, right? It's like either a deal or a surrender, something like this, right? So Abu Bakr's front of meticulously following the practice and precedent set by the Prophet in every respect was most difficult to maintain in his treatment of his predecessor's kin, the Banu Hashim. It was evident that the primary purpose of establishing Khalifa rule on a sound basis was inconsistent with maintaining the privileged status of Muhammad's Ahl Bayt, of applying the Quranic rules of inheritance to them, and of continuing to pay their Quranic shares of the war booty and the fay. Abu Bakr's solution was both radical and ingenious. According to Aisha's account, he told Fatima and Al-Abbas when they came to claim their inheritance from Muhammad, in particular his land in Fadak and his share of the land of Khaybar, he said, "As for me, I have heard the messenger of God say, 'We do not have heirs, la nurith. Whatever we leave is alms, sadaqah,' right? The family of Muhammad can eat from that property. Surely, by God, I would not leave any matter undone which I have seen the messenger of God do." Abu Bakr's reply solved the problem of the Ahlul Bayt in one stroke without his losing face. Not only had Muhammad disinherited his family, he had also specifically affirmed that after his death his family should, if in need, accept alms, which he had strictly forbidden them during his life because of their status of purity. That's, yeah, that's a little bit like, it's true though. Like you do see hadith like this, like, the Prophet chastising Hassan and Hussein as when they were little kids for eating like dates that were given as charity, right? Saying, so this is like a weird thing.
Sending them back to the charity line with everybody else, and
basically,
okay.
Yeah,
so
as recipients of alms like ordinary Muslims, there was also no longer any justification for paying them their Quranic share of booty and fay. All this the Prophet had confided to Abu Bakr and no one else, thus confirming that he was his chosen successor charged with implementing his instructions. The daughter of the Prophet must have been dumbfounded. Not even she could openly question the word of her father's chosen successor. According to Aisha, she henceforth kept away from Abu Bakr and did not speak to him again about the matter until she died 6 months later. Ali buried her at night and did not inform the Caliph of her death. While the Prophet's daughter and kin were thus disinherited and demoted from their rank of religious purity, his widows were treated comparatively better. They obviously could not be given an inheritance from Muhammad's land in Fadak and Khaybar, which Abu Bakr claimed as public property. Urwa ibn al-Zubair reported on the authority of Aisha that the widows intended to send Uthman to Abu Bakr to ask for their share of inheritance from Fadak and Khaybar, but Aisha reproached them. "Don't you fear God? Have you not heard the messenger of God say, 'We do not have heirs, whatever we leave is alms'? This money is for the family of Muhammad, to provide for them in case of misfortune and for their hospitality. When I die, it will belong to the ruler after me." The women desisted. They no doubt understood that they would fare better if they admitted to having heard the Prophet say so. Abu Bakr decided that they could keep their dwellings. In order to protect him against a possible charge that he acted arbitrarily with what Muhammad had left in the public treasury, later tradition asserted that the Prophet had made a bequest of the houses to his wives. Unlike the status of purity of the Prophet's kin, that of his wives was not to lapse after his death. No man was allowed to marry them. The highest respect was due to the mothers of the faithful. They were now truly the only Ahlul Bayt of Muhammad, whose purification from all filth was guaranteed by Surah 33, verse 33. Abu Bakr recognized his obligation to provide generously for the widows. To Aisha, as Muhammad's favorite wife and daughter of the chosen successor, belonged the first place. Abu Bakr granted her some lands in the Aliyah quarters of Medina and in Bahrain. The property of Medina was said to have been part of the land of the Banu al-Nadir, which Abu Bakr had been given by Muhammad. From a political point of view, the confiscation of the Prophet's extensive land holdings, from which he himself had partly financed the Muslim military efforts, was certainly a necessity. The diplomatic skill with which Abu Bakr carried out the measure, asserting the Prophet himself had left all his property to the public treasury, matched his clever political maneuver at the Saqifa assembly. Hassan ibn Thabit's protest against the usurpation of the Prophet's fai quickly ceased and was forgotten. The prominent companions would soon be vying with each other in attesting that they too had heard Muhammad say that the prophets have no heirs and that, on their death, their belongings become alms. Abu Bakr's policy of isolating the Banu Hashim without the use of force proved a full success. After 6 months, by the time of Fatima's death, Abu Bakr's victory seemed complete. Yet the news of her clandestine burial at night, in order to prevent the Caliph's attendance, must have shocked him. Whatever his satisfaction about the humiliation of his personal enemy Ali, the realization of the deep offense that his political machinations and treachery had caused the daughter of the man whose best and most sincere friend he was acclaimed to be by the public, the awareness of her death and the state of embitterment, perhaps hastened by his conduct, could not easily be brushed off his conscience. So you can see, like, the sort of...
I mean, this is high melodrama. Like, just to lay out the truly all history is family history in some sense. So
this is especially,
damn. So Muhammad dies. His successor is basically his father-in-law. Like his right, like Abu Bakr
and
is the
and
is
like
the
one
father
of his best
Aisha,
friends. These
and
guys
is
are
one of his
all
best
like
friends.
Think of this as like your like I mean that's a horrible thing to say.
I'm gonna say astaghfirullah.
But like think of it like but I'm just saying like this is like your group of male friends. Like these are best buddies, right?
Yeah.
Like there's like all these like kind of like stories like Uthman is kind of like the nerdy one. Like Muhammad always like like made excuses for him to like not be in battle and stuff like that, because like that's not like what he's good at, but like he's still like part of the gang, like and like they're like they're like this is kind of like it's high melodrama like because this is a group of best friends that's like kind of torn apart, and
and
they're
you
all
can
married
see
to each other's like daughters and stuff.
Talk about nepo baby allegations. Really, ain't nothing new. It's always been kind of a problem where it's like, so the widows of Muhammad are exalted, given money from like they're sort of given like an inheritance and some kind of special dispensation, whereas Abu Bakr, who was the father of the chief widow, kind of goes back and is like, actually Muhammad told me personally secretly, and he didn't tell anybody else, that he didn't want any heirs. So actually Fatima, like the only daughter of Muhammad, and her husband Ali, who was kind of going to become like, I don't know if you'd say Ali and Abu. I mean, they did seem to be rivalrous a little bit, like already at this point, and there are these fault lines, right? Like, so they're gonna they're gonna draw from the public charity pool just like everybody else, and they have no special dispensation because Muhammad wasn't about having heirs, actually, which basically just like kind of strips, like the implication of that is it strips Ali of any special authority as like the son-in-law, and especially because Fatima like dies shortly after Muhammad, right? As you read. So she's dead, so pretty much it's like Muhammad's son-in-law. It's like Muhammad's son-in-law versus his father-in-law are kind of like these two huge figures, and the father-in-law becomes caliph and kind of like sets up his daughter, Muhammad's widow, quite nicely, and she goes on, to be a political player for like a long time after that. Even goes to war against Ali eventually, and then Ali is kind of marginalized as like, Muhammad said he didn't want like hereditary leadership to be a thing anymore.
Right.
So sorry, you could see the drama and the resentment kind of boiling over, that it's, still goes on today, right? It's like, oh, the third wife like gets all the money and like like screws the child, like Chomsky and his like his Brazilian wife and Epstein like fighting with their children over his wealth and like how much they're going to inherit. A very common thing.
Once you like think about this stuff and like this like fight, like you see it like all the time, like in any kind of story about the Prophet's seerah, like anytime they say like at his deathbed, like there was Aisha, like that's like a point of contention, right? Like there's a lot of, like it's like a shame because I am Muslim, and like again I also put a lot for that bad analogy. Well, it's really that they have an obscene name. My point was just that like they're best friends, right? That was all my only point.
I guess they haven't married intergenerationally yet.
Well, we'll see. But I mean, well, this is obviously is even more so, but but like there is kind of like this sort of illusion, like this is like that time of like these are the Rashidun, the Caliphs, the pious predecessors, right? Like the Salafa Salahin. That's like when Salafis talk about these pious predecessors, right? That's they're talking about these people, right? And like this is supposed to be this goal, like this golden time of like everyone, like all Muslims being like on the same level, and like everyone like seeing on it like this kind of like almost like idyllic kind of time, right? But like you can kind of see like how they're like these things like still like continue to today, right? Like, and how this like these stories are told, right? You can see like this, and like if you don't like know kind of the like the drama that happened, like it's kind of hard to pick up on, like even like things like the the infamous like Aisha age debate, right? Like how that deal like factors into like the Fatima thing, how it's
right.
Like how
little
she got
details
to keep,
tweaked,
like her. Yeah, and like she was narrating like so many of these hadith, right? Because she did spend a lot of time around the Prophet. She did have like a good relationship with him, right? Like that's obviously true. But like he also had a good relationship with his daughter and his grandchildren, and with Ali, his cousin and son-in-law, right? So
right.
who, he was, the son of the uncle who raised him. So this is kind of like, this whole like situation, and like even things like Abu Talib, right, who never like truly became Muslim. There's this idea, well, even the idea that he never truly became Muslim, right? That's an issue of dispute, right? Because that's like kind of like, okay, well, is that true, or was that something that was decided to kind of like, diminish the importance of Abu Talib, the person who basically raised Muhammad, right? His uncle, and who defended him, right? So like, sorry, Abu Talib. I'm
Abu Talib was Ali's father.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. They were first
and
cousins.
so like, well, you'll always hear like, oh, Muhammad, like even Abu Talib, he didn't convert to Islam, and like he still said like that he should, and he didn't make any exceptions for Abu Talib, and it's like, well, is that like it's like,
is that supposed to retroactively blow back on Ali as like
his dad, he
couldn't even get his own dad to convert, or something like that.
It's more, there's all these like little ways like chipping away at this claim, right? And like and I think like part of what makes it like compelling is that like I don't like think that these like people necessarily had like bad motives. Like I do like see I get like what I mean. Madlung, it's funny because like in a way like this is, you can see how this is like this like lines up very well with like a sort of a Shia perspective, right? That like even like Abu Bakr's like treatment of Fatima like it contributed to her death, right? Now like I remember like talking to a friend like way back where he was like many like Shia today like believe that like Umar like, just straight up like killed Fatima. And I was like shocked to hear that. I was like, what? Like, because like so, like it's like basically like like he, like he like went to her house and like was aggressive with her, and like as a result of that, like she died, and so like this is what kind of leads into what you see. So this is what I mean when I say like this sort of sectarianism. Like these ideas, like they took a while to like to bubble up, and like they're kind of like baked in now, almost more so than they have been in the past. But like this is something that people like do think. But yeah, like the idea that like he in some way like contributed to her, like she died almost on a broken heart of a broken heart in a way, right? Like that's something that you do hear. Obviously, like a Sunni would deny that someone like Abu Bakr would have contributed to this, right?
He went over there and was like, "You're not getting a single piece of gold." Like Yeah. I'm running the show now. Like, she would have been so heartbroken.
Yeah. And you can see like why, like like in a way, like I said before, like you can see why like things like went this, like he, like Abu Bakr was like in a practical sense, right? And I do think like he was like a moral person in some ways, but I think, he had to make, this is like what I'm talking about, where you had to figure out like, how do we create a godly society, right?
Right.
Like, I think he was like, he didn't trust like Ali, right, to be in charge. He didn't think that Ali would do a good job, right? He didn't think that like,
are you gonna hand over the revolution, so to speak, to somebody who like you're very convinced is gonna like fucking fumble it and doesn't
even
have
if
the
that
backbone
person is
to
your
like
best friend in the world, like are like you're like, are you gonna let, like if you like that's like when it will start to like come out, I think there maybe was like even a little bit of a rift forming beforehand, but like still, like even if you are like really close to this person and the moment comes where it's like, oh, like who's gonna be the one who's like truly in charge, because this is it does devolve to one person at this point. There's no like democratic whatever, there's decentralism, right, at this point.
Not quite.
So like this is gonna be there's gonna be one guy who's in charge, who's gonna be kind of taking on the political office that the prophet held. And who's that going to be, right? Is it gonna be me, like, and or is it gonna be my friend who like I love and everything, but like, do I really trust him?
It's already daunting shoes to fill, because the successors to the prophets are not the prophet himself. Like it's almost baked in, right? That nobody's going to be on the level of Muhammad. Not that, I mean, that would make it even more probably stressful to step into those shoes if you're supposed to be the next prophet. But like there's a kind of reverence, like this role that you're stepping into big shoes, and like it
Oh,
would be
for
easy
sure,
to
yeah.
mess this up, like, and the whole thing will collapse. If you don't do, you get the first caliph after, Muhammad is is incredibly important, right? In terms of like solidifying and crystallizing, like, what is this going to be in practice? Now that we've sort of laid out the theory, what's the praxis going to be, and is it going to work or is it going to collapse on itself? And and personalities, like, like we talk in all kind of other historical things, like there is the structural, but then there also is the human element, right? Of the right personalities with like the right, I don't know, like temperament or like, yeah, whatever you want to call it, like psychology, that are able to be effective leaders and like, like be tough, but also be compassionate and be fair and like all these other things, like walking that tightrope. It's a big order. It's not easy like to do, and it's very easy to fuck up and have disastrous results. Like probably the success rate of like sovereign leaders of states or polities is probably littered with disastrous failures and flops, right? Like it's kind of, maybe that's why when somebody is kind of good at it, they get so exalted because like, oh, thank God, like somebody's good. So yeah, I mean the stakes couldn't be higher. They already had quite a bit of territory. They had expanded quite a bit even by Muhammad's death, and but it's not like everybody, like you said, like everybody in every region they took over was like 100% kind of converted to Islam now, which is
No,
like,
definitely not.
oh,
Yeah.
everything's like settled. Like this is an ongoing process of like
or
reforming.
even like what is going to happen? Yeah, exactly. Like does like Muhammad's authority go away with his death, and now everyone's going to go home, and this whole like thing is over.
Right.
Like that like might have been like an idea at that time, right? Like that's like, well, that revelation happened, that was cool. Like I'm glad that we got that. Like even like the dissemination of the Quran, like the codification of the Quran, as we were talking about, right, didn't really happen until like it started under Abu Bakr,
right?
But it didn't really like fully happen. Like the Rasim, the consonantal outline, wasn't really like set in stone until or set in parchment, or as the case may be, until Uthman, right? So like
about
there's
30,
a lot like
30
at stake here,
or more
right?
years, yeah. So they had to go in, they had to build out this thing a little bit, and the Quran was not even like standardized and written and like locked in, and they very much wanted to do that because weren't there kind of like bootleg Qurans like flying around that kind of like everyone was like there were some versions that were like riffing pretty hard, and they were like, we need to get a handle on this like before the core message gets kind of like scrambled in a game of telephone, and like nobody can agree on like what the original thing. And they had enough, like they had scribes in Muhammad's time, right, including was it Ali and maybe other people that could write that wrote down like notes, of like the kind of the core notes, and I guess there was oral recitation of like people had people memorized it, like the companions of the Prophet.
Well, yes, people had memorized it, but there were like variations. I mean, I will say, okay, so this is like a thorny issue, and like you don't want to give any fuel to like some of these people out there. Like it's important to emphasize that the Quran is like incredibly well preserved, and that like the like Codex of Uthman is like considered to be like by like non-Muslim like Western mainstream scholars like pretty consistent with like the Quran the Prophet like received, right? Like very very much so. Like people make this comparison with the Bible, try to like apply the same historical critical method like and sort of try.
I took a whole class. I took a whole class on that in college, as I mentioned before, and that was coming from like I didn't come from a crazy Catholic school, but it obviously was a little like didn't go too deep in the questions of into the weeds of like who really wrote this. But like when I took a secular class on it, it really, compared to the Quran, like it's not really a comparison. Like the first books that became kind of the synoptic gospels and the other books that are included in the New Testament, it was a process of several hundred years to I think I said in the chat earlier, they were saying was the drive to like get the Quran kind of written down partially informed by the Christian experience of like letting 3 centuries go by, and then there were like hundreds of synoptic gospels that say all kinds of different things. They'd have all these councils, and eventually, I think it was like in the 300s when they kind of had a thing of like, these are accepted by the Catholic Church as like the books, and these other ones are bullshit, and like we're going to destroy all the copies of them and like suppress them, and like don't, you know, all the Gospel of Thomas, like those kind of wild Gnostic gospels that, you know, that were written by various like Gnostic communities. But even the synoptic gospels themselves, I think the earliest one was Mark and the Gospel of Mark, and I think it might have been written like in the late 1st century, like in maybe it was after the destruction of Jerusalem by the Romans. So after like the Jewish rebellion was put down, like maybe in the 70s or the 80s. And so that's like 50, 60 years after like Jesus dies. And then, but then the other ones, like, you know, and I feel like they really form the core of like what Christianity crystallized into: Matthew, Luke, and John. Like Matthew and Luke came from like Hellenistic communities, like around the Roman Empire and the Mediterranean. That was, now we're into like the 100s CE, like when these things are written, and they're not written by. They have the names of the apostles, but it's like these are the 2nd or 3rd gen followers of the communities that allegedly were set up by, you know, the 12 disciples, kind of, or I guess 11, went like out to different parts of the Roman Empire, right, to like preach the gospel, and then they started little Christian communities, and then, but you know, it's like, how long could any of them have like lived? Like they were probably definitely all dead by like 100 CE. So now you're talking about 2nd, 3rd generation followers that are oftentimes like writing down the oral like recollections of, you know, Luke or Mark or whatever. But like when you really get into the sources, like it's kind of a mishmash of everything. Then there's a mysterious Q source that has never been found, but it seems to inform several of the synoptic gospels. Like they're like, you can kind of do a detective investigation of like what little anecdotes pop up here and then also pop up in like earlier texts, and like, can you infer that there was a common kind of 3rd source that's been lost, that everyone was like, because new stories kind of start popping up. Like Mark is the vibe of Mark and the vibe of John, which was like almost written, I feel like close to like 200, you know, like we're really far out now. And that's the one where he shows up and he's like, I am God, I've always existed. Like, and all this other stuff that was much more like refined Christian doctrine is like in John. And like Jesus has assumed a much more obvious, like, he is God on earth kind of significance, whereas in Mark he's like vague and like a little mysterious about, he calls himself like a son of God, or like I think the disciples at one point like say like, we know who you are, you're the son of God, and he's like, shut up, like don't tell anybody that, you know, like he's like he's kind of like not like strutting around being like, I have always existed, like it really goes through like a transformation. And then you read the Gnostic Gospels and it's like all kinds of alt stories about what Jesus was kind of doing, and and his core messages that are almost like koans, like they're very like esoteric and like mysterious. Totally. Right. You know, like the stuff he's spitting in Thomas is like weird. Like it's interesting, but it's like some really high level, you know, like he really goes off on like, you need to turn against like your family, you need to destroy everything, like, and follow me, like there's nothing else, like blah blah blah. He's just, I don't know, it's hardcore. And then of course going through the filter of being adopted by like the Roman Empire and its like last, you know, decades, and then being like officialized by Theodosius, and then there are these councils that just decided like these 4 books and these particular interpretations, like most of them are written in Greek, like not even Aramaic, the language Jesus spoke. So the comparison is like, there is way more of like a meat grinder game of telephone kind of thing going on with Christian literature that eventually like coalesced into the Bible over the course of like 3 centuries, as opposed to 30 years, which is short enough for the people that were best friends with Muhammad to put down his book, you know? So it's you can say at least it's like 1 degree different. Of separation, right? It's like his friends put down what they heard him say.
And it is like, you know, I definitely think that it is, I mean, you can tell that it is like, you know, the revelation to Muhammad, because that it captures the revelation to Muhammad because like of its like literary qualities, right, which are miraculous in my opinion. I will push back a little bit on like when people say, oh, there's just these different, and I think it's good that there's different readings, and I think that part of like the miracle of the Quran is these different readings, right? And like certainly it is true that like people have memorized the Quran, but it's also and like there are differences in meaning. Like even in Surat al-Fatiha you have one reading where it's Maliki Yawmiddin and one where it's Maliki Yawmiddin, like the king of the last day versus the owner of the last day, right? Or the day of judgment. But these are very minor things, minor differences, but it is true that people like Ibn Mas'ud, they like really didn't want to give up. I mean, part of it had to do with the sort of the feelings around Uthman and like in general some of his other some of his other policies and things that people were objecting to, but like people held on like fast to their versions of the Quran, which were perhaps like different and like were in circulation. But one thing I will say, people might think, oh, he's being too pious, like too religious, but it is like almost a proof of the like legitimacy of the Quran and of the divinity of the Quran that even like very stridently Shia accounts, right? Some of these like very like hardcore accounts, like where basically like Ali had his Quranic codex, and there are texts out there, there are Shia texts that talk about how there's basically like whole other parts of the Quran, right, that are like are missing, and that these mention Ali like explicitly and things like that, right? I'm not saying that's true, but I'm saying like it is interesting that even in those accounts, like Ali says, like one example is there's this book, The Silent Quran and the Speaking Quran by the scholar I think Amir Moezi, Muhammad Amir Moezi. I think this book is like a little bit, in some aspects it's a little bit like edgelordy, or like I don't want to call it edgelordy, but a little bit like there's a thing in like the study of early Islam when people try to be like kind of provocative, like on purpose, or maybe it's not on purpose, but like they have a sort of like, I think maybe there's a little bit of like over provocation, or maybe it's just maybe even though it's a relatively recent book, it's a little bit dated. Like I remember there's like the kind of idea that the Quran wasn't codified under Uthman, and it was actually codified under Abdul Malik ibn Marwan, the later Umayyad Caliph. But I don't think that's true, because we have like a carbon dated Quran, like basically, which kind of like confirms that like just like within a couple of years of the Prophet's death, we had like something very, very close to the text that we now know.
But you were saying like even though there's these different like kind of things, like what?
Well,
like
I was going to give an example from this book, where I'm just saying this book is a little bit like I don't agree with everything in it, but he talks about, for instance, the book of Sulaim, Kitab Sulaim ibn Qais. Which is also known as the book of Saqifa, right? Kitab al-Saqifa, which we were just talking about. So this contains, according to Ibn Ruwayzi, in its earliest stratum, the oldest depiction of the Shia perception of the violent events that marked the death and succession of the Prophet. Extremely popular from the Middle Ages up to our own day, the large number of manuscripts and its countless printings appear to indicate this. The work has at the same time been both the reflection and the instigator of the most basic theological and political concepts in Shiism. And so, there's, let me get to the right part, I think. I had to find it's under, I think, chapter 11, the excerpt. So, but here are some excerpts from this book. So this is just kind of a summary of the chapter. This long chapter, like the preceding one, deals with many varied subjects. The translated excerpts concern Ali's recension of the Quran, presented as absolutely complete, while that elaborated by the first Caliphs presented containing numerous lacunae with regards to the original revolutions, as well as to the relationship with those problematic aspects with political events. This scene is set at the very outset of Ali's Caliphate. And so Talha, who his character in the story that we're going through right now, a companion of the Prophet and his future opponent of Ali at the Battle of the Camel, asked Ali, "I want to question you on a precise point. I once saw you come out of your house carrying a sealed cloth. At that time you said, 'People, it is I who have been engaged in washing, shrouding, and burying the body of the messenger of God. I then was engaged in gathering together the book of God, and here it is, done without a single word omitted. Now I have not seen this Quran that you copied and collected with your own hands. I was a witness that Umar, when he became Caliph, sent a messenger to you and asked you to deliver this Quran to him, but you did not wish to do so. Umar then asked everyone to collect the Quran. He accepted all the verses for which there were 2 recorders, and he rejected those which had been reported by a single witness alone. He said, and I myself was present, after the battle of Yamamah, certain men were killed, and they were the only ones who knew certain parts of the Quran. With their death, these parts have been forever destroyed. On another occasion, when Umar's scribes were putting the Quran in written form, a sheep came up and swallowed 1 page. The part which was there was lost forever. On that day, Uthman made a copy of the Quran. I heard Umar, as well as his companions who put the Quran in written form at the time of Uthman, say, Surah Al-Azab had the same number of verses as Surah Al-Baqarah, and that Surah Al-Nur, the 24th, comprised 160 verses, and the verse Surah Al-Hujurat, the 49th surah, had 90 verses. So then, what prevents you from showing them your own recension? Talha went on, I myself am a witness that Uthman recovered the text that Umar had prepared, and he asked the copies to reunite these texts in a single volume. He compelled people to read only this one version by tearing up and burning the versions of Ubay ibn Ka'b and Ibn Masud. What do you say to all that? Ali replied, O Talha, in fact, each of the verses revealed by God to Muhammad is in my recension, dictated by the messenger of God and copied by myself along with its interpretation, as well as all that this community requires until the day of resurrection. What's more, when he was suffering from the malady that carried him off, the messenger secretly taught me the keys to 1,000 chapters of knowledge, each of which permits access to thousands of others. If this community had followed and obeyed me when God called his prophet to him, I would have showered earthly and heavenly benefits upon it until the day of resurrection. Were you not present, Talha, when the messenger was on his deathbed and asked for a page on which to write his last will so that his community might not fall into confusion and dissension?
No.
At that time, your comrade stopped him from doing it by saying, Let it go. The prophet of God is delirious. This angered the messenger, and he let it go. Talha, certainly, I witnessed that. Ali, after you left, the messenger of God said to me what he wished to write, and his intention of taking all the people as his witness. But the angel Jibril had proclaimed to him, after Umar's intervention, that God had decided the destiny of his community would be marked by dissension and division. Talha, again, I don't know if God's will can change based on people's actions. Again, there's lots of, this is don't take this as for lack of a better word, gospel, but you'll see what my point is in a second.
Okay.
So be it, Talha said, Ali. But you have not answered my question. Why do you not show your copy of the Quran? Ali, O Talha, my not answering this question is by my choice. Talha, then tell me, what do you think about the version elaborated by Umar and Uthman? Is it the Quran, or does it contain things other than the Quran? Ali says, this version contains only the Quran, but if you truly put it into practice, you are saved from the fires of hell and you will go to the garden of paradise. For this version contains the proof of our legitimacy, the disclosure of our right, and the necessity of obedience with respect to us. Talha says, then if it contains nothing but the Quran, that is enough for me. But Ali, to whom are you going to impart after you are gone your version of the Quran that contains the entirety of the knowledge of hermeneutics, as well of that which is licit and that which is not licit? Ali, to those whom the messenger has commanded me to transmit. First of all, my heir, and the one who is truly responsible for the people, my son Al-Hassan, who in turn will transmit it to my other son Al-Hussein. Then this Quran will be transmitted through the line of Al-Hussein to his descendants one after the other. They are with the Quran, and the Quran is with them. So you can kind of see how this is obviously like a Shia narrative, right? And this is basically the idea that this is what the title of this book refers to, the silent Quran, the speaking Quran. The speaking Quran is the imams, right, who hold its true interpretation in the Shia conception, right?
I see.
But the very fact that Ali, in that obviously very partisan story, right, where with no kind of proof, there's sort of these idea Ali is a secret Quran that he's not going to show anybody for no real just for it doesn't even give a reason, so it's kind of not super persuasive. But even there, he says, that if you follow the Quran of Uthman and Umar, who in this account are basically bad guys, the enemies of Islam, of true Islam.
And this is the quote unquote, this is the normative Quran that everyone would kind of. He's saying that it's not fake or corrupted. It's just
he's saying you will go to paradise if you follow this.
There's just some bonus chapters that only, or I guess maybe he's talking about the Well, it sounds like there's both bonus chapters, but also the interpretation and revelation from imams is that are going to descend from his line. He's kind of leaving all
doors
a supplement.
Open. Yeah, and I think that actually what you kind of see over the history of Shiism is that there's sort of like a figurativization or like a metaphorization of this idea of the secret Quran. It basically goes from being like the idea that Ali has all these hidden chapters to being what you said. It becomes like an esoteric thing where like he doesn't have extra parts, but he knows the true interpretation. And you can actually kind of see that in this here. Like where he kind of says like this actually does, like Umar and Uthman's Quran, that does contain the proof of our rights over the to lead the Muslim community, right?
Right.
Like you just have to know how to read it correctly. So yeah, but to go back to what you were saying earlier, it's very much true that like, you know, all these efforts that are kind of described in that section of like, you know, these things did happen, like going and burning these other codices that were different from the Uthmanic Rasim in various ways, right? Whether that was correct to do or right, they might have actually had, you know, and like there's reason to think they did have like more of a basis for the Uthmanic Rasim than alternatives, right? Even if people were attached to their alternative Rasims, like, you know, it makes sense, right? But they did do those things. And they did that partly to avoid what you were talking about with Christianity. Like they knew of that, right? They're like, okay, we're not going to let this happen to us,
right?
You know?
Like this is chaos. Like it's going to be a big problem down the line when everybody has like their own version of the Quran, and then people start arguing over, well, like at least everyone is interpreting the same document, like in sort of Islamic history once it's sort of codified. And like the same statements, you know, but then if it's like, oh, well, there's this one thing that was sort of worded entirely differently, or there's like extra stuff that's not in the other Qurans, like it can get very messy. So yeah. So I understand like the very sort of the realpolitik and the prudence of like codifying it, locking it down before the game of telephone gets out of hand. Right. And and I'm sure, I think I just read like a brief summary of it, but it sounds like, you know, it wasn't just ones that have like Ali's like secret passages in it, but it was like all kinds of variations, you know, like it was all kinds of, you know, non like traditional accounts, you know, that could have a variety of like motivations or reasons for their origin than like a simple part. So it's like maybe I wouldn't interpret it as like merely a partisan effort to like, you know, sort of a marginalize like Ali, like Uthman's version, you know.
Yeah. And I mean like it's also
se.
just like we're talking about like the word of God, right? So like we, you know, got to be very careful about like what it is. And of course, like even Uthman, all he codified was sort of the Rasim, like the consonants, right? So that's like, there's even like a possibility of different. They didn't even have dots on the letters, you know. For those who know Arabic, like you know what I mean. But like the sort of like that distinguish like a B from a T, things like that, or a ba from a T, as a case where
there's like an SF
like,
founding fathers kind of thing going on with some of the letters.
Even more than that, right? Because there's not even any vowels.
Oh, wow.
So things that like distinguish like a passive from like this is really what Uthman was like setting in place. So when people talk about the orality of the Quran, that's a big part of it. Like that, you know, you couldn't have. Like, you couldn't just sit down and read the Quran without having some kind of sense. Well, you could to a point, but certain parts, there's alternate ways to read it because the vowels change the meaning, right? And also the sort of dots could change the meaning too, the pointing dots, right? So that's like another thing where like, so that stuff, the Uthmanic Rasim didn't like really, you know, there still are variants today, right, that are considered to be like canonical, right? There's canonical alterations, like what I mentioned, like Malik versus Malik, you know. So, but yeah. So anyway, that like you can kind of see how this like you know was a big issue, right? Like this is a factor in all of this, like it's like kind of loom over Uthman's Caliphate in a big way because he's like one, you know, the one who's really undertaking this.
Yeah, we were kind of on Abu Bakr in like the timeline. And so obviously there's it seems to be there's kind of a growing tension. That I guess starts to emerge, like, you know, from the very start of Abu Bakr's caliphate or his caliph service.
And
his
caliphate, you can call it that.
His caliphate. And you know the caliphate does expand throughout Abu Bakr's, you know, sort of rule, right?
Totally.
And, and they take over lands that I think were like Byzantine provinces, Eastern Roman Empire colonies or provinces, but are kind of you know, loose loyalty. And of course the Eastern Roman Empire is going through its own kind of problems during this period. Like the Roman Empire fell, in like 475? The Western Roman Empire?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this does, there's kind of a 100-year gap, but like this is all happening not that long after the sort of the sacking of Rome and like the cancellation of the Western Roman Empire after like the Goth invasions,
and
then the
retrenchment
in Constantinople.
In the scope of history, not so long after. It kind of is a pet peeve of mine when people like conflate this. You see this in Marshall McLuhan actually, where he almost kind of like suggests that it was Muslims who like sacked Rome. When really like that was
wild.
The Eastern Roman Empire, like sure, yeah, definitely there were conflicts, but in terms of like the fall of Rome, people think of when they think of the fall of the Western Roman Empire, it's pretty distant from all this. It was
they were German pagans, right? German right, Germanic pagans. We should say, who, and then the sort of penetration or whatever. I'm trying to think of a more neutral word for it, but the conquering of certain regions of continental Europe, like, also didn't happen, like that. It's a little after the reign of like these first four caliphs, but what is it, like in the 700s when they take over all Andalusia, Spain, right, the Iberian Peninsula, and of course later on they would sort of take over like the sort of Hellenistic region, like the Aegean. Greece and the Balkans and stuff like that later on.
Sicily was Muslim.
Sicily is Muslim for like a couple hundred years, and meanwhile, it's like the Christianity hasn't even like spread to all of Europe yet, or it's just kind of starting to, like a lot of places in Northern Europe don't really like fully Christianize until closer to like 1,000, right? You're like 900 maybe. I think Poland converted to Christianity in like 900. I think Russia might have been even later than that. I forget when Saint Cyril made his little pilgrimage. But then, it's like Islam's already been around for like several hundred years when a lot of like European peoples kind of mass convert to Christianity.
True.
So I don't know. Yeah, just that like this is all often, I don't think it's fallen out of favor, but it's called the Dark Ages, when you kind of learn about it in school in the West.
Right, yeah.
But it's like it wasn't that, like, the Islamic world was literally like popping off like during this. It was only dark, relatively speaking, and even then it's not like things weren't happening. But
I think that even again, people don't call it this anymore and they should not, in terms of Islam, like when people talk about medieval, it's almost like what, like in the middle of what, right? Like, people talk about medieval Islam, but it's like, okay, well, this is like a term that like is meant to suggest like between the classical period and the Renaissance, but like doesn't really apply here. Like, so it's a bit, but it's like not as bad as the Dark Ages, which, but I think that even originally that term was supposed to be about the paucity of sources. Not about
they went dark
everyone
for a while.
being like everything being dark and gloomy, like in a, how you see in a movie
or just
about
like an
medieval
apocalyptic
times.
like warlord wasteland with Vikings and just like warlords running around.
Right.
Yeah. But then the monks had to write like only the monks in some abbey in like Ireland wrote everything and wrote everything down. But obviously that was not the case in like the sort of Arab and Islamic world, which was expanding rapidly and took a lot of territory over from the Byzantine Eastern Roman Empire. That was another thing I mentioned to you before recording. I was reading about the Byzantine Empire. I actually hadn't realized that apparently like nobody called the subject of that empire Byzantine until it collapsed in like the 1400s, and then it was like a historical convenience that was used to apply to everybody. But you're really talking about, first of all, the successor state to the Roman Empire, but then it's like heavily Hellenistic and even, it's like kind of Mediterranean based, right? And kind of southeastern Europe and like North Africa, the Levant, etc. And like they sometimes they would just be called like Romans at the time. Even
Basically,
though
they were.
Like
that's
Italian
what they're called in the
Romans.
Quran. They're called Arum, like the Romans. So
right.
it's like that's basically what they were they basically were called just the Romans for as the Ottomans were very often called the Romans, right?
Right. I think it's part of, because of the split in like the 11th century and like, you know, Roman Catholicism becoming like Europe, like continental Europe, and then like Eastern Orthodox Christianity, whatever, being a little more associated with Asia. But they kind of downplay like the continuity of I think a lot of times of like the Roman Empire like going on so long in some form, in some mutated form, you know, all the way up into basically like right around the time Columbus like goes to North America for the first time is like when Constantinople falls to the Ottomans, right? Yeah. That's the final death knell. But like this version of the Roman Empire, which like converted to Christianity very late, like in the original form, right? You know, like you had Constantine, and then you had Theodosius that I think moved the capital to Constantinople. So like that was, you know, the new Rome or whatever. Yeah. It's just interesting. Yeah. Like that they are, they go on for a long time. They fight with the early caliphates who, you know, conquer a lot of territory from them. And they do kind of go into like a defensive crouch for a long time. And they're not really like, the Byzantine Empire doesn't necessarily like expand, you know, like once like Islam is on the scene. And it was like an amazing like thing, like the early Islamic conquest, you know, just like in like pure like a, you know, just like amazing, like, you know, in the strictest sense of the term, like whatever, you know, even if you hate Islam or whatever, like you had like I've seen like hype edits of early Islamic conquest. I mean, it really is, you know, like crazy, like how edits? Like they storm the world. Yeah, I mean, well, not make that comparison, but well, you know, maybe there's a chance to flip the edits on their head and get people, you know. But no, it's like it's a real like it's kind of a legendary run, and the fact that they were able to convert so many regions like relatively peacefully and expand and then take territory over from, you know, both like the Visigoths and also the sort of Eastern Roman Empire, and extend all the way into like Asia, and like, you know, and not even doing it in the sense like the Mongols did it, but they had a pretty, you know, I think they also would give you like a deal of like, if you just accept us and pay us like a tax, like we'll keep going. But like if you fight us, we're gonna like kill everyone in the city, kind of thing. At least, you know, that's my impression of what the tactics were. And
kind
so they,
of, yeah. I mean, they were pretty like brutal in some ways, but yeah, it is like kind of it certainly is overblown, like to an extent, you know. Like you can't totally minimize it or like, you know, elide the violence of the Mongol conquest, but also like there is like certainly like exaggeration that happens, you know, as there often is in like historiography, like pre-modern historiography, or like, you know, pre-modern accounts of like battles, you know. It's always like a zillion people died in this battle, you know, like,
they impaled every single like citizen of the city state, like, you know, as a warning to everybody else.
A big difference with the Mongols that you're talking about, like a Tengriism, like, you know, the Mongols themselves, they converted, right? They became Muslim, right?
Yeah,
so that's like
the Tartars, right? And like the golden, the sort of descendants of the Golden Horde, and a lot of like the people in Central Asia, like those were all areas of Mongol conquest that eventually, like by the kind of, I don't know, like 13, 14, 1500s, like pretty much converted to Islam. Yeah. And then like that kind of ran the Silk Road routes and all that stuff. So all the Stan countries like have that kind of interesting like mixture of Mongol.
Chinggisid like succession like was like a key form of like legitimation in the Muslim world, like in the early modern period. Like Babur, the founder of the Mughal dynasty in India, right? Like was a descendant of Timur, who was ultimately a descendant of Chinggis Khan. So like this, you know, like that whole idea of being descended from Chinggis Khan was like super important, and he was like, you know, like a major figure in these kind of narratives of legitimation. He almost was like a kind of like an Islamicized figure almost, where he had kind of this like Islamic religious aura, like in some of these like later discourses, right? But that's all like much later.
But anyways, I guess maybe back to the early caliphs.
I mean, we can talk a little bit more about Abu Bakr. I want to read a little bit more from Madelung here. I think might be worth it just to kind of bring us to a close here. Maybe create a transition. I don't want to. I know, we have a title. This is about Uthman and Ali, so I don't want to linger too much on Umar.
Right. If we get to the assassinations,
I don't know if we'll get to. I'm not sure if we're gonna get to the assassination of Ali, but we can foreshadow it.
Okay.
But anyway, so just because it's we'll see how far we get, maybe inshallah. So Aisha reported after Fatima's death, a few prominent men who had continued to see Ali while she was alive turned away from him. Ali humbly sued for reconciliation with Abu Bakr, sending him word, "Come to us, but let no one be with you." Knowing Umar's toughness, Ali did not want him to come along. Umar advised Abu Bakr not to go alone, but the latter insisted, "By God, shall I go to them alone? What could they do to me?" The Caliph thus came alone to Ali, who had assembled the Banu Hashim in his house. Ali rose, and after giving due praise to God, said, "What has prevented us from pledging allegiance to you, Abu Bakr, was neither denial of your excellence, nor consideration of you as unworthy of any bounty which God has conveyed to you. Rather, we held that we had a right in, quote-unquote, this matter." Amr, this is like a continual term, you'll always kind of see it in Arabic, right? It's like this affair, this matter, right? Which you have arbitrarily seized from us. Ali then mentioned his kinship, qaraba, just like in, Surat al-Hashr, which we read from, with the messenger of God and the right of kin, and continued until Abu Bakr wept. When he finished, the Caliph pronounced the confession of faith, and in turn gave due praise to God. Then he said, "By God, my link to the kinship of the messenger of God is dearer to me than my own kinship. Surely I have not sought in these chattels which have come between me and you anything but the good. But I have heard the messenger of God say, 'We have no heirs. Whatever we leave is alms. The family of Muhammad may only eat from this money. I seek refuge with God lest I remember anything which Muhammad, the messenger of God, did in respect to it, yet failed to do it.'" Ali promised his public pledge of allegiance for the evening. When the afternoon prayer was over, Abu Bakr turned to the assembled people and offered some excuses for Ali. Ali
You can keep reading.
rose,
I'm going to step away for a second.
Yeah, sure. And extolled the right of Abu Bakr, mentioning his excellence and prior merit. He then went forward to the Caliph and pledged allegiance to him. The people hastened towards Ali, congratulating him. "You have hit the mark, well done." Aisha added, "The people thus drew near to Ali when he drew near to the truth and what is proper." I'll keep reading since Dimitri has stepped away. Ali's public act of submission put an end to the isolation of the Banu Hashim and on the surface closed the ranks of the Muslims in support of Abu Bakr. Yet reconciliation there was none and could not be. Each of the two men looked through the other's motives and thoughts all too well to believe his reassuring words and gestures. Under the circumstances, Ali could see nothing but hypocrisy in Abu Bakr's tears and protestations of his love for the Prophet's kin. He knew that the Caliph would continue doing all he could to keep the Banu Hashim away from power and influence, and above all to prevent him, Ali, from ever succeeding to the Caliphate. Abu Bakr likewise understood the insincerity of the younger man's recognition of his prior title to the succession of Muhammad, and knew that Ali, if ever given the opportunity, would disavow the legitimacy of his Caliphate of Quraysh and establish his own based on the rights of Muhammad's Ahlul Bayt. There could be no relationship of trust between them. Ali continued to keep away from the Caliph. The latter was hardly eager to draw him into his company. While the predominant Sunni doctrine has come to affirm that the Prophet died without having named a successor and that Abu Bakr was elected by the Muslim community at Saqifah, a minority of prominent scholars, among them Al-Hasan al-Basri, Ibn Hazm, and Ibn Taymiyyah, have always held that Abu Bakr was chosen as successor by Muhammad. There is strong evidence that the latter view was officially backed during Abu Bakr's caliphate, and that it was Umar who insisted that the Prophet had died without naming a successor. This is clearly implied in the comment of Abu Bakr's grandson, Al-Qasim ibn Muhammad, on the hadith of his aunt Aisha, according to which the Prophet, just before his death, when hearing Umar pronounce the takbir in the public prayer, had said, "Where is Abu Bakr? God refuses this, as do the Muslims." Al-Qasim commented, "If it were not for something Umar said at the time of his death, the Muslims would not doubt that the Messenger of God appointed Abu Bakr as his successor. But he said at his death, Umar said at his death, if I appoint a successor, someone better than myself has appointed a successor. If I leave them, that is, the Muslims, to choose a successor, someone better than myself left them to choose. Thus the people knew the Messenger of God did not appoint anyone as successor, and Umar cannot be accused of bias against Abu Bakr." Abu Rafi al-Ta'i, who had been converted to Islam by Abu Bakr and accompanied him during the raid of Dat al-Salasil in the year of 8 or 629, is reported as reporting that he asked Abu Bakr later about the bay'ah for him at the Saqifa. Abu Bakr told him that it was Umar's reminder to the people that the Prophet had ordered Abu Bakr to lead the prayer during his illness that swayed them to swear allegiance to him. The oath of allegiance thus merely confirmed Muhammad's previous choice. Aisha, as has been seen, consistently maintained that Abu Bakr was chosen by Muhammad for the succession, and apparently never mentioned the events at the Saqifa. Only when asked pointedly whom the Prophet would have appointed if he had made an appointment, she replied, Abu Bakr, adding upon further questioning, after him Umar and then Abu Ubaidah ibn al-Jarrah. There she stopped. Since Abu Bakr did not view the caliphate as an elective office, it was only natural that he appointed, without prior consultation, his successor, Umar ibn al-Khattab. After he had made up his mind, only after he had made up his mind is he reported to have confidentially asked Abdurrahman ibn Auf and Uthman for their opinions. The former expressed some reservations on account of Umar's well-known harshness. Uthman answered more diplomatically that Umar's inside was better than his outside, and that, in any case, there was no one like him among us. Talha is reported, after the official announcement, to have protested at the ill Caliph's bedside against the choice of Umar because of the latter's ill treatment of the people, even during Abu Bakr's reign. Abu Bakr, however, angrily rejected this criticism, declaring Umar the best of God's people. While some of the details may be unreliable, the tenor of these reports probably reflects the situation correctly, and the fact that Abu Bakr appointed a successor rather than leaving the choice to the Muslim community cannot seriously be doubted. In spite of the prominent part played by Umar in Abu Bakr's reign, he could not have simply taken over and been universally recognized as de facto Caliph, as suggested by Caetani and Levi de la Vida. For while the choice of Umar certainly must have been appealed to many strict Muslims who appreciated his uncompromising loyalty to Islam and his vigorous insistence on enforcing its norms on everybody, he was far from popular. It was not only some of the early companions, whom Caetani accused of petty jealousy, incompetence, and unjustifiable personal ambition, who had misgivings about Umar. More importantly, the Qurayshite aristocracy on whose support Abu Bakr had built the caliphate, and who were now firmly in control of the Muslim armies, would hardly have accepted their old opponent Umar without formal appointment by Abu Bakr, whom they had come to respect. My namesake, Khalid ibn al-Walid, in particular, must have been aware that his days in powerful leadership would now be numbered. This is another. Is Dimitri back?
Oh yeah, I'm back.
Yeah,
I'm
okay,
back.
weird. Yeah, this is another thing that is kind of important about this. I'm not sure if we really underscored is that like a lot of these people who like became like sort of the shapers of like Islam, really like as a like social phenomenon that as we know it, were started out as being like inveterate enemies. I guess they weren't inveterate, but as being like strong enemies of Muhammad. And of the his mission, right? Like they were like his fierce, like people like Abu Sufyan. Someone before mentioned the message. Abu Sufyan is kind of like the protagonist, structurally speaking, of that movie. Like it's more like Hamza, but Hind in that movie, right? Hind, she, and also in the actual history, right? There's a story that, like, obviously she hates Hamza, right? The Prophet's uncle, and in this movie, like he, I don't think this actually is in the movie, but there are reports that she like chewed on his liver, like out of hatred for him, right? But she eventually became like a sort of a Muslim hero, right, in the future campaigns, right after her conversion, the conquest of Mecca, and she would sort of sing the same songs and recite the same poems that she sang to rally the troops against Muhammad, to rally the Muslim armies, right? So like a lot of these people, even Khalid himself, right? Khalid, was like one of the biggest enemies of the Prophet, like he was like ruthless and just totally like one of the biggest threats to the Muslims, and then he became like the sword of Allah. That's what they called him, right? So
a little bit of a Paul vibe, I guess, of like going from a secret agent, like persecuting Christians, to like being like, wait a minute, and then being like the biggest champion ever.
It's very much like that, but from a Shia point of view, and I guess maybe from some maybe there's some Christian sects that also have this kind of perception of Paul. I mean, I kind of have this perception of Paul, honestly, because because like most Muslims think this, as we kind of talked about before, that like this whole idea that Jesus is God, that like was kind of pushed, like was not like reflective of what Jesus actually
It is
was trying to
interesting
say,
that they're the 12 apostles that actually knew Jesus and go around and they're the ones that Jesus appointed to go spread his message. And then this intelligence agent gets one-shotted one day on the road to Damascus and is actually I'm a Christian now. LOL, I'm a Christian now. And I'm going to take it upon myself to become the leader of the Christian community, and I'm going to write all these letters that are then going to become very influential and get added to the Gospels, because it really, if you think about most, maybe with the exception of Revelation, where it's John the Revelator is the alleged author of that, but the Pauline epistles are a huge part of the after the Synoptic Gospels and the Acts of the Apostles, which I think was written by the same people that wrote Luke. You get all these Pauline epistles that are always read at every mass, and it's just he wasn't even the Pope, right? Am I? Unless I'm really messing up on my early Christian history.
Was Paul the Pope?
I don't think Paul was ever a pope.
Peter was.
Yeah, Peter was
right?
a pope, and he was crucified. What happened to Paul? Did he get martyred? I think he might have gotten martyred.
Did Peter get martyred? Or
no, Peter did.
Martyred?
Yeah, did Paul get martyred?
I don't know. I really don't know. I don't. I really, I should know these things. Maybe this is why I should have taken a methods in religious studies course. Though I feel I wouldn't have learned this stuff in methods in religious studies. It's the problem with this is everyone in religious studies, they're all very sort of tradition specific, and when it's basic things how did Paul die? I'm I gotta look it up.
He died in allegedly in 64-65 AD. Let me see if we have any actual indications. I feel a lot of people ended up getting martyred in those early years, but let's see. Yeah, he made a bunch of journeys to different parts of the Roman Empire.
It seems it's kind of ambiguous, actually. It's kind of unclear how he died and whether he was martyred or not.
All right, this is what Wikipedia says. There's legends, but it's kind of unclear. Paul's death is believed to have occurred after the Great Fire of Rome in July 64 AD, but before the last year of Nero's reign in 68. Acts 28 concludes with Paul living and preaching in Rome, but does not mention his death. Despite Acts mentioning the martyrdoms of James and Stephen, New Testament scholar Eric Franklin sees this as the author's quote omission. Pope Clement I writes in his epistle to the Corinthians that after Paul, quote, had borne his testimony before the rulers, he departed from the world and went unto the holy place, having been found a notable pattern of patient endurance. Vague. All right. Ignatius of Antioch writes in his epistle to the Ephesians that Paul was, quote, martyred, without giving any further information. Tertullian writes that Paul was, quote, crowned with an exit like John, although it's unclear which John he meant. You have John the Baptist, that means he got his head cut off. Eusebius states that Paul was killed during the Neronian persecution, and quoting from Dionysius of Corinth, argues that Peter and Paul were martyred, quote, at the same time. This is also reported by Sulpicius Severus, who claimed that Peter was crucified while Paul was beheaded. John Chrysostom provides an account of Nero imprisoning Paul, but not of his execution, and no mention of Peter. Lactantius only mentioned, quote, it was Nero who first persecuted the servants of God. He crucified Peter and slew Paul. Based on the letters attributed to Paul, Jerome claims Paul was imprisoned by Nero in the 25th year after our Lord's Passion. That is the second of Nero, at the time when Festus, procurator of Judea, succeeded Felix. He was sent bound to Rome, remaining for 2 years in free custody. Jerome interpreted the second epistle to Timothy to indicate that Paul was dismissed by Nero, that the gospel of Christ might be preached also in the West. But in the 14th year of Nero, on the same day with Peter, Paul was beheaded at Rome for Christ's sake and was buried in the Ostian Way, the 37th year after our Lord's Passion. So yeah, there's another legend that Paul, after he was decapitated, his severed head bounced 3 times, giving rise to a source of water each time that it touched the ground, which is how the place earned the name San Paolo alle Tre Fontane, St. Paul at the 3 Fountains. Wow. So yeah, then the apocryphal Acts of Paul also describe the martyrdom and burial of Paul. So it's a little fuzzy. Some people do say he was Acts of the Apostles does not, but other sources kind of say that he was martyred around the same time as Peter, but still kind of, a little mysterious. I don't know. Yeah, if anybody is like sus, it might be Paul that just like showed up,
Yeah. Well, I guess like what I'm saying is that, to the point about like the sort of how these people were, like a lot of them, like the sort of Meccan aristocracy, were like sort of these really intense enemies of Muhammad, like, and then became, some of the, greatest sort of fighters
soldiers,
and like, like eminent figures in Islam, in early Islam. Like, from the Shia perspective, it puts like a different kind of cast on it, because it's like, oh, like, are these guys, like, I think there's even like an account like that, after the killing of Hussein, like Yazid or one of these commanders said, like, I think Yazid, it's attributed to him, like, said like, this is revenge for the Battle of Badr, like when the Muslims defeated like the Meccan pagans, like, because that was the side that Banu Umayyah had been on that at that time, right? So it's kind of like clan loyalty over religious loyalty. Which, so to get to to Uthman, which I want to get to, I feel like we can kind of like skip over Umar. It doesn't play like a big role in like in Madlung's account, which we're kind of like using as an anchor here, just to make sure we kind of stay a little bit on some kind of track and don't go too far here. But like basically like Umar did kind of try to like it's true that he did like sort of emphasize like commitment to Islam and like the early like people who were early converts, right? He valued their counsel like very much and tried to kind of shift things away from being like monopolized by this kind of Meccan aristocracy, right? So I think we can like kind of jump in where like the sort of designation of Uthman kind of happened. So like we even saw like in the beginning that frame narrative where Ibn al-Abbas comes to Umar and asks him kind of about the election of Abu Bakr and how it happened, and Umar replies, yes, it was fetla, but it also like was necessary, right? Like it was this kind of the cookie crumbled, etc. But like it had to go down because otherwise it would have been a whole thing. So so but it seems that Umar, like as we talked about before, had kind of like decided that he was going to leave this to a council rather than appointing a successor, as Abu Bakr had done with him.
Right. So this is where there's like a little, almost like an inter-shura council like mini election to decide, and two candidates emerge, right? To succeed Umar, you have Ali, and then you have Uthman, right?
Basically, I mean the council has 5 members, right? The council consists of like Abdul Rahman ibn Auf, who we talked about before, Sa'id ibn Abi Waqqas, Uthman, Ali, and al-Zubair. The 6th, again, Talha, returned to Medina only after the election of Uthman. Sa'd formally acted as his proxy. An important part in the decision in favor of Uthman fell to the latter's brother-in-law, Abdul Rahman ibn Auf. Abdul Rahman had been the companion closest to Umar after the death of Abu Ubaidah, and the Caliph often relied on his views. If a report of Umar's grandson, Salim ibn Abdullah, is reliable, Umar considered Abdul Rahman, Uthman, and Ali as serious candidates for the caliphate and warned each one of them in turn not to give free rein to his kin if elected. By mentioning Abdul Rahman as the one addressed first by Umar, the report may be meant to indicate that the caliph would have preferred him as his successor. It is indeed not unlikely that Umar trusted Abdul Rahman the most among the 3, and Ali the least. Abdul Rahman, however, did not aspire to supreme power and took himself out of the competition in return for being recognized as the arbitrator between the candidates. Since Zubair and Sa'd equally did not press their own or Talha's claim, only Uthman and Ali were left. Ali pleaded his own case as the closest kin of the Prophet with consistent vigor, while Uthman maintained his candidacy passively. Besides interviewing each of the electors separately, Abdul Rahman consulted with the leaders of the Quraysh at night and received strong support for Uthman. With the latter candidate, the Banu Abd Shams could no longer feel any obligation to back their more remote relative, Ali. Makhzum also backed Uthman against the Prophet's cousin. The Makhzumite leader, Abdullah ibn Abi Rabi'a, governor of Al-Janad, warned Abdul Rahman, "If you pledge allegiance to Ali, we shall hear and disobey. But if you pledge allegiance to Uthman, we shall hear and obey. So fear God, Ibn Auf." In the electoral council, Ali had virtually no support. Uthman and Ali are each said to have indicated a preference for the other if not elected. According to some reports, Ali succeeded in persuading Saad to switch his backing from Uthman to himself. This was, however, soft support at best. More indicative of the strength of sentiment for Uthman was that Al-Zubair, maternal cousin of Ali, who had backed him after the death of Muhammad, now opted for Uthman. Abdurrahman thus had a convincing mandate for deciding in favor of the latter. He announced his decision, however, only during the public meeting in the mosque in the presence of the two candidates, thus putting heavy pressure on the loser, Ali, to pledge allegiance immediately. Ali complied reluctantly. Although Umar must have been worried about the possibility of Ali becoming Caliph, there is no evidence that he tried directly to influence the electoral process against him. His recent warning in the presence of Abdurrahman ibn Auf against the ambitions of the Banu Hashim to assert their sole right to the Caliphate certainly contributed to Ali's overwhelming defeat. Although apparently not repeated in his public address, the warning no doubt became common knowledge, and together with the assassination of the Caliph shortly afterwards, ruled out any compromise from the supporters of the Caliphate of Quraysh and Ali, which might otherwise have been possible. Abdurrahman ibn Auf was fully aware of Umar's feelings. He may have withdrawn his own name in order to gain a decisive vote and thus be in a position to block Ali's ambitions. But this seems to have been his own spontaneous initiative, not a prearranged maneuver suggested by the Caliph. Abdullah ibn al-Abbas narrated the story of a conversation he had with Umar in which the latter expressed his concern about a suitable succession. Ibn al-Abbas questioned him about his views on each of the 6 men who were to become members of the Electoral Council, but the Caliph expressed great reservation with regard to each of them. The story is certainly a literary fiction, and the answers ascribed to Umar reflect to some extent the hindsight of a later age. They nevertheless may not be far from Umar's personal view. About Ali, Umar said that he was worthy of the Caliphate, but there was some foolishness in him, and that he, in Umar's opinion, would lead you on a path in respect to what is right, which you know, an allusion perhaps to the likelihood that Ali would restrict the title of the Caliphate to the Prophet's family. About Uthman, he said he would give the Banu Abi Mu'at power over the people, and the Arabs would certainly disobey him and then strike his neck. This formulation reflects hindsight, yet may also express some of Umar's real worries with respect to the possible succession of Uthman. I'll skip over what he said about the others just in the interest of time. I mean, we also kind of had to omit Umar's assassination by Abu Lulua, but we talked about that a little bit before.
Was Umar assassinated?
Killed. He was killed. Yeah.
After while he was Caliph?
While he was Caliph, yes. Yeah, he was.
Wait, so there were 3 assassinations in a row?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. There were 3, all, other than Abu Bakr, they were all killed. I mean, and there's also, stories, not well attested or well supported, but there's, stories of Abu Bakr being poisoned. There's even stories that people might know of the Prophet being poisoned.
Wow.
Right? So,
crazy.
There's stories about all this. I mean, I could give a little bit of context for his assassination since it's interesting. I mean, I know we kind of
first of 3.
Yeah, it might have been ill-conceived to talk about we're going to jump to Uthman. I just think that's kind of where this first fitna kind of breaks out, which was sort of the conception. But I hopefully people don't mind too much. But let me So I'll read just what Mad Lung says about it rather than trying to go elsewhere. Let me see. So Kaitani, he's again arguing with Kaitani. His hypothesis of conspiracy among the early companions to murder Umar has no sound basis in the sources. The blind acts of vengeance perpetrated by Umar's son, Ubaydullah, which were taken as evidence by Kaitani, resemble those of a lunatic, not of someone with inside knowledge. That Ubaydullah is said to have been encouraged by Umar's daughter, Hafsa, does not lend credibility to the soundness of his motives. Abu Lulua, having been killed or committed suicide immediately after his crime, Ubaydullah murdered not only Hurmuzan, the Persian army leader who had converted to Islam, become a counselor of Umar on Persian affairs, but also the Christian Jufaina and the assassin's young daughter. The murder of Jufaina and Hurmuzan was provoked solely by a claim by either Abdurrahman ibn Auf or Abdurrahman ibn Abi Bakr of having seen them together with the murder weapon in their possession. When Ubaydullah was apprehended, he threatened to kill all foreign captives of Medina and some unnamed emigrants and helpers. That he had in mind Ali in particular is not unlikely, given Umar's recent warning against his and his clan's ambitions. In spite of the report about Abu Lulua's knife, however, Ubaydullah's action was generally recognized as murder and was not defended as an act of legitimate revenge. He was granted clemency by the Caliph Uthman on the basis that it would be undue harshness to spill his blood just after his father had been murdered. Ali, among others, strongly protested against this act of clemency and threatened that he would carry out the legal punishment of Ubaydullah for murder if he were ever in a position to do so. There is no evidence for any ties between Abu Lulua and the companions suspected by Kitani of having conspired to murder Umar. If there had been serious suspicions of any complicity on the part of Ali, later Umayyad propaganda would certainly have made use of them, just as it accused him of the murder of Uthman. In addition to Ali, Talha, and Al-Zubair, Kitani named Muhammad, the son of Abu Bakr, among the plotters and suggested that perhaps Al-Abbas and his son Abdullah were also involved. But there were, he suggested, probably the same clique that was later behind the murder of Uthman. The theory of a conspiracy of early companions to murder Umar and Uthman is in accord with Kitani's basic view that Umar and Uthman, that Umar, as the effective ruler ever since the death of Muhammad, had given free rein to the old Meccan aristocracy, and as Caliph, favored the rise to power of the Umayyads, whose political acumen he admired, in contrast to the petty jealousy and sinister ambitions of most of the early companions. But Madlung basically has the opposite take, that Umar actually encouraged against that. Yeah, like he has like a, because, as the kind of came up in the sort of discussion of the succession to Abu Bakr, Umar is kind of known for his like harshness. But, he kind of comes off well, at least in Maslow's account of his interpretation of the sources.
It seems like there's a controversy over kind of like the purely both Muslim and Arab like composition of the population. And like, I don't know, I'm just kind of skimming through his chapter on Umar right now, and I mean, it sounds like on the one hand, over the conquered territories, he was like, he extended the tolerance that the Quran offered to the people of the book, mostly Christians and Jews. He extended that to all other religious communities in the conquered territories. Like the Arabs of the tribe of Taqlib in northern Mesopotamia refused to give up their Christian faith, were nevertheless incorporated into the Muslim army, and were given a special tax status under which they paid double the tithe, the kushur, imposed on Muslims as zakat, but not the humiliating head tax, the jizya, and the land tax levied on other non-Muslim subjects. There's a quote here. Umar no doubt expected they would soon become Muslims. When the Christian Arab tribe of Iyad sought refuge in Byzantine territory, Umar wrote to the emperor demanding that he expel them and threatened to drive non-Arab Christians into Byzantine lands. Under Byzantine pressure, some 4,000 of the tribesmen returned to Muslim territory. It is evident that the Caliph regarded all Arabs, whether Muslims or Christians, as his primary subjects. It does say that in contrast to the conquered territories, Arabia was to be, as far as feasible, purely Muslim and Arab. The relatively large Christian and Jewish communities in Najran and Khaybar were summarily expelled by Umar to the conquered territories. Non-Muslims were generally not allowed to settle in Hijaz or to stay in any place there for more than 3 days. This looks like it might have become like a political issue. Like Umar was also anxious to keep most non-Arab Muslims out of Arabia, in particular Medina. There was a general restriction on bringing captives to the capital. This restriction was certainly not confined to non-Muslims, since captives in particular tended to convert to Islam. It was obviously more difficult, however, to keep Arabic-speaking Muslims out of Arabia. After having been struck by Abu Lulua, his assassin, Umar is reported to have addressed the accusation to Ibn al-Abbas that he and his father were eager to multiply the non-Arabs in Medina. Ibn al-Abbas answered, assuring the Caliph that al-Abbas and he would do with them whatever the Caliph wished. Umar then questioned how anything could be done now that these non-Arabs had learned to speak the language of their masters, prayed their prayers with them, and shared their acts of devotion. In contrast, Umar ordered before his death that all Arab slaves held by the state be freed. Interesting. The strong bias against non-Arabs in Umar's policies evidently contributed to creating the atmosphere in which the Persian captive Abu Lalua Fairuz, outraged by a perceived slight on the part of the caliph, was prepared to assassinate him in a suicidal attack, and in which the caliph's son, Ubaid Allah, was equally prepared to murder any non-Arabs whom he could reach. So I guess, is that what happened? His son kind of went on like a murder spree after a Persian assassinated his father.
Exactly. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right.
And I mean, the way the passage I just read is written, it's very like, oh, on the one hand, he was so harsh to like people who weren't Arab and Muslim, and then on the other hand, he was like freeing all the slaves, and I guess they were Arab slaves.
Yeah.
So he was freeing all of them from slavery. I don't know, would that have pissed off any of the wealthy interests in like Medina and Mecca, maybe?
I think
would any of these things he was doing like pissed them off and made them want to support an assassination of him?
Well, I think like his argument, Madalug's argument is that like no, like that Caetani's like idea, which that was basically Caetani's idea, was like kind of wrong, and actually like this just was like a deluded knifeman.
Knifeman.
Yeah, exactly. Who, was basically motivated by. Like, and this was a thing that there was kind of like discrimination against. This really was like sort of impetus. I mean, it really took off under the Umayyads too. Like, it's really was the impetus for the Abbasid revolution, even though like, obviously like they still were Arabs. But the I think that the sort of discrimination against non-Arabs that existed might have like motivated Abu Lulua. Like I think there was some kind of grievance that he had. He asked for something. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, a perceived slight on the part of the caliph. Yeah, so he decided. Let's see. There's a little footnote here, but I don't know if it refers to the assassin. There can be little doubt that Abu Lulua became the slave of Al-Mughira bin Shuba. Let's see. Interesting. Yeah, it's kind of I don't know. Don't need to read that, but So yeah, I guess he is. Yeah, that like there's this environment created. At least that's what Madelung kind of argues.
Yeah,
that,
in terms of like the Arab thing, I mean, it might be a good time to read this one part in Peter Webb's book that I highlighted, Imagining the Arabs, where he talks about kind of the first fitna. So his whole thing is like that Arab ethnogenesis like happened like much later, and kind of was already like underway here. It was only just underway here, but so there are intriguing indications that the socio-political drivers of Arab ethnogenesis had fundamental transformative effects on the underlying ways in which early Muslim groups consolidated and imagined their kin interrelations. It can be expected that major alterations in the very organization of genealogy are a natural byproduct of ethnogenesis. Different groups have their own ways of reckoning kinship. As they begin to unite into a new shared identity, their different traditions yield to one new overarching model of genealogy in order to unite them all. The appearance of new forms of kinship organization is therefore a useful barometer to trace a process of ethnogenesis, and in the case of Arabness, intriguing shifts towards homogenization of various pre-Islamic ways of reckoning ancestry appear when the sources are evaluated from the perspective of gender. Arab genealogical models familiar today are patrilineal, since groups are identified by their shared fathers and uncles, but the system of organizing tribes into patrilineal lines may in fact be a comparatively late innovation. Hayat Qatat uncovered a wealth of matrilineal links between the first generations of Muslims, which later genealogical writings obscured, thereby revealing that matrilineal kinship ties had more importance in pre-Islam and early Islamic times than they were accorded in later Arab genealogical constructs written after the 2nd/8th century. The political importance of female figures in early Islam is noted, and the traditional patriarchal interpretations of the Quran are likewise being challenged via arguments that the textualizing of misogyny is the compound result of several generations of interpreting the Quran in early Islam, and that the Quran itself promotes the status of women, particularly but not exclusively mothers. The 3rd, 9th century patrilineal overwriting of early Muslim groups' matrilineal genealogy parallels the promotion of patriarchal interpretations of the Quran and exegesis of the same period, and it thus appears that they were uncovering a point of key significance. From Khatat's groundwork, it bears consideration that a number of pre-Islamic Arabian groups were organized matrilinearly, and that they brought such systems of communal organization into the nascent Muslim world, but their genealogical thinking was reorganized into patrilineal kinship over the course of Islam's first 2 centuries. Such reorganization goes to the heart of ethnogenesis. The switch from matrilineal to patrilineal succession transforms the very ways individuals conceptualize themselves and their interrelations with others, and would indicate the emergence of a new kind of imagined community, in this case, the Arab community. Evaluating the development of nascent Muslim society from the perspective of gender, and linking the changing role of gender in political movements, the organization of power, and, not least, the structure of families in Islam's first 2 centuries to Arab ethnogenesis emanates from Pohl, Reimitz, and Geary's observations that the adoption of identities elsewhere in late antiquity occurred at both a communal and individual level. Gender and identity should be connected in respect of both clan and nuclear family, and enables deconstruction of the Arab genealogical monolith that projects patrilineal Arab kinship into time immemorial, allowing us to uncover how factions and families would have been able to imagine their senses of self, and why, by the 3rd/9th century, the contours of the new Arab identity came to be defined on starkly patrilineal tribal lines. From the perspective of power, the role of matrilineal links factored in key events of early Islam political history underscores Khatat's observation of the initial importance of female lines in early communal imagination. For example, consider the succession of the first caliphs. The Prophet had no male issue, but the first 2 caliphs were both Muhammad's fathers-in-law. Abu Bakr was the father of Muhammad's favorite wife, Aisha, and Umar was the father of Hafsa, another important wife. With the 3rd caliph, succession naturally shifted one matrilineal level down from the fathers of the Prophet's wives to men who married the Prophet's daughters. Uthman married Ruqayya, then a second wife, another daughter of the Prophet, Kulthum, and Ali married Fatima. It seems material that each of the first caliphs, each in need of presenting their novel form of leadership in a legitimate fashion, possess intimate matrilineal ties to the Prophet. Whether or not gender legitimately featured in early caliphal succession, a gendered lens does reveal that the alliances in the first fitna struggles during Ali's caliphate divided between distinct matrilineal clusters. Aisha, wife of the Prophet and daughter of Abu Bakr, and her brothers-in-law, Talha, married to both Aisha's sister, Kulthum, and the sister of another wife of the Prophet, Zainab, and Al-Zubair, married to Aisha's sister, Asma, versus Ali and the Ahlul Bayt, the family of the Prophet, traced through the female line of Muhammad's daughter, Fatima, versus Muawiyah, brother of one of Muhammad's less notable wives, Ramla bint Abi Sufyan. In the case of each faction, power seems articulated through, and factions divided along different female connections to the Prophet. But the fitna's eventual winner, Muawiyah's party, had the most flimsy matrilineal pedigree, Ramla. Muawiyah's only female connection to Muhammad is a very minor figure in the sources of the Prophet's biography, with only a few stories associated with her memory. They report she was initially married to Ubaydullah ibn Jahsh. Both were early converts to Islam, and they immigrated from Mecca to Ethiopia, where Ramla stayed until almost the end of Muhammad's life.
Right, they went to Abyssinia, right?
Yeah, where they sheltered them because they were Christian and they saw the sort of similarity of their beliefs. But
there you go.
And you see the sort of early friendship between Muslims and Christians. But you kind of see the this whole kind of way this factors into the ethnogenesis that you see of the later Umayyads. That like the making patrilineal succession more important.
I see. So there's a little bit of a revision going on of erasing the matrilineal, like the significance of matrilineal kind of a succession in quote unquote like early Arab kind of culture, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's an interesting point. Yeah, I'm trying to find like other kind of info about like the relationship between Umar ibn al-Khattab and the Arabs. This is another one with Arabs, Yemenis, and Ishmael. Exactly why Arab history would be amended to extend beyond the Ma'ed Ishmael model, and why the legendary Thamud and Ad would retrospectively muscle their way into Arab history is a complex question. I mean, I don't know if those places were legendary. They obviously did exist, but via another set of Arab origin hadith connected to Yemeni interests. Yemenis was a name adopted by a large group of South Arabian early converts to Islam interested in the Islamic conquest, and a third way set of hadith seem intended to address the absence of Yemenis in the Arab family by arguing that Khatan, the legendary Yemeni ancestor, was himself related to Ishmael. The workings of this narrative are on display in Khalifa ibn Khayyat, 3rd/9th century genealogical text Al-Tabaqat, where Ibn Khayyat appears at the outset to endorse the most restrictive concept of Arab origins by reporting the Ma'ad hadith on the authority of both Muhammad and the Caliph Umar ibn al-Khattab. But adds on a lesser authority of the narrator Ibn Abbas that Yemenis constitute a separate group of Arabs who were not related to Ma'ad, but nonetheless related to Ishmael. So you can see like how, there's some like retroactive projection of the idea of Arab into some of the accounts of Umar's statements. But like these are just a couple of examples how this idea was still kind of like embryonic at this time. So yeah, like I'm not like but it also, definitely did like come to exist, and it did exist for reasons of, excluding Muslim converts who weren't among that kind of conqueror population.
Yeah.
Right? So it like these again,
there's always the first revolution, the early revolutionary kind of vibe of like, I was in this shit when it was hard, and like we've been here the whole time, and then you just come in late and you want to like run stuff, like fuck you, Many such cases throughout history.
Yeah. So yeah, you can kind of like in terms of like Umar's policy towards like non-Arabs, like this might be an example of this kind of like starting to happen, right? Like sort of favoring the conqueror population over the native populations, right? And their discontent at those policies, right? But I mean, Abu Lulua, I know some today like revere him, but he seems like kind of an unstable person, as was Umar's son who took revenge, right? It seems like they kind of but I think that probably is the most likely explanation. But
the deluded knife man.
Yeah, a deluded
knife man. Now, did they vote on who the successor to Umar was going to be before he was assassinated?
No, they didn't. That was after. It was after.
Oh, okay. So they did all this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but it seemed that he, was planning on this anyway.
Okay.
Because he did consider the possibility that was an option. But anyway, I was going to say Madelung has to kind of like, assess these sources. He's basically doing his own kind of like hadith assessment and his own kind of assessment of the sources, like which are reliable, which aren't.
Okay.
Which Muslims have done for a long time, but there might be some that he selects as reliable that are or are not, right? So that's something to bear in mind. But
right.
So anyway, I think we can. I'm not sure we're going to get to Ali. This might have to be part 1, but we will get on to Uthman. So Uthman is like interesting because you really do see in Uthman the genesis of the sort of dominance of Banu Umayyah, and the sort of stage is set for Muawiyah's claim and the first fitna. So I'll just read this from his 3rd chapter. That is Madelung's first chapter. Uthman, the vicegerent of God and the reign of Abu
vice regent, I think.
No, it is vicegerent.
Oh, right, vicegerent is a thing.
Yeah, this is another. Wow. No, it's confusing because it is just like vice regent with like 2 of the letters reversed, but it is vicegerent. Like,
okay, all right.
So Uthman's rule ended after 12 years amid rebellion and with the violent death of the Caliph. The grievances against his arbitrary acts were substantial by the standards of the time and widely felt. The historical sources contain lengthy accounts of the wrongdoings, death, of which he was accused. Towards the end of his reign, dissatisfaction and opposition to his conduct appear to have been almost universal, except among his kin and close associates. It was only his violent death that, having been turned into a political tool, came to absolve him in Sunni ideology from any death and make him a martyr and the 3rd rightly guided Caliph. Uthman's wrongdoings, it should be emphasized, must seem trivial from the perspective of later generations. Not a single Muslim was killed on his orders, except in punishment for murder or adultery. The arbitrary acts of violence of which he was accused were confined to beatings, imprisonment, and deportations. The sanctity of Muslim life enjoined by Muhammad was still respected. Abu Bakr had been forced to declare those refusing to pay the alms tax to him apostates in order to make war on them. Umar had to call on God and rely on the help of jinns to get rid of his political enemy.
What? Wait, what? Ubaid. Yeah,
this is like okay.
So I want a brief explanation of that.
Okay, I did save this because it's a crazy story. So said Ibn Ubaid actually he had an opposition to Umar, and so Umar, they had this kind of altercation, and Umar suggested that he leave, and Saad went to Syria, where he died in Hauran, probably in the year 15 Hijri, 636 CE. His grandson, Abdulaziz ibn Saad, reported that the jinn were heard chanting from a well that they had killed the lord of Khazraj.
No.
Abdulaziz did not speculate whether the jinn were acting at the behest of God or of Umar.
Oh, no. Okay, wow, sus.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
but then later he says Umar had to call on God and rely on the help of the jinn to get rid of his political enemy.
yeah, so it's kind of like a literary flourish there, when he's saying that, it was right, but basically it means that he couldn't kill him, even though he was his political enemy, right? So it's like, you're right. He had to rely on the jinn. He was kind of making an observation of like a certain dracularity in his death, right? Like Umar told him to leave, and then he sort of died, and then it's like,
and then somebody heard jinn chanting like, "Hey, we killed him!" Like,
well, he didn't fall down a well.
His grandson,
the jinn were chanting.
Oh, sorry, the jinn were hiding in a well because they love dirty little damp spaces.
Exactly.
And they were. They were chanting that they killed him. We killed your grandfather.
Also, it doesn't necessarily mean that. I guess they couldn't have been Muslim jinn though, because Muslim jinn probably wouldn't be able to kill a Muslim either. Right.
I forgot that some jinn can become Muslim.
This is very important. There are good and bad jinn.
Right. It's not just that they're all like little Satanists, the little Iblis followers.
Shaitan al-Jinn, it's like basically there's Shaitan al-Ins and Shaitan al-Jinn. There's Shaitan among people and Shaitan among jinn, but not all jinn.
Hashtag not all jinn. Yeah, exactly.
Hashtag not all jinn.
Yeah. Bigfoot, he's probably Muslim. Dogman, probably not.
Well, I'm not ruling it out. It's possible.
All right.
Well,
I thought Islam didn't look very highly on dogs.
It's actually like kind of like a sort of interesting issue. It's one of those things where like you actually do see kind of like the almost the sanctity of dogs in like Sufi narratives, like in the Manaqib al-Arfin, right? I think we read that scene in our episode about it, where like the dogs like recognize Rumi's sacredness and they all kind of like bow wow like in reverence to him and like gather around him, right? So it's one of those things where like kind of like how in Sufi poetry you always see the metaphor of wine, right? Because it's a similar kind of thing, not exactly the same, where like dogs are kind of, and of course Malikis like myself, as listeners know, I do have a dog. We are allowed to have them.
There's a loophole.
He's a guardian.
Right. They definitely are like jinn defenders. Like
there's a hadith about dogs. Jinn. I mean, and there's no people say like cats are the ultimate Muslim animal, and no shade to cats. I respect them, and they are often upon the haqq, but like dogs are mentioned in the Quran. The people of the cave had a dog. Cats are mentioned in the Quran. Only dogs are.
Oh, okay. Well, good. Glad we cleared that up. Yeah. So, Okay. So then we get to Uthman taking power, right?
Yeah,
or
he's
he gets
taken
voted
power.
in.
Yeah, so
over Ali.
That was in the context in which the jinn thing came up. We had to address it. So the point is that Uthman, even though he had all these ahdath that were charged against him, he still respected this ban on shedding of Muslim blood, right? Just like Umar had in this jinn situation. Uthman by nature averse to bloodshed, right? We talked about how he was kind of like the nerd of the group.
That rich, and also the kind of rich trust fund kid, the wealthiest one in the group,
wealthy.
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he didn't need a salary as caliph. He donated it to charity or something like that. He did the dollar. He's a $1 a day man, allegedly.
This comes up,
Right.
As a wealthy member of the Quraysh aristocracy, son of the Meccan merchant Affan and grandson of Muhammad's aunt Hakim bint Abdul Muttalib, Uthman had occupied a special place among the early companions of the Prophet. Muhammad deeply appreciated his adherence to and loyal support of Islam at a time when the great majority of Abd Shams vigorously strove to eradicate the new religion, and treated him with a kind of politeness and deference not shown to any of the other companions. He is described as covering his bare legs as soon as Uthman entered the room, which he did not do in the presence of Abu Bakr and Umar. At the time of Uthman's conversion to Islam, Muhammad gave him his daughter Ruqayya in marriage, and she emigrated to Abyssinia with her husband. When she died in Medina after the Battle of Badr, the Prophet married his other daughter, Kulthum, to him. In terms of the prevailing standards of social equality, kafeh, this placed Uthman distinctly above Abu Bakr and Umar, whose daughters Muhammad married, but to whom he would not give any of his own daughters in marriage. Umar's demand during his caliphate to marry Muhammad's granddaughter, Kulthum, Ali's daughter, was an assertion of his having reached a social status he had not enjoyed during Muhammad's lifetime. Muhammad also humored Uthman's glaring lack of military prowess. We mentioned this, right? He sent him away during these battles. For Muhammad, he was most useful as a diplomatic negotiator accepted by the Meccan aristocracy, especially in the critical situation of Al-Hudaybiyah. That's, a great story, a great lesson in Al-Hudaybiyah. Sometimes you need to make a tactical treaty with your enemies, but that's an issue for another day. Taqiyya, you can actually see how the idea of Taqiyya, which comes up so much in these polemics, that is kind of like sort of almost a hermeneutic idea, which is kind of used to when we have these accounts of Ali sort of saying okay, Abu Bakr, I recognize you, you are a Caliph, right? So for a Shia, why would Ali do that, right? Why wouldn't he fight, right? Because he was doing taqiyya, right? So this kind of a hermeneutic thing. People think of it as this
tactical
doctrine
taqiyya
that all Muslims follow, when really the idea of taqiyya in many ways, not to say that it isn't a practice that Muslims do observe, right? Especially Shia Muslims, among whom the idea of taqiyya really is that's where the really has sort of purchase is among the Shia historically. But also it's kind of a basic principle that everyone observes, which is that you can kind of lie to your enemies to save your own life. It's not really that big of a deal, but right. But yeah, you can kind of see how this, the popularity of this idea partially has to do with interpreting things where Ali seems to say things or do things that aren't consistent with one or another image of him, right?
Right.
So while Uthman was a distinguished, highly successful merchant, he had at no time before his election displayed any qualities of public leadership. Among the 6 members of the Electoral Council, he was the only one who had never been entrusted by Muhammad or the first 2 caliphs with leading a raid or an army. Before the election, he had no political ambitions and hardly even had thought of himself as a potential candidate for the supreme reign. Yet he was not chosen by the electors for his weakness and insignificance, which they hoped to manipulate, as Wellhausen suggested. Rather, he was put forward as the only strong counter-candidate to Ali. As an intimate and favorite of Muhammad, twice the Prophet's son-in-law, he could better rival Ali's close kinship ties with the latter than could the rest. More importantly, he could count on the solid backing of the Meccan aristocracy. Against any of the other council members, none of whom belonged to Abd Manaf, Abd Shams would still have been honor bound to offer Ali their support. The opinion of the Ansar, excluded by Abu Bakr from the ruling class, no longer had any weight. Uthman was no doubt aware of the situation and had the massive backing of Quraysh for him. He remained entirely passive and made no plea on his own behalf. Quite unprepared for his office, he ascended the pulpit after his election and apologized. "O people, we have not been orators. If we live, the oration will come to you in proper shape, God willing." Muhammad's exceptional favor towards him and the overwhelming endorsement of his election by Quraysh fostered in Uthman a sense that his personal title to the reign and succession to Muhammad was more firmly grounded than that of either of his predecessors. Having been raised to the supreme position without any effort on his own part evidently strengthened his belief that he had been chosen and invested by God. Doing away with the cumbersome tradition that had made Umar the vicegerent of the Messenger of God, he adopted the official title Vicegerent of God, Khalifatullah. The new title became standard under the Umayyads. The Caliph reigned now by the grace of God and as his representative on earth, no longer as a deputy of the Messenger of God. On this basis, there could be no question of Uthman resigning when he lost the trust of those who had backed his election.
Oh no.
Uthman, yeah, exactly. Thus deemed it within his right to dispose freely of the powers and riches of the Caliphate at his own discretion and deeply resented any criticism or interference in his conduct by anyone. During the election, he had twice pledged without hesitation that he would follow the Book of God, the Sunnah of his Prophet, and the practice, the fi'l, of Abu Bakr and Umar, while Ali had cautiously stated that he would do so to the limit of his ability.
Yeah, no, they didn't like that. He didn't make the pledge number 3, so they're like, oh, that's us. We don't trust
I'll do
you.
exactly what these 2 last guys did. Yeah, the unabashed favoritism toward his close kin that he showed from the beginning of his reign, that is, Uthman, stood in marked contrast to this commitment. The impression of self-assured high-handedness on his part among the public is well reflected in the following anecdote. When the people criticized Uthman for making a gift of 100,000 dirhams to his nephew, Sa'id ibn al-As, members of the Shura, Ali, al-Zubair, Talha, Sa'id, and Abdul Rahman, came to make representations to him. He told them that he had kin and maternal relations to take care of. When they asked, "Did not Abu Bakr and Umar have kin and maternal relations?" he answered, Abu Bakr and Umar sought reward in the hereafter by withholding from their kin. I seek reward by giving to my kin. They said, by God, their guidance that is preferable to us, to your guidance. He merely replied, there is no power and strength but in God. Uthman could perhaps appear motivated mostly by an almost childlike pleasure to be in a position to gratify his family and to rehabilitate those of them disgraced by Muhammad for their opposition to Islam.
Wow.
In fact, however, he acted, backed by his close kin, with great determination and the conviction that the House of Umayyah, as the core clan of Quraysh, was uniquely qualified to rule in the name of Islam. Al-Zuhri explained that Uthman, in granting his cousin Marwan bi al-Hakam the khums of the war booty of Ifriqiya and giving his close relatives money from the treasury, was interpreting the Quranic injunctions to provide for relatives. He took the sums of money and borrowed money from the treasury, saying, Abu Bakr and Umar left what belonged to them of this money, but I take it and distribute to my kin from it. The people criticized him for that. This implies that Uthman based his generosity to his family on the Quranic passages assigning a portion of the fifth of the booty and fai to the kin of the Prophet. While Abu Bakr and Umar had denied the Banu Hashim their Quranic share after Muhammad's death, they had not used it for the benefit of their own kin, but left it to the public treasury. Arrogating the integral rights of the Prophet to himself as his legitimate successor, Uthman held that he was entitled and obligated to give the Quranic shares to his own close kin. He also seems to have granted the oasis of Fadak as an estate in the Mahsur Valley of Medina, which had belonged to Muhammad and had been treated by Abu Bakr and Umar as sadaqah, or charity, an endowment for the benefit of the Muslim community, as land concessions to Marwan ibn al-Hakam and Marwan's brother al-Harith, respectively. Even graver were the implications of Uthman's policy concerning the Sawafi, the extensive former crown lands and domanial estates in the conquered territories. This land, left ownerless by the Muslim conquest and the death or flight of the Persian king and fief holders, was, according to the rulings and practice of Muhammad, unquestionably subject to division among the conquering Muslim warriors, with 1/5 to be retained for the Imam. Under the Caliph Umar, however, it had been decided, after some hesitation, to keep the land undivided and to constitute it, together with the conquered land, whose owners or fief holders had stayed, as permanent fa'i, communal property for the benefit of the garrison towns in whose territories they were located. Uthman viewed this land in the old royal tradition as crown property to be used at the discretion of the vicegerent of God. According to Al-Awza'i, Muawiyah asked Uthman for control over the Sawafi in Syria, complaining that he was unable to pay his soldiers adequately, and Uthman acceded to his request. In Iraq, Uthman began to grant land concessions, iqta, from the former domanial land of the Persian kings to prominent companions of Muhammad. Most of the reports about these grants go back to Musa, son of the companion Talha, who was a major beneficiary of this policy. Musa emphasized that Uthman was the first to make such grants. Among the recipients named by him were Abdullah ibn al-Masud, Sa'id ibn Abi Waqqas, Khabab ibn al-Arat, Usama ibn Zayd, who sold his land, al-Zubair, Taha, and perhaps Ammar ibn Yasir, besides tribal leaders who had distinguished themselves during the conquests. When this alienation of Fa'i land provoked protests in Kufa, Uthman sought to justify his policy, if a report of Saif ibn Umar can be trusted, by allowing the exchange of privately owned land in Arabia for domanial land in Iraq. This maneuver allowed him to turn land in Arabia into crown property, which he could freely dispose without interference by the enraged tribal warriors in the garrison towns. Thus, Talha is reported to have acquired his estate of al-Nashtastaj near Kufa for his land in Khaybar and elsewhere in Arabia, while the Kufan chief of Kinda al-Ashtath, Ibn Qais, bought his estate wow, these are some interesting names, Tinzanabad from Uthman, and his land in Hadramaut. Marwan ibn Hakam bought his estate, later known as Nar Marwan, from Uthman with money or property, which the Caliph had previously given him. Some of the land in Arabia was then, according to Saif's report, granted to residents of Medina who had participated in the battles of Qadisiyah and Madain. By recognizing their claim as a claim to land rather than a share of revenue from the Fa'i, Uthman thus undid Umar's immobilization of the Fa'i land and justified his own seizure of immobilized lands as part of the legal share of the Imam. Uthman's alienation of the communal Fa'i and its reconversion to crown land aroused discontent in the garrison towns and provoked accusations that the Caliph and his governors were misappropriating Mal al-Muslimin, money belonging to the Muslims collectively, as Mal Allah, money at the discretionary disposal of the vicegerent of God. In Syria, the early companion Abu Dar al-Ghifari made himself the mouthpiece of the discontent and criticized Muawiyah's extravagant spending on his palace, al-Khadra, in Damascus. At Muawiyah's request, Uthman ordered him to be sent back to Medina. As he continued his agitation, he was exiled to al-Rabada in the desert, where he died in 652. In Kufa, the unguarded boast of Uthman's governor, Sa'id ibn al-As, that the Sawad, the fertile cultivated land of Iraq, was the garden of the Quraysh, provoked a riot among a group of Quran readers led by Malik al-Ashtar al-Nakai. The governor complained to Uthman, who ordered the group to be deported first to Muawiyah in Damascus and later to Abd al-Rahman ibn Khalid ibn al-Walid, governor of Hims. The discontent in the town did not subside, however, and open rebellion erupted in 34/654 when Sa'id was away in Medina. As the rebels, led by al-Ashtar, prevented Sa'id from entering Kufa, Uthman was forced to re-entering Kufa. Uthman was forced to agree to their choice of Abu Musa al-Ash'ari as their governor. Modern historians maintain that Uthman's policy with respect to the conquered land was essentially the same as Umar's. Wellhausen first argued that it was Umar who provoked the conflict with the warriors of the conquest by withholding the seized land from division among them against the traditional Arab right of booty sanctioned by the Quran with little modification. The revolt erupted under Uthman merely because of his weakness in contrast to Umar's overpowering authority. Kaitani developed this interpretation further, suggesting that Uthman became the victim of Umar's administrative mistakes. Umar had not prohibited the acquisition of land by Muslims outside Arabia and had himself made grants from Domania land in Iraq. This view was endorsed by G. Levi de la Vida in his article on Uthman in the Encyclopedia of Islam and is upheld also in some recent studies. In reality, there is no sound evidence that Umar granted concessions from Domania land under cultivation, which would have been in the breach of his declared policy of keeping such land undivided for the benefit of future generations. Uthman's attempt to reconvert the communal land into crown property was a major step towards turning the Caliphate into traditional kingship. His aim was fully realized by Muawiyah during his caliphate, as he brought all Sawafi land under the empire throughout the empire under his direct control and discretion of disposal in granting and withdrawing fiefs. The narrators critical of Uthman's conduct commonly divide his reign into two distinct periods. So yeah, basically he's saying that like first 36 years he was said to be, fine, but then, his offenses mounted, right? That's like kind of the idea. But his argument is that actually in reality, Uthman's policy of establishing members of his clan as governors throughout the empire was fully evident even during the early years of his reign. Okay. In 24/644, shortly after his accession, he appointed Ali ibn Adi ibn Rabia of Abd Shams as governor of Makkah. In the following year, he deposed the Sheikh Umar ibn Sa'd al-Ansari, governor of Hims, Kenasrin, and Upper Mesopotamia, at his request, and turned these provinces, which since the death of Abu Ubaidah had been kept by Umar under separate governors independent of the Umayyad governors of Damascus, over to Muawiyah. Given the great strength of the garrison of Hims at that time, this meant a substantial increase in Muawiyah's power, which enabled him later to challenge and defy the Caliph Ali. In the same year, Uthman dismissed Amr ibn al-As as the governor of Egypt and appointed his own foster brother Abdullah ibn Sa'd ibn Abi Sar of Amir Quraysh in his place. Most likely also in 645, he replaced Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas, whom he had appointed the previous year as governor of Kufa, with the Umayyad al-Walid ibn Uqba ibn Abi Mu'ayt, his uterine brother. In 649, he removed Abu Musa al-Ash'ari from the governorship of Basra and gave it to his maternal cousin, Abdullah ibn Amir ibn Quraysh of Abd Shams, who was only 25 years old. He added substantially to Ibn Amir's power by joining the governorship of Umayn and al-Bahrain to that of Basra and putting their garrison under his command. 5 years after his accession, all major governorships were thus solidly in the hands of the Caliph's relatives. When al-Walid ibn Uqba had to be disposed because of misconduct, this is like a crazy story where, he was entertaining a sorcerer who was, teleporting himself in and out of the mouth of a donkey.
Oh, my God.
That's a Tabari. That was, one of the things that he was, that people were clamoring against al-Walid about, was that he was, entertaining a sorcerer who was, teleporting himself into a donkey's mouth.
Folks, what the fuck?
Yeah. So, he says there is no evidence for the fundamental break in Uthman's policies at midterm in his caliphate. His nepotism was apparent from the beginning. It did not, however, provoke serious opposition during the first half of his reign. He was able to keep the prominent companions and Quraysh well disposed by his general leniency, which contrasted sharply with Umar's roughness, and through his extravagant presence. He also permitted the Quraysh to move freely in the conquered provinces, whereas Umar had forbidden them to leave the Hijaz except by special permission. Some of them grew immensely wealthy under him. It was from the year 30 that on dissatisfaction and resistance it was from the year 30 on that dissatisfaction and resistance openly manifested themselves throughout most of the empire. Uthman's generosity was now restricted to his kin, who seemed to dominate him. The prominent companions of the Shura more and more lost their influence over him. At the same time, his arrogant mistreatment of several of the earliest companions of lowly origin, Abu Dar al-Ghafari, Abdullah ibn Masud, and Ammar ibn Yasir, provoked outrage among the pious, as well as among their tribes and the clans of Quraysh, to whom they were affiliated and who were liable for their protection. Driven by his, I'll just read this part. I do kind of want to read a little bit from Tabari about his actual death, but I'll get to that point a little bit. Yeah. Driven by his unbounded family pride, Uthman must early on have sought a way to secure hereditary succession to his caliphate. The principle of shura among the early companions, so vigorously upheld by Umar, stood in his way. There is evidence that Uthman attempted to get around it as early as the first year of his reign. According to a tradition quoted by al-Bukhari, Marwan ibn al-Hakam, Uthman's first cousin and later caliph, reported that in the year of the nosebleed, that is, in 644, Uthman was afflicted by violent nose bleeding so that he was unable to perform the pilgrimage and made his testament. An unidentified Quraysh and Marwan's brother, al-Harith, came successfully to him, suggesting that he appoint a successor. Uthman asked each one of them whether the people had someone in mind, but both remained silent. Then he suggested that people were mentioning al-Zubair, and al-Harith confirmed this. Uthman commented that al-Zubair was indeed the best man, and the one dearest of the Prophet. In his report, Marwan did not mention whether Uthman actually made a testament in favor of al-Zubair, a matter of which he could hardly have been interested in publicizing. The family of al-Zubair, however, preserved the claim that Uthman had appointed their ancestor as his successor. Musab al-Zubairi reported Uthman made a testament in favor of al-Zubair until his son Amr would grow up. Although no further information of the circumstances is provided, it seems most likely that the report refers to the same occasion. Amr ibn Uthman, the caliph's eldest surviving son, had been born during the caliphate of Umar. At the beginning of Uthman's reign, he thus had not yet reached maturity. It is unlikely that Uthman would have appointed al-Zubair as successor at any later stage. At the beginning of his reign, he evidently felt particularly grateful to al-Zubair for having backed him in the recent election against Ali, in spite of his close blood relationship with the latter, and was thus prepared to testify that he had been the companion dearest of the Prophet. I'll skip ahead a little bit. Yeah. What?
Yeah. If you want to skip ahead to the.
I just want to set the stage for a little bit because I want to read about the actual murder, but these are some among the Quraysh, Amr ibn al-As, so he kind of lost the support of the Quraysh over time through his support of his relatives, right?
Close
constantly
family.
Giving gifts to his family. Yeah, exactly. Especially al-Harith and Marwan, who plays a big role in this. Among the Quraysh, Amr ibn al-As of the clan Sam seems to have been the first to agitate in Medina against the Caliph after his removal from the governorship of Egypt. He vented his anger and resentment by divorcing his wife Kulthum, Uthman's uterine sister. As he began to criticize the Caliph openly, Uthman confronted him with insults, which he returned. Rivalry between their fathers, both leading merchants in Makkah before Islam, was involved in the exchange. Amr left incensed and began to incite Ali, al-Zubair, and Talha against Uthman, and stirred up trouble among the Mecca pilgrims, accusing the Caliph of innovations. His agitation may well have contributed more to the rebellion in Egypt against Abdullah ibn Sa'id ibn Abi Sar than is explicitly stated in the sources. When the Egyptian rebels were encamped at Dul Qushub outside Medina before the siege of the Caliph's palace and Uthman visited Aisha to seek her advice, she demanded that he reappoint Amr governor of Egypt since his soldiers were satisfied with him. These are some incidents. So then we get to the issue of the the rebels that passed through Egypt, and they issued a letter. I'll read a little bit from Tabari about this, I think. Unless, do you have any comments thus far? Anything else?
No. What page are you going to jump to on Tabari?
I think I might jump to like the. Hold on, let me open it. I guess I'll just open it from the workflowy. I think I might go to like the year of Uthman's death. Let me see.
Yeah, just let me know what page it is.
Yeah.
The date of Uthman's murder. Is it on 250 or is there a little? Let me see. There's a little before that.
Yeah, there's a little bit before. So I think it's on page 180. Or I might start a little bit earlier. Just to give like some context. I think. Let me see. This is. Where to begin? Okay, so. Yeah, I'm actually going back a bit. Okay. It might be going back too much, too far. It might be good to kind of read Mad Lung's summary actually rather than this, but it might be better to do that and then to read the actual account of the murder itself from Tabari. So
sure.
We might have to just keep going from Mad Lung in the interest of time. Blah, blah.
Let's see. There's a bunch of incidents they talk about.
There's many incidents.
When the rebel is kind of rising. There's a rebellion against him.
Basically, like coming out of the garrison towns. Like I can just read Mad Lung's.
What page are you on?
From
Mad Lung.
From Mad Lung at 91.
Okay, cool. I'll put it.
When the Egyptian rebels were encamped at Dul Khushrub outside Medina, before the siege of the Caliph's palace, and Uthman visited Aisha to ask her advice, she demanded he reappoint Amr governor of Egypt since his soldiers there were satisfied with him. This was mentioned by Uthman in the letter to the Syrians, Ahl Shem, written on Dhul Hijjah 35, 31st May. 1st Dhul Hijjah 35, 31st May 656, at the beginning of the final siege of his palace, and in his largely identical message to the Makkah pilgrims, read to them by Abdullah ibn al-Abbas on 7th Dhul Hijjah, 6th June. Uthman stated that he had agreed to the demand, but then Amr had offended him and he had gone beyond what was right. Amr's offensive act, which Uthman probably referred, occurred shortly after the Egyptian rebels left Dhul Khushub, having been promised that the Caliph would redress their grievances. When Uthman, pressed by Marwan, announced in the mosque of Medina that the Egyptians were returning to their country satisfied that all they had heard about the wrongdoings of their imam was untrue, Amr called out from the side of the mosque, "Fear God, Uthman, for you have ridden over abysses, and we have ridden over them with you. So repent to God, that we may repent." Uthman at first reacted with scorn. "So you are here, son of al-Nabiga. By God, your juba has become lice-infested since I relieved you of your office."
Ouch.
When another voice, however, was raised warning the Caliph to repent, he lifted his hands facing the Qibla and proclaimed his repentance. Amr left for his estate in Palestine, where he anxiously awaited Uthman's end. As Uthman's kin, in particular Marwan, gained more and more control over his political conduct, the early companions of the Electoral Council, seeing their influence eroded, turned against him. They were still widely recognized as the guardians of the principles of Islam, the informal leaders of the Muslim community collectively responsible for its right guidance. Now, each of them, in varying degrees, withdrew his support from the Caliph whom they had elected. Most significant was the defection of Abdurrahman ibn Auf, the kingmaker and former brother-in-law of Uthman. Since he died in 652, 3 years before the murder of Uthman, it is evident that deep dissatisfaction had reached dangerous levels before the actual crisis. Abdurrahman's nephew, al-Miswar, and Ibn Makhrama, reported that when Uthman had made a present of camels from the alms tax arriving in Medina to one of the sons of al-Hakam, his uncle had sent for him, and Abdurrahman ibn al-Aswad and Abdul Yaguth, a grandson of Muhammad's maternal uncle, and a man of rank among the Banu Zuhra, they had seized the camels, and Abdurrahman, unclear whether it was Ibn al-Aswad or Ibn Auf, had distributed them among the people. Yeah. When Uthman, during the pilgrimage of 29 or 650, performed 4 rak'ah, so this is like this sort of issue of like how many rak'ah you should perform during the ritual prayer at Mina, and Abdurrahman performed only 2 because that was customary, and then he reproached Uthman privately. Abdullah ibn Masud, however, suggested to him that contravening the practice of the Imam was worse than following him in an unsound one, and Abdurrahman decided to pray 4 rak'ah in the future. According to a report by his grandson, Sayyid ibn Ibrahim, Abdurrahman was deeply upset about the death of Abu Dar in exile at al-Rabatha, which occurred not long after his own death. He defended himself against a charge by Ali that he bore responsibility for Uthman's conduct, stating that the latter had broken his commitments made at the time of his election, and offered to wield his own sword in solidarity with Ali. Before his death, he expressed a wish that Uthman should not pray over him, and al-Zubair, or Said ibn Abi Waqas, led the funeral prayer. Another prominent Zurayt who fell out with Uthman much earlier was Abdullah ibn Akram ibn Abd Yaquth, former grandson of Muhammad's uncle and former secretary of the Prophet. I'll skip this part because it doesn't necessarily you get the picture. It's like a sort of minor character.
Enemies, everyone around him is becoming an enemy.
People are defecting. So there's debate over like who's going to be in charge in Kufa. This great sort of eventual like Shia stronghold. Like these rebel groups are rising from Kufa, from Basra, from Egypt. Keitani defended Uthman and everything, obviously, Ismail ibn Yahya al-Taymi, descendant of the Caliph Abu Bakr, had, after 158, composed an account of the murder of Uthman, explained the widespread disaffection by pointing to Uthman's offenses against Ibn Masud, who we mentioned had his own Quran codex, Abu Dhar, and Ammar ibn Yasir. Ibn Masud's mistreatment provoked his tribe, Hudayl, and the Banu Zuhra, whose client he was. Abu Dhar's grievance was shared by his tribe, Gifar, and the Makhzum were incensed by the case of Amr, their confederate. Amr joined in a public protest by Ali in the mosque against Uthman's assertion of his right arbitrarily to appropriate Fa'i property. The Caliph, unable to punish Ali, reviled Ammar and had him beaten until he lost consciousness. He was carried to Salama, Makhzumite widow of Muhammad. Her cousin, Hisham ibn al-Walid, brother of Khalid ibn al-Walid, protested to Uthman about the mistreatment of, quote, our brother, and threatened to kill an Umayyad in retaliation if Amr should die. But Uthman insulted him too and ordered his removal. Aisha took up their case and made a scene in the mosque, infuriating Uthman. Makhzum thus also withdrew their support from him. Uthman's brother, al-Walid ibn Uqba, later inflamed the ill feelings of Makhzum further when he, in addition to attacking Dulaym for his disloyal activity in Egypt, lampooned, apparently slanderously, the Makhzumite Ubar ibn Sufyan ibn Abd al-Assad, asserting that he, encouraged by Dulaym, was faulting Uthman like a goat's fart in the desert plains of Idam. The vulgar language was not out of character for a former governor remembered in history, chiefly for having vomited in his drunkenness on the pulpit of Kufa.
Wow. Talk about Kufa.
That's a good. No one ever coined that one before, I don't think. So there you go. See, this is like some of the some of the dissension that you're seeing. There's I want to get to the issue of the letter. He fell out with Talha. Talha became a sharp critic of him. He even wrote letters to the provinces inciting revolt and made common cause with the Egyptian rebels during the eventual siege of Uthman's palace.
Right. So he's besieged in Mecca eventually, right?
In his palace in Medina.
Okay.
Yeah.
He told Ibn Abbas he was afraid that the people of Mecca, having learned of the rebellion in Medina, might resist Khalid, who might thus be impelled to fight them in the sanctuary of God. Uthman therefore appointed Ibn al-Abbas as leader of the pilgrimage.
There's the
ominous hostility of the crowd towards the caliph.
He had this confrontation with Aisha at the mosque. Aisha held a grudge against Uthman from the beginning of his reign because, if a report by al-Yaqubi can be trusted, he had reduced her pension to the level of that of the other widows of the Prophet. She was probably the first one to speak out against Uthman at the Mosque of Medina. As a widow of Muhammad and daughter of the founder of the Caliphate, she was in the best position to do so. When the early companion, Abdullah ibn Masud, accused al-Walid ibn Uqba of fomenting trouble in Kufa, was deported to Medina, and Uthman abused him from the pulpit, Aisha shouted, "Uthman, do you say this to the companion of the messenger of God? Shortly afterwards, 4 witnesses arrived from Kufa to charge al-Walid with drunkenness. When Uthman threatened them, they complained to Aisha, who exclaimed, "Uthman has obstructed the Quranic legal punishments," and threatened witnesses. According to the account of al-Zuhri, Uthman heard the commotion in Aisha's room and angrily commented, "Can the rebels and scoundrels of the people of Iraq find no other refuge in the home of Aisha?" Hearing this, Aisha raised one of Muhammad's sandals and shouted at him, "You have forsaken the sunnah of the messenger of God, the owner of this sandal."
Wow.
The people heard of the incident and filled the mosque, where they quarreled about the propriety of the interference of Aisha as a woman in the dispute. A group of companions went to see Uthman, and he was forced to depose his brother. So, there's, he speculates that Aisha wrote letters to the provinces stirring up rebellion, though after the murder of Uthman, she would deny it. And obviously, she was displeased about, the issue of Ali. And he knows her increasing hostility towards Uthman was certainly not solely personally motivated. As the revered mother of the faithful and the daughter of the first caliph, she also felt the responsibility for guarding the basic principles of the caliphate founded by her father. She could see that under Uthman, the caliphate of Quraysh was quickly being turned into a hereditary kingship for the benefit of the Umayyad house. When Uthman came to see her and sought the advice of the mothers of the faithful in the crisis, he was told, according to his letters to the Syrians and the Makkah pilgrims, that he must give governorships to Amr ibn al-As and Abdullah ibn Qais, and retain Muawiyah and ibn Qurayz. Muawiyah had been appointed by a ruler before Uthman. He was governing his territory well, and his soldiers were satisfied with him. Uthman should restore Amr to his governorship, for his soldiers were also satisfied with him, and he would govern the country well. And it's surprising that he would mention Muawiyah there, since he was, Uthman's relative, but there were, suspicions, most likely unjustified, that Uthman might replace even Muawiyah, with whom his relations were relatively cool, with one of his favorites. So, that kind of, really says a lot. And he goes on a little bit about the relationship with Aisha. So I think, we can read from top of right here. Yeah, I'll just take a note of the page that has the letter incident. I think it's 126. I'll skip down a bit to save that for later, because it is important. Yeah. Sorry, this is live radio, etc., etc. The challenges of this. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking through. The year of the masts.
Yeah.
The year of the nosebleeds, the wild one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. There you go. See, this is. So yeah. So there's this whole issue with the letter. Basically, these rebels from Egypt came to sort of parley with Uthman and make demands of him, and he kind of repented and agreed, to sort of their demands, right? They instructions to the governor of Egypt to punish the 4 rebel.
What page are you
on? Page 124 of Madalung, right?
Of Madalung. Okay.
Yeah. These they came from Egypt to kind of make some demands of Uthman about various things. And this was kind of the around the same sort of situation with his kind of break from Ali. So Ali urged Uthman to make a clear statement of retraction and repentance, which would convince the people of his change of heart. In his next sermon, Uthman confessed his wrongdoing, declared his repentance to God, and invited the noble Ashraf, that is the nobles, the Ashraf, among the people to visit him and present their views. Swallowing his arrogance, he stated that if God were to turn him back into a slave, he would humbly follow the path of a slave who is patient when owned and gives thanks when freed. According to the report of Abd al-Rahman ibn al-Aswad, he specifically promised to remove Marwan and his kin. That is his secretary, who's a big influence here. The people were touched and wept. And Sa'id ibn Zaid went up to the Caliph, assuring him that everyone was with him and encouraging him to carry out what he had promised. He goes on to kind of note about, he talks about Kaitani, and he kind of takes issue with what Kaitani says, about how this whole is all fiction. He doesn't think so, but anyway, so moving on.
Okay.
Marwan, Sa'id ibn al-As, and other Umayyads boycotted the sermon and waited for the Caliph as he returned to the palace. When allowed to speak, Marwan told him the speech would have been agreeable, and he, Marwan, would be the first to be pleased with it if Uthman were in a safe and predictable position. But at this time, as the flood water was overflowing the hilltops, a humble speech was nothing but a sign of weakness. By God, to persist in wrongdoing for which you can ask God's forgiveness is preferable to penitence, to which you are compelled by fear. If you so wish, you could curry favor with repentance without confessing to any wrongdoing when crowds like mountains are gathered in front of your gate. And this comes to the issue of the letter. I think, yeah, okay. So now I think I might pivot to I didn't like quite plan this out perfectly, but yeah, like I'll read a little bit. I'll go back to 181 and read a little bit from the beginning there. So,
okay.
Yeah.
181.
Yeah.
The account of the murder of Uthman.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to start at I think 179. So,
Okay.
yeah. According to Muhammad ibn Umar al-Waqidi, I heard Abdurrahman ibn al-Aswad mention Marwan ibn al-Hakam. He said, "May God disfigure Marwan." Uthman went out to the people and gave them satisfaction. He wept as he stood in the pulpit, and the people wept also, until I saw his beard soaked with tears. He was saying, "O God, I turn to thee in repentance. O God, I repent, I repent. By God, if it is right for me to become a mere slave, I will be content with that. When I enter my house, all of you come before me, and by God, I will not seclude myself from you. On the contrary, I will give you satisfaction in full measure and more, and I will send Marwan and his kin away." So there you go. Yeah. When Uthman entered his house, he commanded that the gate be thrown open. When he went into his house, Marwan came to him and worked ceaselessly to delude him, until at last he beguiled him from his better judgment and eradicated his original intentions. For 3 days, Uthman stayed inside and would not go out, for he was ashamed to face the people. Then Marwan went out to the people and said, "May your faces be deformed. Whom are you after? Go back to your homes. If the commander of the faithful needs any of you, he will send for him. Otherwise, he will remain in his house." Abdurrahman continues, "So I came to Ali and found him in the mosque between the Prophet's grave and the pulpit. With him were Amr ibn Yasser and Muhammad ibn Abi Bakr, and they were saying, 'Marwan has acted badly towards the people.' Ali came over to me and asked, 'Were you present at Uthman's sermon?' 'Yes,' I said. Ali went on, 'And were you present when Marwan spoke to the people?' 'Yes,' I answered. Ali said, 'God forbid, O Muslims, that if I remain in my house, he should accuse me of abandoning him in spite of his kinship and his rights. And God forbid that if I speak to him and things turn out as he desires, Marwan would trick him, and he would become like a captured beast driven at him by him at will. All this despite his advanced age and his having been a companion of the messenger of God.'" Abdurrahman ibn al-Aswad continues, "Ali kept on until Uthman's envoy arrived and said, 'Come with me.' Ali responded in a loud, angry voice, 'Tell him that I will not come before him again.' The messenger departed. I tried without success to meet with Uthman 2 nights later. I asked his servant where the commander of the faithful had been, and he said he was with Ali." Abdurrahman ibn al-Aswad continues, "I took my leave and paid a visit to Ali. He said to me, 'Uthman came to me yesterday and began to accuse me of refusing to see him again and of working against him.' So I said to him, 'After what you said in the pulpit of the messenger of God, and after the promises you gave of your own free will, you entered your house, and Marwan went out before the people, reviling and insulting them at your gate.' Uthman responded, saying, 'You have severed the bonds of kinship with me. You have abandoned me and emboldened the people against me.' I," that is, Ali, replied, "By God, I am your strongest defender against the people. But whenever I have brought to you any matter that I think you will find agreeable, Marwan brings another. You have heard Marwan speak against me and have invited him to enter your presence." Then he left and went home. Abdurrahman ibn al-Aswad continues, "I constantly saw Ali avoiding Uthman and not acting as he formerly had. However, I know that he spoke with Talha when Uthman was under siege, to the effect that water skins should be taken to him. Ali was extremely upset about that, until at last water skins were brought in to Uthman. According to Muhammad ibn Umar al-Waqidi, Abdullah ibn Jafar, Ismail ibn Muhammad, this is an isnad, a line of transmission. Okay. Uthman stood upon the pulpit on Friday and praised and extolled God. Then a man stood up and said, 'Carry out the book of God.' Uthman said, 'Sit down.' He did so. 3 times he stood up. Uthman ordered him to sit down, and he did so. Then they began throwing pebbles until the sky could not be seen. Uthman fell from the pulpit and was carried off unconscious to his house. One of Uthman's chamberlains went out carrying a copy of the Quran and crying out, "Those who have made divisions in their religion and become sects, I am not of them in anything. Their affair is unto God." Then Ali ibn Abi Talib entered Uthman's presence while he was still unconscious, and the Banu Umayyah were around him. Ali said, "Why, O commander of the faithful, have the Banu Umayyah drawn around you like a belt?" They responded, "O Ali, you have destroyed us and brought ill to the commander of the faithful. Yea, by God, if you achieve your aims, then this world will surely become a bitter place for you." Then Ali rose up full of anger. In this year, Uthman ibn Affan was killed.
What?
Yeah.
Interesting jump. Interesting literary jump there. Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess in the next section they explain how he was killed?
Yes.
The account of the murder?
Yes, Tabari says in his own voice, "In this year, Uthman ibn Affan was killed. We have mentioned many of the reasons that his murderer cited as an excuse for killing him, and we've avoided mentioning many others that should not be included here." See, this is like what you get with Tabari, where like he's really like a compilationist. Like he like just throws like a lot of these things are like redundant. He throws a bunch of like stories in like all together, but it's in the omissions where like his point of view comes in.
Yeah.
But so
not serious.
We will now describe how he was killed, how and through whom it began, and who was the first to treat him audaciously before he was murdered. According to Muhammad ibn Umar al-Waqidi, some camels were brought to Uthman as legal alms, and he made a gift of them to one of the Banu al-Hakam. Having heard of this, Abdurrahman ibn Auf sent to al-Miswar ibn Makrama and Abdurrahman ibn al-Aswad ibn Abdul Yaguth. They took the camels, and Abdurrahman then distributed them among the people while Uthman stayed at home. According to Muhammad ibn Umar, again, al-Waqidi, these are, I'll kind of skip the isnads. Uthman, I don't think they're super meaningful to most people, but you can check that if you want to see them. Uthman passed Jabala ibn Amr al-Sadi as he sat in his courtyard holding a rope. Jabala said, "You hyena, by God I shall kill you. I shall carry you off on a scab-covered camel and set you to blazing fire." Another time, when Uthman was standing on the pulpit, Jabala forced him to get off. The first man who dared to insult Uthman was Jabala ibn Amr al-Sa'adi. Once, when he was sitting among his kinsmen holding a rope in his hand, Uthman passed by him. Uthman greeted them as he was passing by, and they greeted him in return. Then Jabala said, "Why do you answer a man who did such and such a thing?" Jabala then approached Uthman and said, "By God, I will throw this rope around your neck unless you abandon your personal entourage." "What entourage?" asked Uthman. "By God, I do not choose favorites among the people." Jabala answered, "Marwan and Muawiyah and Abdullah ibn Amr ibn Qurayz and Abdullah ibn Sa'd. All of these you have favored. Among them are men who are condemned in the Quran, men whose blood the messenger of God has declared lawful." Uthman departed, and the people have continued to talk spitefully about him to this day.
Wow, just calling out the caliph like on a random walk.
People were mad.
Yeah.
One day Uthman was preaching to the people when Amr ibn al-As said, "O commander of the faithful, you have incurred grave dangers, and we have incurred them with you. Repent, and we shall repent." Uthman, this is a sort of abysses story that I think was being mentioned before. Uthman's favorites and partisans among the Banu Umayyah came up with him and took him home. After that, his staff was broken. Jahsha al-Ghifari seized the staff that Uthman was holding and broke it over his knee. But then he was stricken with gangrene in that place, showing the sort of violation of Uthman.
Wow.
Yeah, okay, so this is like kind of a sus story. So when the people saw what Uthman was doing, the companions of the Prophet in Medina went to the companions who were scattered at the frontier provinces. "You have gone forth but to struggle in the path of Almighty God for the sake of Muhammad's religion. In your absence, the religion of Muhammad has been corrupted and forsaken. Come then and reestablish Muhammad's religion." Thus, they came from every direction until they killed Uthman. When the people turned round to go back after Uthman claimed he had repented, he wrote a letter to Abdullah ibn Sa'd ibn Abisar, his governor in Egypt, concerning those who had come from Egypt, for they were the most hostile to him of all the provincial garrisons. To proceed, look for so-and-so and so-and-so, and behead them if they come to you. Look for certain other men, and punish them in such and such a way. These persons included a few of the companions of the messenger of God, as well as a body of the successors, the Taba'in, the sort of generation after the companions. His envoy on this occasion was Abu al-Awar ibn Sufyan al-Sulami. Uthman mounted him on one of his camels and ordered him to get to Egypt before the dissidents arrived. Abu al-Awar overtook the Egyptians along the road, and they asked him where he was going. To Egypt, he replied, and he was accompanied by a Syrian from Khawlan. When they saw him on Uthman's camel, they said, "Are you carrying a letter?" "No," he said. "Why were you sent?" they asked. "I don't know," he responded. "You are not carrying a letter," they said, "and you do not know why you were sent? Your situation is suspicious."
Wow.
Then they literally said, "You're kind of sus right now."
Sus, bro.
Then they searched him and found a letter in an empty water skin. Upon examining the letter, they discovered that some of them were to be executed and others were to be punished in their persons and property. When they saw this, they returned to Medina. The people learned about their return and what had happened to them. Then they came back from all the provinces, and the Medinese rose up in rebellion.
Damn.
So this is like a key story that like there were these letters dispatched, and
do you think the letters or the provenance of the letters is itself a little sus?
Well, like Madelung and others, like he wasn't the first to come up with this. This is like a widely held idea that like it wasn't Uthman who sent those letters, because when he was when they came back and were like, "You tried to kill us, like you said you were gonna accede to our demands, and then you sent these letters to have us killed, like behind our backs, basically betrayed us."
Wow.
He was like, "I don't know what you're talking about. Like I didn't do that."
Psyops. Oh my God.
People speculate that it was in fact Marwan. His like kind of like his stereotypical like, evil vizier, his evil chamberlain, like as it were, who later became an Umayyad Caliph himself.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
So then, so then they
so the Egyptians returned. Yeah, they returned to Uthman after having departed from him because a slave of his riding his camels overtook them, carrying a letter to the governor of Egypt with orders to kill some of them and crucify others. When they came back to Uthman, they said, "This is your slave." He said, "My slave went without my knowledge." They said, "It's your camel." He responded, "He took it from the house without my orders." They said, "This is your seal. It was forged." He said.
Whoa.
When the Egyptians arrived, Abdurrahman ibn Udais al-Tujibi said, they came from Bilbais in Upper Egypt, long neck, their eyes squinting like bows, their flanks covered in chainmail. They demand God's due from Al-Walid, from Uthman, and from Sa'id. "O Lord, send us back with what we seek." When Uthman saw what had happened to him and how many of the people had been sent against him, he wrote Muawiyah in Syria, "In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, to proceed. The Medinese have become unbelievers. They have abandoned obedience and renounced their oath of allegiance. Therefore, send to me the Syrian soldiers who are at your disposal on every camel you have, whether docile or stubborn."
Wow.
When Muawiyah got the letter, he delayed action on it, for he did not wish to differ openly with the companions of the messenger of God, since he knew that they concurred on this matter. When Uthman became aware of the delay, he wrote to seek aid from Yazid, Ibn Asad, Ibn Qurs, and the Syrians. He stressed his rightful claims upon them and mentioned Almighty God's commandment to obey the caliphs and give them sincere counsel and to promise them the support of an army or personal entourage against the people. He reminded them of what he had endured with them and his good treatment of them. He said, "If you can aid me, then hurry, hurry, for the dissidents are making haste against me." Madelung, for his part, questions whether Uthman did actually send or ask Muawiyah for soldiers to come help him. Something that he just hated violence too much and was just wasn't about that and thought he could sort it out somehow. Yeah. But so
not hard, not firm enough, not tough enough to handle this.
It's a question. I mean, it's open to discernment, it's just him kind of being I don't think that seems So you can take it either way, maybe. The Egyptians in Al-Suqya and Adul Qashub wrote a letter to Uthman. One of them brought it to Uthman, who did not reply in any way, but ordered them to be ejected from the house. Then 600 Egyptians marched on Uthman. They were divided into 4 brigades, and the commander of each carried a banner. The overall command was in the hands of Amr ibn Budail, ibn Warqa, ibn Khuzai, one of the companions of the Prophet, and Abdurrahman ibn Udais al-Tujibi. Their letters to Uthman contained the following statements. "In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, to proceed. Note that God changes not what is in a people until they change what is in themselves." Quote from the Quran. "So fear God, fear God. You are in a transitory world, and you must seek its fulfillment in a world to come. Do not forget your share in this world to come. And be not tempted by this present life. Know, by God, that we have been angered for God's sake, and we find satisfaction in God. Know that we will not remove our swords from our shoulders until you come to us either with frank and unambiguous repentance or with outright falsehood. This is our statement to you, and this is our case against you. God will excuse us for our actions against you. Peace."
Damn.
The Medinese wrote to Uthman, calling on him to repent and swearing by God that they would not desist until they killed him or he fulfilled his God-ordained obligations to them. When Uthman feared he would be killed, he consulted his advisors and the members of his family and said, "You see what the dissidents have done? What is the way out?" They counseled him to send for Ali ibn Abi Talib and asked for him to turn the people away by granting their request in order to stall them until reinforcements could get to him. Uthman replied, "The dissidents will not be put off. My promises were empty and I did nothing the first time they came. If I give them my promise again, they will demand that I fulfill it." Marwan said, "O Commander of the Faithful, dealing discreetly with them until you gain strength is preferable to struggling with them at close range. Give them what they ask and put them off, so long as they delay in regard to you. They rebelled against you, so they possess no binding commitment." Uthman sent for Ali, and when Ali arrived, he said to him, "Abu Hassan, you see what the people have done, and you know what I have done. I fear they may kill me. Send them away from me, and I swear to God that I shall requite them for everything they detest. And I will grant them justice against me or anyone else, even if my own blood be shed thereby." Ali said, "The people desire your justice more than your death. I see a band of men who will be content only with full satisfaction. When they first came to you, you gave them your promise in God's name that you would turn back from everything that they denounced, and thus you were able to send them away. Then you failed to carry out any of that. Do not tempt me with anything this time, for I will give them justice against you." "Yes," said Uthman, "give them justice, and by God I will carry it out in full." So Ali went out to the people and said, "O people, you have demanded justice, and it is granted to you. Uthman claims that he will do you justice, whether it be against himself or anyone else, and that he will abandon everything you detest. Accept this from him and affirm it." The people answered, "We accept it. Make a compact with him for us, for by God we will not be content with words instead of deeds." Ali said to them, "You will have it." Then he entered Uthman's presence and told him the news. Uthman said, "Arrange a delay between them and me so that I will have time to act, for I cannot do away with the things they detest in one day." Ali responded, "There can be no delay concerning matters here in Medina. As to matters elsewhere, you may delay as long as it takes your orders to get there." Uthman said, "All right, but give me a delay of 3 days for affairs in Medina." Ali agreed. Then he went to the people and informed them of this. He wrote a document between the people and Uthman that gave him a 3-day grace period to do away with every injustice and remove every governor whom they disliked. Then he bound him in this document as tightly as God had ever bound one of his creatures by compact or covenant. Ali had the document witnessed by a body of the leading emigrants and helpers. Thus the people turned back from Uthman and withdrew until he should fulfill the promises that he had freely given them. But Uthman began preparing for war and gathering arms.
No.
He had already formed a strong army from among his slaves, acquired as part of the Khalif's 1/5 share. When the 3 days had passed, and he had done nothing to alter anything which was hateful to the people or to remove any governor, they revolted against him. Amr ibn Hazm al-Ansari went out to the Egyptians in Dhul Khusub and informed them of the situation. He proceeded with them to Medina, where they were sent to Uthman and said, "Did we not leave you when you claimed that you had repented of your unlawful innovations and turned away from the things hateful to us? Have you not given to us a compact and covenant before God?" He answered, "I have indeed, and I hold to that." Then Amr ibn Hazm said, "So what is this letter that we found in possession of your messenger, written by you and your governor?"
Caught again, wow.
"Yeah, I did not write it. I don't know what you're talking about." They said, "It was your messenger on your camel, a letter written by your secretary and bearing your seal." Uthman replied, "As for the camel, it was stolen. One man's handwriting may resemble another's. As to the seal, it was forged." This is like a Courtney Love situation. Like, we really don't.
Seriously, it looks like he got caught in the Epstein emails, and it's like, that's not, there was a different camel, like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the Marwan theory does have some weight to it though, because he was his secretary, so having his seal and his handwriting, it's not, or handwriting similar to his, it's not so if anyone would have been able to do it, would have been Marwan. But
yeah,
this
pretty
also
sicko,
could be a pirate's fabrication.
Sicko move if true, because Marwan is supposed to be his advisor, and he's kind of keeps setting him up to get assassinated over and over again. If true.
Yeah. Well, because he's it is kind of a Kurt Cobain situation, because he's weak, he might give in to these people, and if he it's actually better in some way perhaps that he die, and then the I mean, we see what happens where Muawiyah kind of asserts his claim, and that is sort of the beginning of the first fitna, right? Mm-hmm. Where it's Muawiyah versus Ali. So that actually might be preferable to having Uthman continue as this kind of weak, ruler who's gonna start making concessions, right? So it might actually be good to kind of try to force a confrontation, right?
Yeah. And then you can blame it on Uthman for his headstrong behavior when he's kind of getting like 5G chess psyoped into, because it's like they're provoking his opponents who then come to him. It's like, we read the emails, bro. They were leaked. Like you wanted to murder all of us. And then he's like, no, I didn't. And they're like, well, we demand that you change everything. And at that point, he's kind of feeling defensive. He doesn't know he thinks somebody's setting him up and blah, blah, blah. But like, it puts him in like a strange paranoid state of mind potentially, where then he decides, like, I just need to crush these people. Like, I don't know. That's the only thing I can, and then that leads to his death. But I mean, we should keep going. This is interesting. This is an interesting narrative. This is from the 10th century. It's crazy.
This is from this writing is from the 10th century. Yeah,
right,
stories
right.
earlier. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So then we have al-Nakhai, who was mentioned in Madlung, nicknamed al-Ashtar. So Uthman, summoned al-Ashtar. This is how it continues. I lay down a cushion for the commander of the faithful and another for al-Ashtar. Then this is someone who was present for the meeting, Wathdeb. Then Uthman said, Ashtar, what do the people want from me? You cannot avoid doing one of three things, he said. What are they? Asked Uthman. Al-Ashtar said, they ask you to choose between the following. You may turn their affairs over to them and say, this is your affair, choose whatever you will for it. Second, you may have yourself punished. If you reject these two choices, then this band of men will kill you. Uthman replied, as for my turning my affairs over to them, I am not one to remove a robe that Almighty God has placed upon me. According to Ibn Aoun, other authorities besides Al-Wahidbi report the following statement. By God, I would rather be brought out and beheaded than remove a shirt that God has placed upon me. I would be abandoning Muhammad's community to civil war. According to Ibn Aoun, this more closely resembles what he said. As for having myself punished, by God, you know that two of my associates were punished before me, and my body cannot endure punishment. As for your killing me, by God, if you kill me, you will never again have love for one another, nor will you ever pray together again, nor will you ever be united in fighting an enemy. Al-Ashtar, wow, chilling prophecy.
Yeah,
even
it is
for the
kind of
present
chilling.
times.
Yeah. The divided Ummah.
Yeah, it's true. Al-Ashtar rose and hurried away. Well, it makes me think of those stories of Muhammad, in his last days, to crying, and people come in like, why are you crying? It's like, for my ummah, for what will happen after. Al-Ashtar rose and hurried away while we remained there for some days. Then a little man came like a wolf, peered through the door, and left. Muhammad ibn Abi Bakr came with 13 men and went up to Uthman. This is Abu Bakr's son. He seized his beard and shook it until we heard his teeth chattering. Muhammad ibn Abi Bakr said, Muawiyah was no help to you, nor was Ibn Amir, nor your letters. Uthman said, let go of my beard, son of my brother. Let go of my beard. Then I saw Ibn Abi Bakr signaling with his eye to one of the rebels. He came over to him with a broad iron-headed arrow and stabbed him in the head with it. That is, Ibn Aoun asked, then what happened? Wathdeb replied, they gathered round him and killed him.
No.
According to Al-Waqidi, I set out with a band of my fellow tribesmen to meet the Egyptians. They were led by 4 chiefs, Abdurrahman, Ibn Udais al-Balawi, Sudan bi Humran bi Muradi, Amr ibn Hamik, ibn Khuzai, whose name became so dominant that the force was called the Army of Al-Hamik, and Ibn Nibah. I entered their presence as the 4 of them were in a tent and saw the people were following them. I stressed Uthman's rights and the oath of allegiance that lay upon their necks. I filled them with the dread of civil war, of fitna, and informed them that Uthman's murder was a grave matter, concerning which there was much dissension. Do not be the first to open the gate of discord. He will turn away from those practices for which you have criticized him, and I will be the guarantor of that. The dissidents said, and what if he does not desist? I answered, then the matter is up to you. They went away satisfied, and I returned to Uthman and said, grant me a private audience. He did so. I said, fear God, Uthman. Fear God for your life. Verily, these people have only come seeking your blood, and you see how your associates have abandoned you. Worse, they are going over to your enemy. He expressed his consent and asked God to requite me. Then I departed from him, but remained in Medina so long as God willed. Uthman had spoken to me about the Egyptians' return to Dhu Khashub, and he mentioned that they had come for one thing but had obtained something else and then departed. I wanted to come and rebuke him, but I kept silent. Suddenly someone said, the Egyptians have arrived and are in Sueda. I said, is it true what you say? Yes, he replied. Uthman sent me, for the news had reached him, and the dissidents had made camp in Dhu Khashub at that very moment. Uthman said, Abu Abdul Rahman, these dissidents have returned. What should be done about them? What should be done about them? I responded, by God, I do not know, but I do not think that they have come back for any good purpose. Uthman said, go out to them and send them away. No, by God, I will not, I said. Why, he asked. I said, because I assured them that you would desist from certain matters, and you have not desisted from a single letter of them. He said, God is the one whose aid we seek. I went out while the dissidents came and established themselves in Al-Aswaf and laid siege to Uthman. Abdul Rahman ibn Udais came to me, accompanied by Sudan ibn Humran and his comrades. They said, Abu Abdul Rahman, do you not know that you spoke to us and sent us away, and you claimed that our companion, that is Uthman, would cease his reprehensible acts? Yes, indeed, I said. Then they showed a short letter to me. There was a lead tube, and they were saying, we found one of the alms tax camels being ridden by Uthman's slave, blah, 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 explaining the whole story. I said, how do you know Uthman wrote this? They responded, suppose Marwan has done this without Uthman's knowledge. That would be worse, and he must remove himself from office. They added, hurry to him with us. We have spoken to Ali, and he has promised us that he will speak with him at noon prayer. We came to Said Abi Waqas, and he said, I will not intervene in your affair. We came to Sayyid ibn Zayd, and he said the same thing. Muhammad ibn Maslama said, asked, where did Ali promise you? He promised us that he would go and see Uthman at noon prayer, they answered. According to Muhammad, I performed the prayer with Ali, then he and I entered Uthman's presence and said, these Egyptians are at the door, so give them leave to come in. Now Marwan was sitting with him, and he said, may I be thy ransom. Permit me to speak to them. Uthman responded, may God leave you open-mouthed. Get away from me. You have nothing to say about this matter. So Marwan went out, and Ali came to see him. The Egyptians had told him what they had told me, and Ali began to inform Uthman about what they had discovered in the letter. Uthman started to swear by God that he had not written or known about or sought advice concerning this letter. Muhammad ibn Maslama said, by God, he is telling the truth. This is Marwan's doing.
Wow.
Ali said, then have them come in and hear your excuse. Uthman went up to Ali and said, we are kinsmen through the female lineage. By God, if you were in this situation, I would extricate you from it. Go out and speak to them, for they will listen to you. But Ali replied, I will not do it. Rather, have them enter so that you may present your excuses to them. Uthman said, have them come in.
No.
So at that
Wow.
point, they
This is like Rashomon. Or are we getting like Rashomon, like different people's takes of what happened?
Great about like early Islamic historiography is like all the different reports. It is like Rashomon.
Right,
yeah.
right.
So at that point, they entered, but they did not give him the greeting appropriate to a caliph. Then I knew that this was evil itself.
Oh my God.
We exchanged the usual greetings, and then Ibn Uday stepped forward as spokesman for the dissidents. He mentioned that what Ibn Said had done in Egypt, recalling his unjust treatment of the Muslims and protected peoples, and noting his appropriation of the Muslims' booty for himself alone. And when he was told about that, he said, there are the written orders of the commander of the faithful. Then they mentioned the innovations which Uthman had instituted in Medina, things opposed by his two predecessors. Ibn Uday said, we journeyed from Egypt seeking nothing but your blood or an end to these abuses. But Ali and Muhammad ibn Maslama set us back, and Muhammad assured us that everything we had complained about would be ended. Then they turned toward Muhammad ibn Maslama and asked, did you tell us that? According to Muhammad, I said I had. Ibn Udays continued, then we returned to our country, calling upon Almighty God for help against you, because we had overwhelming proof for our claims. Then we apprehended your slave, seized the letter under your seal to Abdullah ibn Said, in which you order him to flog us, to disfigure us by cutting off our hair, and to imprison us for long terms. Here is your letter. See, this is another kind of Rashomon thing, where now it's just imprisoning them. Uthman praised and extolled God. Then he said, by God, I did not write it. I did not order it to be written. I did not take counsel about it. I did not know about it. According to Muhammad, Ali and I both said, he is telling the truth. Uthman was relieved at this. The Egyptian asks, so who wrote it? Uthman responded, I don't know. Ibn Udays continued, can anyone treat you so audaciously that your slave is sent on a camel paid by the Muslims as alms tax? Your seal is forged, and your governor is written to concerning these grave matters, while you know nothing? Yes, he replied. They said, a man like you should not govern. Remove yourself from this office as God removed you from it. Uthman replied, I shall not remove a shirt that Almighty God has placed upon me.
Oh, man.
The shouting and noise grew louder, and I, that is the narrator, Muhammad ibn Maslama, thought they would not leave without attacking him. Then Ali arose and went out, and when he stood up, I did the same. He told the Egyptians to go, and they did so. Ali and I each returned to our own homes, but they broke off their siege of Uthman only when they had killed him.
Damn.
Yeah. So there's a bunch of like different stories of how exactly he died.
Yeah, they talk about another person talks about getting the letter, and blah blah blah, and he denies it. This is such you could almost imagine this like happening today, like except with like email instead of like a camel and a slave with like a it's got your PGP signature on it.
Yeah,
it has to be you.
Right,
you know, like it's really kind of crazy, and like the way they're arguing about it, and I mean, yeah, they're anointed back then in the like whatever 700s, like people kind of know what's up. They know about plots, they know about conspiracies. So
they totally do.
You've introduced grave innovations. Have you said everything you want to? I just want to see what the punchline is in this next one, because there's much more in detail of them like arguing with each other. I would, let's see. As for surrendering my office, I would rather be crucified than give up the mandate of Almighty God and his Caliphate. As for your statement that you will fight whoever defends me, I shall not order anyone to fight you. Whoever fights for me will not do so on my orders. Blah, blah, blah. By God, I do not lie to God twice in 1 year. Okay, they didn't kill him at that point.
This is another good Ali Uthman conversation that comes on later. Saeed left and went to Ali. This is again the sort of same thing where it's like, go get Ali. He's the only one who can do this. He said, get up, Abu Hassan. May my father and mother be your ransom. By God, I bring you the best news anyone has ever received. Take care of your cousin. Deal kindly with him. Spare his blood. The situation will again be as we desire. Your Caliph has given us satisfaction of his own free will. Ali responded, may God hear him, Abu Ishaq. By God, I have persisted in defending him until I am filled with shame. But Marwan, Muawiyah, Abdullah ibn Amir, and Sa'id ibn al-As have dealt with him as you see. When I gave him sincere counsel and directed him to send them away, he became suspicious of me, until what you see now has happened. While Saad and Ali were thus engaged, Muhammad ibn Abi Bakr came and whispered to Ali. Then Ali took my hand and arose, saying, what good is his repentance now? And by God, I, that is the narrator, Abu Habiba, no sooner reached my house than I heard the cry that Uthman had been killed. And by God, we have remained in an evil state down to this day.
Whoa, that's hardcore. It is funny. I'm going down further and further, and like the different, like a lot of these make it sound like Ali is basically like only God can help him now, and is like totally like about it. But then listen, I'm thinking about Sus Marwan. What is his deal? But then listen to this paragraph. According to Muhammad bin Umar al-Waqidi, then the line of transmission, I used to belong to a Bedouin. Marwan liked me and purchased me along with my wife and son, and then freed us all. I used to accompany him. When Uthman was put under siege, the Banu Umayyah prepared to defend him, and Marwan entered the Caliph's residence and stayed with him. I too was there. By God, I initiated the fighting among the people by throwing... I initiated the fighting among the people by throwing a stone from the roof of the house at a man of the tribe of Aslam named Niyar and killed him. Then fighting broke out and I descended. The people battled at the door, and Marwan fought until he fell down. I carried him off and brought him into the house of an old woman and locked him in. The people set fires at the doors of Uthman's residence, and one of them was set ablaze. Uthman said, the burning door only signals something more terrible. None of you must raise his hand to resist them. For by God, if I were the furthest of you all from them, they would walk over you to kill me, and if I were the closest of you to them, they would not go past me. I will endure patiently, as the messenger of God enjoined upon me. I shall suffer the death that Almighty God has decreed for me. Marwan said, by God, you shall not be killed while I yet here. Then, sword in hand, he went toward the door reciting this poem as a proverb. The woman with the flowing hair, the soft palm and fingertips, knows that I strike fear in the vanguard, on a steed quick as the kata bird in the well-watered valley. So, like, in this version, like, Marwan is like an epic based here. It's like, you'll never kill the Caliph, like, I love him. Somebody who was bought by Marwan as a slave and then freed by him, somebody who's obviously like well disposed to like Marwan is like also just casually admits, I kind of started the whole thing by throwing a stone and killing one of the the foreign dissidents that was in there, and escalated the whole situation. And then also, by the way, though, like Uthman is like, I accept this. I'm gonna die. Like, actually, he heroically sacrificed himself, and like willingly died. And then Marwan, meanwhile, was like, oh no, they'll never get you. Like is totally freaking out, like, reciting proverb like poetry as he swings his sword at them. A little bit different than the other versions, right?
Yeah.
Where they're like, did Marwan set this whole thing up to fucking get the Caliph killed? And the very King Kill 33 vibes with that one. But damn, it is interesting how much they vary.
Like, really heroic, like in this version, like he's like, we fought them for an hour sitting on blazing wood. I heard Uthman say to his companions, after the fire there will be nothing. The wood has burned, the doors have burned. Whoever still obeys me must cling to his own house. The rebels are only after me. They will repent of killing me. By God, even if they left me alone, I believe I would not wish to live. My health is ruined. My teeth have fallen out, and my bones have weakened. Then he said to Marwan, sit down, do not go out. But Marwan disobeyed him and said, by God, you will not be killed, and no one will get you while I can yet hear. Then he went out against people and said, I cannot abandon my master, and went out alongside him, and I went out alongside him to defend him.
Oh,
we were
here
only
we go
a few
again.
men, and I heard Marwan was citing, like
the woman with the flowing hair.
Yeah.
And he shouted, there's even more. They added more. Who will step forth against me? He raised the bottom of his mailed shirt and tucked it in his belt. Ibn al-Niba jumped on him and struck him down from behind with a blow on his neck. No pulse could be detected, and I brought him into the house of Fatima bint Aus, the grandmother of Ibrahim ibn al-Adi. Abdul Malik and the Banu Umayyah always remembered the clan of al-Adi for that. So I guess it's like, we thought he was dead, but then miraculously he lived and became caliph later.
He only stopped defending Uthman because like he was literally like knocked out, and he had to be like medevaced from the battle.
Serious?
Like,
he was a bulldog. He was a bulldog.
Right.
He defending his caliph. He wasn't going to go down like that. Wow. So okay, that's another tick on Marwan being epic and loyal to the caliph to the end, to Uthman till the very end, and also Uthman being like, I have to die, like I will nobly sacrifice myself. It's giving like TV drama, like a little this version of the story. I'm no expert, but
there's always like it's a very like literary aspect, like the sort of like very like clinical approach to like they didn't have like a sort of like economic history or whatever, like was kind of like the type of historiography that like we're familiar with now, where it's like very clinical or kind of like post-Marxist historiography. Like this is just, they love like stories and poems, and, it's like kind of, that's basically what, this stuff kind of is, like these sort of annals. It's like a narrative that but it is like it's interesting how you can kind of see like, even though like this is like a compilation of accounts and things, like you can kind of see how like Tabari like weaves a narrative, even though like it does include things that make like Marwan look like look bad too. Like you can see like where his perspective kind of like comes in a way, or like how you kind of get this sort of what is now kind of Orthodox Sunni take on the whole Uthman situation.
Which is maybe the
like Uthman
Ali
was like a good guy,
Yeah.
but not that Ali had something to do with it, because Ali is also like, there were people like for a while who were kind of like Uthmanis who didn't consider Ali to be one of the Rashidun, but like eventually no one kind of sided with those people, and like Ali was kind of considered to be one of the Rashidun, like rightly guided caliphs. And so, like, people don't blame Ali for Uthman's death, really, but well, not anymore. But like at the time, and that became a whole issue.
There was drama.
Like,
well, because he becomes the next caliph, right? He's nominated.
That will have to be in like part 2. Well,
maybe an Ali Hussein part 2. Because those are two really pivotal moments that end up.
Yeah,
with
we
the
might
sort
be
of
able to get
Sunni
to Ali
Shia.
and Hussein. Yeah, because we kind of did Abu Bakr this time.
Kind of did Abu Bakr
I think
and Uthman.
and Umar too. Yeah, so
and
then Uthman. So I think we might be able to do Ali and Hussein. I mean, I guess we'd have to kind of like jump a little bit over Hassan, but that's not so bad. I feel like that's doable, but we'll see. We'll see.
You give him a moment in the limelight. Yeah. But we could do it. It's kind of still close to the beginning of Ramadan right now, so maybe when we get close to the end in, I don't know, 2 weeks,
Yeah.
2.5 weeks, 3 weeks.
Yeah. Muhammad ibn Abu Bakr went up to him and seized his beard. This is to Uthman, saying, "You have behaved towards us in a matter which Abu Bakr would not have done." Then he went out and left him. Another man, named the Black Death, entered Uthman's presence and throttled him and slapped him. Then he went out and said, "By God, I have never seen anything softer than his throat. By God, I throttled him." These people, they're like the original Wallahi guys. Like, Wallahi. I've never seen anything softer than his throat. Wallahi, I throttled him until I saw his soul shaking in his body like the soul of a jinn. Then he went out.
Yikes. Yikes.
Yeah, this is like the most like dramatic, where like Uthman was like in his room, like with his wife, like, you know, right in front of the Quran, the text of the Quran that he compiled. And, you know, a certain man went into Uthman, in front of whom lay the Quran, and he said, "The book of God is between you and me." The intruder went for him with his sword. Uthman protected himself with his hand, and it was cut. I do not know whether he sliced the hand clear off or cut it without severing it. Then he said, "Yea, by God, this is the first palm which has crossed the Quran." According to an account besides that of Abu Sa'id, al-Tujibi went in on Uthman and wounded him with a broad-tipped iron arrow, and his blood dripped on this verse: "God will suffice you for them. He is the all-hearing, the all-knowing."
No.
The blood is still on that copy of the Quran and has not been scraped off.
Oh my God.
According to Abu Sa'id's account, the daughter of Farafisa, that is Uthman's wife, took her jewelry and placed it in her bosom before he was killed. When he was wounded, or perhaps killed, she wailed over him. One of the assassins said, "God fight her, how heavy her buttocks are." And so I knew that the enemy of God desired only the things of this world.
These chud operators that come in and start making like sexist jokes about wow.
Uthman's wife.
Honestly,
like,
it's kind of
over his dead body, and his
it's
blood
kind
is,
of giving like Zero Dark
30.
Like there's a million stories about like how Osama bin Laden was killed that like range from like bursting in the room and shooting him 100 times like while he's sleeping to like him throwing one of his wives in front of him. It's like, "Oh, you'll never get me alive," and like shooting at them with an AK-47, you know, and like going down swinging or whatever, and like all this kind of stuff, you know. But
yeah,
it's crazy.
Yeah.
How can we ever tell the truth? And it's so.
It's true. I mean, it is like such a dramatic image. Like it's almost irresistible. Like Uthman, like, you know, like dead over like his Quran, you know, like with the blood on the verse. Yeah, like, you know, yeah.
It's a cool image. It's a powerful image.
Al-Alim, yeah, like right.
Yeah. So they regardless of who did it, they kill them, folks. They killed them.
They killed them, folks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They have like some. Yeah. Madeline actually cuts these out because he doesn't like consider them to like, he thinks they're kind of like retroactive. You know, things to make Uthman look kind of like noble in death, but you have kind of his final sermons like, "Verily, Almighty God has only given you this world so that through it you may seek the next. He did not give it to you as something to rely on. Verily, this world will vanish and the next will endure. Perishable things must not make you heedless and distract you from things everlasting. Prefer that which endures to that which perishes. For this world will pass away, and God is the goal of our journey. Fear Almighty God, for fear of him is a shield against his evil, and a means to dwell with him. Beware lest God's favor towards you be altered. Cling to your community, your jama'ah, and do not be divided into factions. Remember God's blessing upon you when you were enemies, and he brought your hearts together, so that by his blessing you became brothers." Another quote from the Quran.
Yeah, there's another long version where he actually says, "Don't kill me." He's like, you know, there's no reason to kill me because I haven't committed adultery or murder or like blasphemy.
Right, yeah.
And
basically
like,
kind of invoking the, like, you know, the ban on shedding Muslim blood. Yeah. Like, for reasons other than that.
Right. And he brings up the "do not kill me, for if you do, you will never pray together again, nor will you ever join together in sharing out a booty, nor will God ever remove dissension from among you." And they said, you know, that basically, you know, God chose you, but you did innovations, You mention the trials that will, this is the assassin speaking, that will afflict us if we kill you. But it is not right to fail to uphold the truth against you out of fear of fitna or discord sometime in the future. You say that it is lawful to kill a man only in 3 cases, but in the book of God, we find that other men are put to death besides the 3 named by you. We find that the man who spreads corruption in the land is put to death, and likewise the oppressor who fights to continue his oppression, and the man who prevents justice, al-haq, in any way and resists it, then scornfully battles against it. You have committed oppression. You have scorned justice, resisting it and preventing it from being carried out. You refuse to exact punishment against yourself for those whom you willfully wronged. You have clung tenaciously to the caliphate over us, and you have been tyrannical in your legal judgments and in the allocation of booty. I mean, like, ain't nothing new. It's true today, right? You could yell this at any politician. Pretty much, if you allege that you were not arrogant towards us and that those who have risen up to defend you from us are fighting without orders from you, we say that they fight only because you maintain your grip on the caliphate. Were you to abdicate, they would depart without fighting on your behalf. And that's the end. Presumably, they just killed him after that.
Yeah.
So that's their explanation for why it actually was justified, that he had to go, because he did corruption. I mean, it's not nothing to do corruption. I feel like, saying just the 3 things, I mean, maybe like killing him, whatever, but like deposing him for being corrupt. Yeah, it seems kind of like, you kind of lose your God mandate, potentially. One could make an argument for doing that, but for usurping God's wealth for their own benefit to the exclusion of his other servants. That's just, it's not cool. I shall stand outside the pass of Al-Hara and grip the throats and waist wrappers of Quraysh so that they tumble into hellfire. Damn. Yeah. Some real hardcore shit here. But, so that's, R.I.P. Uthman. It didn't work out, right?
Did not work out. Yeah.
The streak of caliphs being killed now is at 2, and it would continue, right? Through
yes, it would.
Ali, and then did the ones after Ali get assassinated
Hassan
as well?
and Hussein. Well, like caliphs, both caliphs and the Abbasids and the Umayyads, there were assassinations. It wasn't every caliph died by assassination, but I mean both caliphs and sultans certainly wasn't unknown. It happened,
high risk in this era.
The Abbasids, they were all over killing each other, really what ensued was the deaths of the imams, of the Ahl Bayt, with the Shia imams Hassan and Hussein, who weren't really caliphs per se, even though they might have aspired to that, or felt that was their their duty to lead the Muslim community. They didn't actually have the political office in the way that
right
these
their
guys
father
did.
That Ali did, right?
Ali had, but they so it's kind of it kind of ties into the sort of what is the nature of the caliphate? Is it purely a political office? None of these people really believe that, but then it has these sort of religious ramifications where it's who actually has these kind of interpretive authority, or this authority to to rule, right? Is it is a person who is closest by kin ties to the prophet, or right. Is it the children of Fatima, right, the descendants of the prophet himself, right? Or is it this other guy, Muawiyah, who was no real connection to the prophet whatsoever.
Yeah, Muawiyah right? Definitely comes in hot
at
a certain point, right?
Yeah,
and he's the one who becomes a nemesis of Ali and his sons, right?
Yeah, and basically is the founder of the Umayyad Caliphate. The sort of the sort of post Rashidun Caliphate, which kind of completes the transformation of the Caliphate into this mulk, to this kingdom, right?
Wait, let me just ask, what does happen? What ends up happening to Marwan? Is it right?
He becomes a caliph later. I think he's the 4th Umayyad caliph.
Oh wow! So he a future. The room. It's it's November 22nd, 1963. 5 future caliphs are on the grassy knoll, like when the caliph gets murdered. It's a little, I mean, like Ali, like Marwan, you know, and then I don't know what's his name, the third one, the one whose name
he was the fourth Umayyad Caliph as Marwan the First, but he ruled for less than a year.
So many of them are there, like, you know, kind of in the mix. It is fascinating.
Yeah.
So I guess, you know, next time we can go through the Ali and his sons and the war that gets like launched with, you know, and Aisha coming out and like leading forces into battle. Was it the battle?
Yeah,
of the
Battle
Camels?
of the Camel is
it's pretty wild. Yeah, I put one of those like Islamic like reliefs like as the episode art for this that has
miniatures,
Ali like he's just like a cone of golden light like riding on a horse. I guess in other versions I found he's like pictured but like kind of like imbued with golden light, but I like that he's just like a Christmas tree of cosmic golden light, like riding on the battlefield, like beheaded like guys like split in half, and then I guess like the sort of like the grand camel that Aisha was commanding the troops from.
Yeah, she was in her a palanquin. I forget exactly what the Arabic term for it is. It's like
a little carriage on top of a camel, right?
Yeah, like a palanquin, basically. Yeah,
but it's interesting stuff. You know, it's an interesting reminder of how even that far back, like people are still people, and like in a way we're not that different.
No, we're really
we have different technology and some more knowledge, but like people still as the chat said, people be conspiring. Revisionists are revising, conspirators are conspiring. It's kind of like ain't a new dynamic.
Yeah, there really ain't nothing new. Like it's, you know, it's interesting. Like this is like kind of what's like great about like you know, Islam. I feel like in a way is that like when you like engage with like the Islamic intellectual tradition, like even, you know, in this way, like through sort of these histories, like, you know, and in many ways like a book like Tabaris is like a religious text or like an Islamic text. For sure, like it kind of like, because like, you know, these traditions like come from this time, you know, they come from the prophet, and they span like so much space and time, right? They go across so much space and back through so much time, like that forces you to kind of engage with people like, you know, who are in this totally different context, right? But like they still are people who have the same like kind of like fundamental like problems, same like fundamental like concerns, the same like, you know, like basic humanity, but like, you know, the social context is so different, and to like, you know, relate to them and understand them, like, and it creates this kind of like substrate between you and them, which I think is like, you know, very you know, like very valuable and like very like compelling to have to do when you're thinking about, you know, like, like what are the, like, you know, what about like myself, like what about like my beliefs, like what about like my world is like contingent, you know, and what is like, you know, more like essentially human, or you know, like that, like this, like, you know, I think it's not exclusive to Islam. I think that, you know, like being Muslim and having a relationship like with the Islamic tradition like is like one way to get to this, but in general, like the study of history kind of forces us to do this, you know.
Right, seeing the continuity of our whole species kind of project over thousands of years, and seeing the commonalities in the way that
and like relating
rhymes.
to people who like are in a totally different like universe of like, you know, how it rhymes, but like or like a very different universe like of values and situations, but like seeing your one's own connection with those situations, right?
And then like different ways of interpreting reality, which can only, I feel like, be helpful for today's world, of realizing that, you know, even today, like when we're all living in the same time period, sometimes, you know, there's different ways of looking at things around the world, and we're inculcated with a very specific one that happens to be sort of like has dominated the world for the last like 50 odd years. You know? And so that's but is treated as kind of universal and just like baseline, you know.
I mean, like, when
we're very young, naive kind of culture in so many ways.
Yeah, and I think like, you know, for the future, like, you know, this is like maybe a bit grandiose, but like I think, you know, as I've said like on the show, I feel like before, like Islam is going to play like a huge role in the future, like more than it does now. Like people like say like people are always like kind of saying like Islam is washed, or like it's like Islam is over, like political Islam has like not panned out or whatever. Like the number of people in the world who are Muslim, the proportion of the world that's Muslim is only growing. Right? Like everyone calls it the golden age of Islam. It's yet to come. The golden age of Islam is yet to come. And these type of things, like I think like as Muslims, we need to like be able to gain mastery of this stuff, and I'm not saying that like, this is like a continual jihad for like me, I'm certainly not, as anyone I'm sure can tell, like and like have the complete mastery of the Islamic tradition, but we need to like be able to have like kind of an intellectual confidence with relation to this stuff and like deal with it and like reckon with it, and not like retreat into kind of like fables and this idea that everything was perfect and like the tense, because there is a big tendency with this in like kind of the like Muslim politics, where it's like, oh, everything is kind of like reactionary, sort of, where it's like, oh, if only we could go back to, and like just trying to apply like, fiqh from like this sort of post-classical period, or, this like this time, like not too long after this time,
pretending
right?
It was like a golden era that was like perfect. If only we get back to this, then exactly. All our modern problems would go away.
And then like these like all like Shia were just like these crazy people who were like influenced by Jews, or like vice versa, like or some kind of like silly thing like that, and it's like there like is like all this stuff was fought over like important things, right? Like this reason why these people were fighting like this, like it wasn't just over like, not to say it wasn't over like worldly things, but it was also over something like valuable and something like real, and like it doesn't like besmirch it, it doesn't like tarnish or diminish that real thing, but in order to like access it, in order for it to have like a relevance for the future, in order for it to be anything but like what you kind of see, the kind of Islam, like that's the thing, like there's gonna be, Islam's gonna be important in the future, but the question is it gonna be the Islam of MBZ, or is it or of MBS, right?
Yeah.
Of Mohammed bin Zayed or bin Salman. Is that gonna be the Islam of the future, right? Like and I think another like big lesson of this is like when when people were talking about this before in the context of the contemporary situation with Iran, right? Like we do see kind of like the Sunni world like abandoning Iran, even though like much like Ali, like in these stories, right, and his support of Uthman, right?
Yeah.
Like kind of like Iran
they were there,
kind of
but
did try to show up,
for they showed up for the axis of resistance. They showed up for Gaza.
They built
for
they
Syria,
made up the axis of resistance
for Iraq.
like they
like, they showed up for all these guys, for Yemen, for the Houthis. Like they showed up. They there used to be, like, remember, and a lot of this is like PSYOP war propaganda stuff, but like 20 years ago, like during the Iraq war, there was so much talk about the Sunnis and Shias and the sectarian conflict, and of course like the Syrian conflict had like kind of they tried to stoke the dimension of the Sunni Shia like showdown and stuff. But I think as you saw the kind of the 2010s go on, the Iranians were not being like really all that sectarian, like they were crossing that line to like help out people who are Sunnis, who like shared the kind of like anti-Western imperialist struggle with them.
There was other stuff like that too. I remember like after like 1979, like Hizb ut-Tahrir, this very Sunni kind of Islamist group, kind of like clownish in some ways, but like definitely not like a Shia. They were like telling Khomeini to like declare the Caliphate and stuff like this, right? Because they like respected the kind of this, and like most like sort of political Islam that like in like the modern age like has taken inspiration from Iran. I also kind of want to do some episodes about like the genesis of the Islamic Revolution, because like of course as I've been having to continually repeat, like questions about how it panned out, right? But it's a huge like it was a huge thing, because like this was like kind of like one like in recent history, like this like successful revolution against like a like a U.S. puppet monarch, like it had so much promise, and like so
it was
much
one of the last,
so much interest, like
before the end of the Cold War, and it came from like a kind of third, like a third angle that was not one block or the other block, but it was based on a new kind of foundation. It's an immensely important thing. It clearly still haunts the national security apparatus of the U.S., like all the old boomers that are still around, like they were completely like one-shotted and enraged at their the impotent kind of position they found themselves in, getting kicked out of Iran, and they've been scheming to get back in ever since. And it does seem creepily, without them really even laying like a clear rationale this time, or doing a lot of effort to like hype the American people into doing it. They're just considering like doing it. Like we have, I think, as many military assets over there right now as during like the second Iraq war, like to the point where it's like economically not feasible to not go to war kind of thing, right? Like they're kind of signaling the inevitability of it, which might, I don't know, like, I hope they don't. I feel like it's both immoral but also like
someone in the chat says Howd Edge. That's exactly, yes, Howd Edge. That's the palanquin. Sorry, keep going. I didn't read the chat until now. That was what Aisha was in. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Mohammed, for Mohammed Abu Zaid for clarifying that. I'm glad. Yeah.
Thank you, chat. But like it. I also don't know if they're potentially making. It's like it's all dark off, but like maybe they're making a huge miscalculation. But then I have the worried thought that's like, what are they really cooking to make sure that they don't lose? Because then that almost gets up to a point of like, are they going to nuke, Iran?
Yeah.
Are they going to tactically nuke parts of Iran? Really? Like, is Israel going to do it? Like that. That's a whole nother level of disaster with like global consequences, because like it's opening Pandora's box again all over this country that like does not pose any kind of direct threat to the people of this country, but it always is that way, isn't it? It's like the Epstein elite, they need Iran to be destroyed. They've been working their whole lives towards this, and this might be their last best chance to do it. And
and the thing, like another thing, as we are wrapping up, but like in terms of the point about like the sectarianism, I think this is like truly, because this has been used, as you said, like this has been used to great effect, and like Muslims have in some cases fallen into the trap, and they love to exploit it. That's part of the reason why they like exaggerate it so much and they make everything about the Sunni Shia divide, is like because like they love the idea of this. They love the idea of like dividing the ummah. But like
you can isolate Iran with it, basically.
Yeah, totally.
Because they're the majority, and Iraq to some extent, or you can keep Iraq divided, right, and powerless.
Totally, yes. And like I think that the sectarianism, like, again, I think for most people, it doesn't really have to do with like this stuff, even though like technically this is like what it's all about, like this is like where it comes down to. And like if you're a Sunni, it's supposed to be about how, like you think it was Abu Bakr was the right choice, and if you're a Shia, you like your position is that it was Ali who was the right choice. But is modern day like Sunni Shia sectarianism actually motivated by that? Like not like actually like not really. It's like about like kind of like different like kind of like grievances along the way, or like cultural things, or like I just think like I don't know.
The way the countries were split up with
Muslims in general, like we agree on so much more than we are against, and like we all believe in God. So it's kind of like what happened. Like, we need to come to some kind of like, I'm not going to solve the problem in the last 10 minutes, but we need to come to some kind of we need to figure this out in some way, and like, reckon with it. And we like focus. We have worse enemies than each other. I understand the small differences that come into play, but like, it's not like something that like, we need to be like, I mean, think about like what Tabari, like in all these reports, that he was collecting, some of which probably do have some like authentic roots in the actual events, right? Like think about all these warnings, right?
The warnings,
like
if you're set
we're
against
gonna
each
fall
other.
into dissension, right? Of course, both sides would be like, well, it's their fault that we have sex, but it's not. It's both of our faults. It's both of our faults.
Sometimes you hate to see a split. You hate to see a big split when you're trying to change the world, And it's often useful for the worst people, the worst forces of reaction and domination. But I guess
next week I think we'll be journeying to some other stuff, but we'll return to this, to Ali and what happens thereafter.
Before the end of Ramadan, we can come back around.
Sounds good.
And wrap it up. But we got some good ones lined up on Monday on Patreon. next Thursday right here on YouTube. But we will get out of here for now. But until next time, dear listeners, stay vigilant.
Peace.